Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And greetings, family. You're on today with Bomani and Kala Genesis, and we are here to give you another wonderful, incredible energy as we push more energy towards what we have to do as a people to build Pan-Africanism that will take us towards nation building, nationhood. Yes, so family, tonight we have a wonderful topic for you. Time for an Afrikstan. So Kala Genesis is going to break that down. What an Afrikstan is and get into full details and why we need it. So what we have is Black people have outgrown America and are ready for a nation of their own. So this is also the Afrikstan Analysis, right? So family, and then we have right here, get the BAIO Global Pipeline App. And you see the logo at the very top, BAIO Afrikstan. And before we just get all into it, family, what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect you with a foundation of what we talk about with the Afrikstan, building these incredible African diaspora or Pan-African community. That way we can have a base-up operation, a foundation, headquarters, to where we can work together more organized, and then we can also connect better with our people and also do wonderful, incredible things for our children in Africa. Since you're talking about the place, the location where that's the most Black children that we have. So we have to think about our future and get our children, our people ready for us to compete against the rest of the world. Like I'm always telling everyone, family, the most successful people in Africa are the Chinese, Lebanese, and Indians. And that is, that says a lot, and because a lot of those opportunities that they take advantage of, we as a people, especially here in America, can organize ourselves to another level to where we can compete because we have the skills and many of the other resources that you need to actually do this thing. But as far as organizing our efforts and putting us in a situation where we can focus and work together, that's been another thing. It seems like we tend to scramble all over the place to where sometimes we don't know which direction we're going. Kind of like a chicken with his head cut off. You're just running around crazy. So what we always here to do, family, is to give you and connect with you on organized leadership and organized vision as far as connecting to the African continent and moving in a direction to where we can make repatriation work. When I got into this movement and got into this energy of traveling to Africa back in 2004 and building this business Africa for the Africans to where we can connect our people to the African continent and give them all the support, the energy that they need. The goal was to build repatriation in the mix of that, repatriation and investment, living, doing business, networking with our own people, and creating the things that we need. And just, like we talk about at the beginning, building a global Black business pipeline. So that's why me and my good brother Kala Genesis work together effectively, because we have these connections in Africa and we've been doing this for a long time, and now we can organize our energy together to where we can build a connection in Liberia to where we restore our ancestors' glory and make Liberia the Pan-African capital of this incredible movement, which would be a more ideal situation for the majority of people in America. And as we continue to build in other countries, we just do things in other countries. So right now, what we've been doing is setting up our energy in Ghana called the Black Star Pan-African Community. And so this is just a brochure, and I'm going to take you to the website so you can see more information and where to process everything. And then we can always send you an email on what we're doing, updates, and we have conference calls every month or every other month. And when we do tours in Ghana, we just have a whole lot of video highlights. So our goal is always to keep you updated and clear on what we're doing and just explain to you what we're doing from the ground up, because this is a project that we started back in 2019, September exactly, and we did our first connection to Ghana with this project in December of 2019. And you know what happened in 2020? It was just the whole pandemic era. So you don't let these things slow you down, but you just make it work. So at that time, it was just nothing but raw land, and we have done a whole lot since then as far as clearing and building and laying out the future, and also been able to establish our business office across from our land at another estate, which we were we were the first ones to get the first actual unit there, and it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom unit, and it's being used as we're gonna build energy to where while we're building our community, we can have an underground presence to where, if you need to go to Ghana and see what we're talking about, you can just, we can just give you directions there. We set up the meeting, and you meet our vice president and the staff members that we have there that's working with us, and we have a lot of things that we're building there in the community. Like we're building a nice business district. We have a youth movement. We have this visions and energy to connect to the beach area and transform this whole town into a beach town. Something, just like, you have all these incredible beach towns here from South Carolina to Florida, and and this put us in a situation where we can, bring more of us in from the African diaspora, and this, put the energy together and not only just build the community on the 15 and the 60 acres, but also expand off to where we can just acquire land in different places, from from this industrial development to this the beach. You can just do many things with the beach. You can literally turn it into an incredible place for this tourism or vacation or just relaxing, and from villas to resorts. So the foundation of the land is there, and that's the important thing. Land is the base of independence. So you get land, and then you build the future, and you build the town, you build the community, you work together with your people that are repatriating with you, and you definitely connect with our people physically there in the town, and we work together and we do wonderful things for each other. So we have an orphanage there, and with that, our goal is to bring certain level of this technical and business education and all the things that we're building. We have a town of people where we're working together, and we have to take that education situation to another level, to where our children are not running out to America, Europe, and going all over the places. And then even when they do, they get certain level of education, then it's not enough emphasis is put back on the African continent to where you can actually build build these operations. So when we're talking about Afrikstan, we're talking about communities, towns, districts, and you're putting it together where we have our people from African diaspora connecting. And like I mentioned, that all these other successful people in Africa are all these other nations, Indians, Chinese, Lebanese, and so on. So that's who is pushing the forefront to literally take control of the continent. And it's what it is. It's something I've seen since I first landed in Africa in 2004 in Senegal. And while I was around with my crew, we were all working at airlines at that time here in Atlanta. We were literally just like wondering like why the nicest spots are owned by the foreigners, the Lebanese, and so on. But it's just something that we had to this process, because we're just going to this learn about Africa, and we just didn't know we were gonna run into these things or these situations. So now that we know it, we have to educate our people, our brothers and sisters, and say, hey, a lot of opportunities that the foreigners are taking advantage of, we as a people can, do what Amos Wilson talking about, build Black corporative economics. That's why he wrote the book called Blueprint for Black Power, which is the book that we always recommend to those of us out there. It's a big emphasis on America, which that's also good, because we need more of us also to build foundations of Black corporative economics, business enterprise, and things like that. So when we have a technical and business a center there, right there on our 15-acre property, and our community center, and we have all these computers, and we have all these young generation of children, we're trying to plug them into doing technical and business work, whether it's remotely on the phone or so on, from that operation, and get some of these contracts with especially Black corporations, and to connect Black people to doing business with each other. So that's what we're talking about, building a global Black business pipeline. So the foundation of this community is a foundation where we look to connect energy to Liberia and a few other places to where we are effectively doing business. So example, family, if we're building certain factories, and we have we have our docks, and we have our ports right there, like I mentioned, it's we're not too far from the sea. So, and then Liberia is all beach. So you're moving your vessels back back and forth, kind of like naval operation. And then you're doing import export, you're trading, you're doing also cruises, you're doing many unique things, and you're creating a new world of economy based on just Black people just doing business with each other. So that's what this is about. So when you see the Africa for the Africans logo and you see all the colors, the energy that we're pushing, it's for the purpose of putting our energy together. So I'm gonna also connect this into the topic we're talking about, because we're limited on what we can do in America. So that's why some of us are looking to access our farmland and do different things in Africa. And then right, so we should, because what we're doing is we have to leverage ourselves as a people. Not only are we building a level of Black unity, but we also leveling the playing field to where we can just really just if a bunch of us have different things going on in different areas, it's more uniquely how we can just connect. So that's our goal, is to build this energy in this wonderful town of Jahadzi, an unknown town, until we put it on the map, where now if you even type it in the search engines, you'll see between myself and our vice president there's tons of videos. His videos are more going to be based on just the town and other things going on in town, and mine, the land, the beach, talking with the chief, talking with certain people. So together it's just a whole lot of videos, and we're going to keep on just putting energy out there. So that's what we do when we travel to Africa. We just make sure that we give you updated documentation. So these are some of our past group pictures. And as we stroll down, and all of these are documentation on our website at africafortheafricans.org. You just click on Black Star Pan-African Community. But this is the 15 and the 16 acres survey, and then we have the 50 acres, the 50 plot, 15 acres community, a design that I put together to where it has a community center, and this is a lot of land. It's over 1.5 acres for both of them, and a technical and business center, and then security office, and you have 50 plots laid out in a nice little area where you can just move around. As you can see, the roads are just nice and organized. So that is my design right there, based on the survey that you can see on the left. As you can see, it matches up in it directly. And when you do an overview view, when we have we have the Google Earth, you just be able to see it from the sky, and then see how it looks physically on the ground. So that's one of the things that we're doing. From just having things organized. Some of these pictures are older pictures, so these homes are completed, and our goal is just to share more information with you. So what I'm going to do is switch over to our website, africafortheafricans.org. All right, then let me just get rid of this banner. All right, so that's our website, africafortheafricans.org. And our website is full with details for incredible tours to different parts of Africa as we take you on the most incredible journeys. And it's based on all of the videos that we have on YouTube. So I tell people you can see all of the highlights from all the countries that we have traveled to. And the videos go back as far as 2004 to Egypt. And we have recent videos on our Ghana tour and Tanzania tour of last year. But the countries that we have on for this year, next year, is Liberia, Egypt, Rwanda, Senegal, Gambia, Tanzania, South Africa, and Ghana. So anyone that's interested in traveling with us, you can text the number below, and you can also email me and send me your details, and I will communicate with you. But we definitely recommend you just visit the website and check out the details and reach out to me, and then that way you're clear about your communication, and then we can just connect with you. And I'm a person that throughout the day, I'm communicating with people, getting them prepared for all the different business and things that we're involved in, because we have incredible movement from America to Africa. Now, so family, while you're on our website, look to the left, you see this incredible Love and Revolution MP3 nation building mix. We have some nice music, and also some wonderful photos of me, my brothers and sisters, and just the energy of this beautiful Black people, and just showing this us connecting together, us having an experience, and us doing wonderful things together, because that's the foundation of building our Afrikstan, us reconnecting to the African continent and organizing ourselves to say, hey, let's figure out a way how we can work together to just live and enjoy the beautiful African continent. So everything that we're talking about is strategic and organized. We're just never telling you just to run to Africa and just do this and that. If you come into Africa, we have, if you go on your own, we have consultation that we can offer you and get things set up, and private tours that we can set up for you, or you can join one of our more organized tours. And if you're looking for investment energy, the tours that's dedicated to not only just tours but investment are Ghana, Liberia, and also we have Egypt that we're building. And then we can also do things in other countries, but those are the foundations because we have direct people there, or our direct project itself. So when you're scrolling down to the website after this, looking through all the beautiful pictures from the last 16 years of our travel, you'll see the main menu to the left, and that's where you see the gold star for Black Star Repatriation and Pan-African Community. And once you click on that, it gives you a nice little introduction and give you a list of different articles that is full clarity of the project. So I'm gonna click on that and let's go through the titles itself, and then we're gonna get to our program. So once you scroll down, it's a Welcome to Africa for Africans Tours and Investment, and it give you this exclusive African Safari Tanzania tour, which is just a private tour that I can set up for you, and based on your time frame, I can get you there. And so we organize those safaris specifically in Tanzania. And then below that is just all of our organized tour schedules with price and details for full package. And once you click on it, itinerary, tour overview, preparation details, visa if you need visa, and we have conference calls this every month. And then below you'll see the same thing that we're talking about, land for sale and investment at Black Star Repatriation and Pan-African Community, 15 and 16 acres project. The 15 acres, we're down to like 1 or 2 plots available, but 60 acres is wide open as we're just working towards getting literally getting the land clear, because that's the most important thing. That's why it's important that we get into a business of where we can import heavy machines and have our own heavy machines. That way we can be, clear and efficient on clearing land and building. Because one of the things is, when most people are building, it's part of this getting production done is just having machines, and having tools, and especially power tools and things like that. So sometimes those things are not really in place, so everything's done manually. So that's what we're looking to change, so we can just increase the way we do things. And a bulldozer is always perfect for us to clear roads. You use a bulldozer to just clear the roads initially, and then you lay it out to where you can just build different aspects of a road, whether you're using the method that we're trying to use, the more sustainable methods, which is just gravel and car tires and things like that, to create a mechanical concrete road, and just using this thing sustainable. So anything that we're wasting in life, we can use to just be part of the community. So you're talking about a sustainable operation where everything is just based on living off the grid and basically using sustainable technology to just build a whole town and a community, as we begin to just get ready for this a sustainable future where we're living more eco-friendly, and to basically build our own ecosystem. So I'm click on the link, and then this. And family, so this is it right here. So introduction, sitemap, lands commission search, prime objective, business opportunities, building and buying homes, membership rules and code of conduct, membership application, pictures and videos, committees, bylaws, and getting started. Right. So that's all the details. And then we have all these things also nice and organized via email. And then we have a dedicated newsletter. And you can always look to the left side of the page and join our mailing list. And we just send updates on these and all of these tours that we have and this land project. We do conference calls. That's one of the things we do. We just do Zoom conference calls, or sometimes just do these live calls on YouTube. And we just go over these information and make sure that you're clear on. But one of the most important things, you have full access to it. And family, as you see, this is our Liberia Reconnection Investment Tour, our featured tour that we have. That's what this banner represents. And that's March 29th to April 9th, 2024. So as we build what we're building in Ghana, the goal is to learn from that experience and just work together stronger with our people in Liberia and just build that connection. These are 2 countries that was set up for repatriation from our ancestors. Ghana more recently, and Liberia historically, well over 200 years. Right. This is the introduction. So Black Star Pan-African logo, one of our previous group photos. Another group photo. And then we just give you a nice introduction about our community. And this is our first time on the land. So our incorporation for boat business. And family, just click back on the main link right here at the top or on the main menu, and it will just load back up and just go to the next article, or you could go to the bottom and click on next and it will go to the next article and the next article. So these are the things that we have well organized and prepared for you to reconnect with you so we can work together to build that incredible community that we're looking to build. And let me actually go to another page to look at one of the site maps.
Anthony B. Yes, yeah, look.
That was the one he showed on the brochure, 15 acres. And the other one is a rough draft. We're looking to just modify it to create a digital copy and so on. So 15 acres, 60 acres. And here is the rough draft. Right. Yeah, I know it looks interesting, but this is how we do things. We literally mark things with dimensions and create it, and create it on paper, and then create digital copies. And that's how the other site map looked digital. Because once I create this, then I get our survey to this created in a system based on the exact dimensions of the GPS system. So this is just a foundation of it. Some of these areas, we have a few people want to use the commercial plots to do different things, to do just something more interactive for the community as far as playing and excitement. So that commercial lot going to be worked in many different ways. Nice portion of it is for farming, so the straight organic farming, and trying to just encourage us to grow as many trees as possible. Encourage us to literally just be about building organically. Apartments for those who just don't want to build a house and just rather just rent from one of our investors. Stores, community business center, medical center, education center, maintenance, community park. So the goal is to create the 60 acres as a self-sufficient operation to where it's not far from the 15 acres. The 15 acres is just what we have to do to build a traditional community with a business and a technology center. And this is just more of the expansion of all other things that you need with residential. So it'd be nice if we had all this land together, but unfortunately we don't. So we have a nice road that connects you to one property, and then another road also that connects you to the beach via this way, and then another way, and then encourage more people to come and invest in the area and build up the business center area that's actually in the town. So as the development come from Accra and Cape Coast, is coming in this area, and we're 2 hours away from Cape Coast and 2 hours away from Accra. So give it a few years, you're gonna have all kind of people in that area building and develop. So once we started coming and we started building, people started catching to it that that this is a beautiful area to this build. Is just sometimes people just are focused on the main cities, but as the main cities get crazy, people are looking to build further out. So that's the beautiful thing about this rural development, to just build our own paradise. So that is it, family. That's our Black Star Pan-African community, and our goal is to just connect you to the future and connect you to literally how we can build something strong together. That way, when we build more of this energy in Africa, we can literally build an operation to where we can build a future. We can expand our operation from America to Africa to where we're competing versus just being at everybody's mercy. So family, let me bring my good brother Kala Genesis here as we talk about this topic. Time for an Afrikstan. Black people have outgrown America and are ready for a nation of their own. So this is the Afrikstan Analysis family with Bomani Tyehimba and Kala Genesis. And don't forget, family, get the BAIO Global Pipeline App. And this is one of the banners right here. Brother Kala Genesis. So that's my breakdown, brother, for the foundation of what we're doing. So I want you just to add in the importance of why we need this, as far as the Afrikstan overall, and into details and why we need these, these territories of our own, and what we've been suffering from as far as us not having a nation of our own, or having these towns or cities or district or municipality of our own.
It's called a geopolitical entity, let's say, let me give you some examples, right? Dubai is separate from OAE. It's a geopolitical entity. Why? Because the United Arab Emirates is a very strict Orthodox culture, right? But they say, something, some of the Emirates said, something, I want to take my land and build a modern state where the world could come, based on Islamic law, but more liberal, So it's a separate geopolitical entity, basically, that can host multinational people and people to do business in, and stuff like enjoy a modern way of life. So therefore, their culture is not affected. The culture is not affected by what goes on in Dubai. You got Dubai and you got the OAE, United Arab Emirates. They keep doing with the way their ancestors did, The idea of Afrikstan is the same thing. They build towns, territories, cities, municipalities that host people from the diaspora to live, work, play, study, build in peace. Now, the reason why is because Black people in America, and also what I'm going to talk about tonight is we're seeing the end of American exceptionalism as more and more people learn about the real history of America, right? America has its good points, but America has its bad points. I think most people that come to America, like Chinese, Iranians, everything, they're not trying to lose their identity and become full-fledged Americans. They look stupid, You got people like Dinesh D'Souza that comes here talking about the white man. He's basically resigned to say the white civilization, America is a perfect civilization, right? And this is because he's one of those Indians that basically see white people as perfect, That's white worship. Any person of color who comes here and says, I'm going to be a full-fledged America, that person is sick. And that's what America attracts. and they do that to discredit Black people and Native Americans. The Black man in America, right? The white man can't explain why he has 45 million Black people in this country with no political power. We don't even have a political party. No real economic base, nothing. We're completely dependent on them for jobs and business and everything like that. We're completely tethered to them. He can't explain that. At the same time, right? We developed a culture of accommodationism. That means that we're going to go along to get along, right? Now, when Booker T. Washington wrote his book, he said, look, cast down your thing. He's a great compromise. In Atlanta, a great compromise. He was hailed as a Black leader. Why was Booker T. Washington hailed as a Black leader? Because those Southern whites knew that they needed a race of people to occupy the bottom of their civilization at all times. You need a bottom feeder. Because we have Black people, right, in America, right, in the South, we have Walmart. Let me explain what that is. Let me explain to you what I'm talking about, right? The Walmart family pride themselves on being integrated and hiring Black people, but the bottom line is they're taking Black labor, Black ingenuity, Black manpower, Black markets, Black consumerism, make themselves rich, all under the guise of this is our new America. Now, it sounds good, right, until a foreigner comes here and says, and looks at Black people and saying, and you're thinking, I'm an American, I don't need to do it, I'm just American like anything. And they basically, what's what I'm looking for? They basically separate you from the America that you bought into. This is a white country. And we get that all the time. People will come here on a boat and put themselves above us, but they kiss the feet of white people. You see what I mean? And every last single Black person has felt that. We're number 2 and number 3 on the list, right? And you're saying, well, geez, I've been here 400 years. My ancestors fought in the Civil War. And I understand the argument of the ADOS FBA people. I understand that argument, but they're going about it the wrong way. Their idea is to double down and try to double down on their Americanness, right? And they understand that white people and white America itself is not going to let you do that because they know you're at their mercy. You're saying, we're Americans, we're Americans. Don't compare me to these immigrants. Please, white people, step in. Notice how white people have not stepped in against this onslaught of condescension from people around the world. The white people don't step in and say, no, 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 we're a great country. Black people are doing well here. You know, like, it used to be a time where white people, when pressed, right, would say black people in America are better off in America than any other black people in the world. Now they don't say that. Now they basically left us to fend for ourselves in a world which everyone around the world is taking shots at black America. They say, well, why black? They don't see that we're integrated into American society. All they see, they judge us by what's going on in the South Side of Chicago, what's going on in Philly, what's going on. That's black America is dying, even though the majority of black people don't live in these particular areas, right? So therefore, what I'm saying is our inventions, everything we created is just Americanized. Even the same people who hate black people listen to our music, appropriate our music, duplicate our music and everything. It's seen as American. So therefore, people now, even though they're trying to take hip hop and say, oh no, it's Caribbeans and Puerto Ricans that created hip hop in New York. No, it was created by African Americans for generations. But we didn't see the value in that sort of music, right? So it was ghetto and everything because we want to be closer to white people. The problem in black America has always been our relationship with white Americans. That's a problem. And I believe and I know it's time for us to begin the divorce proceedings, right? Or separation, or basically severing ties and looking to build something else. Now the white goes, oh, where are you going to go? Where are you going to go? Well, it doesn't matter. We decided this is what we want to do. We need a state of our own. Same thing where the Jews decided, right? We need a state of our own in Israel for safety and a focal point. African Americans and those who feel like we do in the diaspora, right, need to do this. Now, there's some people. Now, Black America, right, is different from, and I'm not gonna offend anybody when I say this, right? The difference between Black America and the Caribbean is we're the only first world Black people in the world. We're the only people from the industrialized world. We're the only people that achieve the level of science, technology, and everything like that on a massive scale in the Western world. There's no comparison to the Black Brazilians. There's no Black Colombians, everything like that. Black America has succeeded where other Black people in the diaspora has not gone to that level. So therefore, when we say we want a nation of our own, right, we're not impressed by the fact that America has good infrastructure. We're not impressed that America has supermarkets, all the stuff that impress third world people when they come here. Oh, we got supermarkets, we got running water, everything like that, because they couldn't create that in their country, right? They come to America and they find paradise, right? We were here when this country was nothing, right? We've known all this. We've known nothing but first world modern communities. I remember I was watching this thing where they said a shopping mall in Rhode Island, Providence, Rhode Island, that was state of the art. It was built in 1800. I was saying to myself, God damn, 1800. That was slavery and everything. You think of that. And I showed the shopping mall. It was like, damn, it looks like a modern mall. I said, you mean people were walking in shopping malls in 1800s and stuff like that, upstairs, downstairs? And they even had an escalator, you know, and some sort of makeshift elevator or whatever like that. And I'm saying to myself, wow, the modern world, man, we were part of the modern world. You look at early 1800s New York City, man, there was all kinds of stuff going on and everything like that. We were in the modern world. So we saw the birth of the modern world. We saw the Industrial Revolution. We saw all that, right? At the same time, right, it's like going to Disneyland, right? And there's a difference between you going to Disneyland as a vacationer and someone who basically is a janitor that has to live there because he has no choice, who has to live around his choice. He doesn't have the same outlook. He's saying to himself, yeah, I'm here every day. You know, it's no big deal to me, you know? It's no big deal to me. You know, it's no really big deal to me, right? So what I'm saying is this. The Black man in America knows he's capable of building everything because we were there. The construction of everything in America, right? The Erie Canal, you know, the railways, right? The ditches, the roads, everything, all the infrastructure. there were black-owned shipbuilding companies in Baltimore in the early 1800s, in the height of slavery. We were here when this country was nothing, and we built it. Now we socially, right, and culturally are at the bottom. You could be a black man and be a millionaire, but your social status and the cultural status, the way people see you as, at the bottom. Because this can't be two. You cannot have two winners in a fight. It's always been a contest between black and white people in this country. And the white man's on top. And the world recognizes the white man as a true American, not us. We're on the bottom. So either we pass that on to our, and you wonder why, with all this country, why are black people in gangs? Why are they going crazy and everything? Why? Because they don't have this soul. A people have a soul. And the soul needs a nation, a land, right? That's the body. Your land is your body. Why? Because your soul is going to possess and manifest everything else. Why do you think everybody falls in line in America? Everybody falls in line in America because it's the white man's soul. So when people come over here, they become racist. Chinese become racist. Japanese become racist. Everybody takes the white man's side on everything, you know? Everybody, because it's the white man. America is the soul of the white man in the West. And the soul of the white man in the West says, if you agree with me, if you believe in the Statue of Liberty, you believe in all stuff like that, I'll reward you. What do they reward you with? A position over black people. All you have to do is agree that black people are nothing and black people ain't shit and everything like that. And you'll see all the time. They reveal themselves all the time. They say, oh, don't go to America. Don't go to America. Don't hang around black people. Don't even know us. We're good people. So why are people saying don't hang around the black people? Why? Because the white man, the white devil is the possession, the spirit, and the soul of America. And so people, if you want to be American, right, you have to hate black people. That goes for black immigrants. That goes for Hispanics. That goes for everybody. Everybody does. While we go along with the idea that, oh, America's becoming diverse. No, America's becoming more diversely white. That means you have spicy whites like the Mexicans, right? You have China whites like the Chinese and everything. Everybody is all about whiteness. This power and disease and the soul and the spirit of whiteness is what possesses America. So therefore, the black man, right? The African American man, right? Because of it was us that made this all possible, right? It's important that America keeps black people at the bottom of socially, even though it don't mean black people don't have money and everything like that, but socially, the black man is on the bottom. Everybody feels like he's your superior. Everybody feels like they can talk down to you, you know? You got people coming from shithole countries and whatnot talking about black people. It's like, damn, you were just fucking shitting in the woods and whatnot, didn't have a toilet, but now you're coming over here and talking about us, right? You praising white people like white people are gods and whatnot. You know, you worship white people as gods. Many people in Central America, and it turns us, and this is why I say, it's hard for me to look at these people at the border and feel sympathy. Because I know how they think about black people. I had a guy tell me that he was from El Salvador. He's a legal alien. He's had a Jamaican wife, fat Jamaican wife, a black wife. He said, yeah, I love her, man. I love her, man. He said, man, that's the best woman I ever had and whatnot. He said, first his family didn't like her when his mother got to know her and everything like that. She's like, we got ready to leave. Her mother was like, oh, don't leave and everything, you know? I'm saying that's beautiful. That's beautiful. But then he tells me that he has a brother that's on his way here. He said the first thing he's do is when he gets to America, he's like, I'm gonna kill blacks. I'm gonna kill blacks. You go, why are you gonna kill blacks? Because they're destroying America. You know, we got to destroy America. And so they come over here with that mentality. That's why these gangs are racially targeting black people. They're taught and they learn in their country that black people are the problem with America. So America has never done anything to have our back and say, look, we're Americans. These are people and everything like that. White people get a kick out of the fact that they stay on the top and everybody comes here to kiss their feet when that and goes against their worst enemy, which is the black man in America. The black man in America is the white man's worst enemy. You know? And so say what you want and everything like that. That is the truth. That is the truth. The white man in America he goes around the world, right? And he spreads propaganda about black America. Why do you think they give 50 Cent bankroll him to make these films about the black mafia, right? That goes on. That's what they want to see. We haven't seen a movie about Marcus Garvey yet. We haven't seen real movies about our history and our culture and everything. But they'll give us money to make a movie about Frank Lucas. They'll give us money to make movies like New Jack City, you know. So they spread this idea of the movie Colors that came out in the 80s and whatnot, you know, with Sean Penn and what's his name, Robert Duvall, Colors, you know, about the LA gangs. I never heard of LA gangs until the movie Colors came out, you know. And so we're like, okay, we didn't know in New York, we never even heard of that stuff like that, you know. And so now we have a gang epidemic nationwide, you know. Yeah, we're U.S. citizens, not Americans. America is white settler descent. Yeah, that's what an American is, you know. White settler, black people, gay power, declaring that they're African. No, that's not gonna. They're not. No, not African linguistics. Yeah, you was good until you started that African linguistics group. How's that gaining power? How's that for Africans now? Africa is the poorest continent in the world. They got their linguistic groups, you know. Why does everybody want Africa? See, that's what I said. We have to decide what's what. Black African Americans need a land of their own so they can build their own civilization and government. That's what it's all about. Black America for 400 years have maintained a sort of there's a black culture and civilization, even on the slave plantation, right? There were certain things, songs we sung to each other. There were certain codes and everything, you know. And black people in America, right? And when you're half stepping and everything like that, we'll let you know. You know, one thing, it used to be a time where if you were caught cooning one like the worst thing you want to do is be called a sellout, a race trader in our country. Now it's all about being a sellout. It's all about crossing the line. It's all about going mainstream. It's all about the crossover. It's all about fitting in and stuff like this, you know? It's because they basically took us to the point where we're scared to speak up. We're scared. I remember Lauryn Hill said, I don't give a damn about no white people buying my music. Oh, Lauryn Hill, they tried to blacklist Lauryn L. Boogie. She said, my music and whatnot, if they want to buy it, they want to buy it. I don't care about white people. Because people are like, oh, you know, you're an MTV now, Lauren. What about the white fans and everything? Do you think Toby Keith or all these white artists, Celine Dion, give a damn about the black audience? Everything with us is about trying to appease white people. White people, it feeds their ego. They know that you can't have anything unless white people like it too. We got to eventually sell out to them. We got to sell out to them. That's all because no one basically will say, you know something, I don't care about the Grammys. It's time for us to start withdrawing. That we did that one time back in like '94, right? Black America stopped around in the mid '90s. Black people stopped participating in award shows, stuff like that. It was after the Rodney King incident, right, and the Million Man March time. But black people in America started turning in on itself, right, and stopped doing things in the mainstream media. We didn't care. You didn't see a lot of black people in the mid and late '90s. You didn't see a lot of black people talking. Then you did have Ice-T. They asked him a question, something. He said, "Look, man, I don't care about no America." He said, "Now, if you want to come together as human beings and we can kick it together, I'm cool with that. But this America thing we created was not created for us." That went over a lot of people's head when Ice-T said that, you know. But that was after when they said, "Oh yeah, let's get," because the bottom line is this: these people will try to sell you on this America stuff. What they want to do is let your guard down. Let your guard down. We're all Americans. It's all Americans. We're all Americans. Look, it's time to scrap that. It's time to scrap that. You can't serve two masters. You know, you can't serve two masters. So when people say, I'm a foundational black American, what? And then what? You're a foundational black American, then what? The white man's soul is America. What you're saying is you're worshiping white people. And now it's to the point where, because people saying that when I come to America, I don't have to respect these people. I could judge them. I could belittle them and everything like that. I could make a statement like, "Oh, my Nigerian parents don't say Black America." Oh, we were told, they lie. They talk about immigration told us to stay away from black people. And I said a week ago to Sister Mara, I said that's a lie. No one tells you that. That's what people want to believe, because they come here with that hatred in their heart for us. They come here because they think they're going to get something better from white people than us. They don't recognize our struggle because their position is so pathetic in their country, right? They come over here and they want to talk about this. Nobody in America gives a damn about black immigrants. They don't want you here, right? But they'll use you, right, to discredit black people in America. Now, white people in America are the biggest complainers. The white people in America complaining is what the MAGA movement's all about. White people complaining is what Antifa is all about. But you only want to talk about black people always complaining. In other words, you're saying white people have a legitimate complaint because why? This is their country. They can say what they want to say. Black people, even without legitimate complaints, right? We can't say nothing. White people for years will all talk about black people, affirmative action, everything. Then they come to find out black men didn't benefit from affirmative. It's mostly white females. But they still go around talking about black people taking jobs, black people crime. And they found out that most black crimes happen in proximity of black people. In fact, right? But black people this, black people that, black people that. So white people could talk about us all the time. They could talk about Mexicans. They could talk and everybody gives them a legitimate. The political system reacts to white anxieties and everything. Black people, we have never known what it's like, right, for the political system, the power to act on our behalf. We've never had that. Kala, what are you talking about? What? Give me an example. Okay. When the United States was trying to take Spain's possessions in the Caribbean and for the Monroe Doctrine, right? The Roosevelt Crowley of the Monroe Doctrine, right? And then basically it went on to the United States grabbing Spain's possessions in the Pacific, which was the Philippines, right? When the USS Maine was bombed, right? Even though they said it was a pressure, something that happened in the boiler room, right? The yellow journalists in America said Spain did this, right? And guess what? Guess what? The public was so angry, right? They got what they wanted. The yellow journalists like this. The United States was easily able to say, we want revenge. And they declared war on Spain, right? They declared war on Spain. Why? Because the will of the people. When the U.S. bombed Pearl Harbor, the people said, we want war with Japan and Germany. People have burned black cities and towns throughout the 20th century, right? Burned Wilmington, burned Forsyth County, burned Durham, North Carolina, burned Rosewood and everything. We have never had the will, we never had the will to get the satisfaction of getting revenge and everything through any sort of thing like that. All we do is basically is sit back and swallow our pain. And our pain usually means our culture that comes out of that pain usually turns on each other, and we start turning on each other because we can't strike back at this white man who has all the power and everything. No people should have power over you that you cannot strike back and defend yourself. Now, those are the detractors that talk about, oh, Colin, we don't need African. What are you going to do about our ancestors who were murdered by these beasts in slavery? Don't talk about no damn reparations check and whatnot. It's the Afrikstan is based on a principle: blood and soil. If we don't have soil of our own, we want blood. Which way do you want to go? The blood of our ancestors have never been avenged. The blood of our ancestors who were killed and massacred and lynchings and everything like that, everything that was stolen from our inventions, everything that was stolen, have never been avenged. And the enemy is white America. Not the Jews, not anybody else. It's white America, the Anglo-Saxon. He was the one who wrote into law and condemned our people to slavery based solely on what God gave us. So I don't want to hear the idea, oh yeah, we could just be American. No, I don't give a damn how wealthy we are. I don't care like that. It's about principle. Our soul needs a body. The soul of Black America is going to die if it doesn't have a body. People want to erase who we are. That's who we are. I'm not a Nigerian. I'm not a Liberian. You know, I'm not a Sierra Leonean. I'm not a South African. I'm an African American. That's what's in my soul. And that soul needs a body. A body is on land. If we don't get that, then we need blood to quench that and justify that. So these people better come to me and come to me correct. We either want to land or I want war. One or the other. So that's what my opening is. Bomani, you want to give me some feedback, whatever.
Yes, my brother, Kala Genesis is on fire, family. So basically, family, what Kala Genesis is breaking down is why we need an Afrikstan. And that's why tonight, family, our topic is time for an Afrikstan. Black people have outgrown America and are ready for a nation of their own. Afrikstan Analysis is what we're talking about, family. So we can get with this or get with this, just being consumers and being just behind everybody else. Like Kala was breaking it down as far as this, Black African ancestors that were stolen, that brought here against their will. Build a foundation in a world class, first class, situation that was the great pioneers of what we have today. That's called America, and unfortunately, we have disrespectful people that not showing homage and respect to our people. That build a nation and build great opportunities for a brother like myself from Jamaica, and a good brother like myself, Kala, from New York. Our ancestors did this, and we have nothing but love and respect. And we got to encourage our energy of people here in America, which are from many different places, to put this organized effort together and get this done. And what we want to do is just encourage more of our people from the African continent who's here to participate and not hate. Participate and not hate. What do you think about that?
Yeah, but exactly. People basically what it is people come here and the African brothers have never dealt with their colonial masters. They're still tethered to the UK. You see this big Nigerian buffoon sitting hugging a monument for the Queen of England, crying and whatnot. I'm like, man, if I wish I was there, I would kick them right in the head. I'm saying to myself, all these Negropeans like Taiwan and whatnot, or British trained and whatnot, these people are a freaking problem, And like I said, I don't trust any Negropean. These people
break it down.
Talk black but live white. Bottom line, the Negropean is the biggest enemy of black people. The race traitor is the Negropean is the biggest enemy of black people. All they want to do is see us on our knees, and we should not be going through what we're going through right now. We should not be going through what we got now. And the bottom line is this: if we basically, I'm not saying every black person got to leave America, but our soul, we have to have our soul, right? Needs a body, right? A body. Therefore, check this out. Let me give you an example. Remember when that Stanley Crutcher was blown away in Oklahoma, right by that bitch Betty Shelby? Remember? Remember she blew him away. She said, "Oh, it's like it was one time to be a white woman. She's an ugly ass white woman, right? Oh, he looks vicious." They blew him away, point blank in the face, And so I'm saying to myself, and the state of Oklahoma said, something, Betty Shelby, you're a good old girl or whatnot, we're gonna let you off. And where the black people said, did they care about what's gonna impact black people? No. They're like, black people just go sulk and cry and get over it. That's coming from the very soul of white America, who they are. And so therefore when that incident happened, I was really, really that was in 2016. That's when I really said that we need a nation of our own. We need a nation that can fight for us on the international stage, right? We need a nation that can fight for us against America, And people get scared when I talk like this, but it's the truth. I don't want to hear about no any more just playing games where, oh yeah, well we just go to Africa and do tours. We love doing tours and stuff like that, but that's not what we're here about. Our end game is a nation of our own, a place where our soul,
yes, man, soul, exactly,
can rest and have a body and live in. Other than that, we are going to die, and all the stuff problems you complain about in America It's a reason why because we don't have a land of our own. We don't have a land. We don't have a government. We don't have all that stuff like that protects us. You know, everybody else. And we got the white man, people bluffing us. Oh, y'all don't need a government and everything like that. So we got to sit here and listen to the likes of Joe Biden, you know, and this buffoon as a president. We got to listen to the Donald Trumps and all these other people. I am tired of these people. It's time for us. We produce some of the best minds, you know. Who now, if you had to put up as a president of you, would you want Joe Biden or you want somebody like Amos Wilson? You know? Yeah, we produce men that can lead us. You know? We produce men that can lead us. We produce men that can build and do all these decisions for us. We can produce our own Abraham Lincolns. You know? If we had our own land and whatnot, we could produce these sort of people, these great men, extraordinary men that can lead us into the future, protect us in everything, protect us in our borders and on international diplomacy. We proved it in Liberia. The founding fathers of Liberia proved that. We produced exceptional men that went toe-to-toe with the British, everybody else, and preserved their sovereignty. So I don't want to hear this idea that black people, we need America forever, you know? Okay, I understand the position we are in America, but the future generations the future people, unborn black people, need a body. The soul of the future is coming up needs a body, you know? And that's what we're talking about tonight, you know? It's time for us to have a nation of our own. We've outgrown America. You know, the civil rights movement, everything like that. The civil rights movement was not for us. It was for white people. It's to vindicate them. Just like Barack Obama's presidency wasn't for us. It was for white people. The white guilt. Oh, we elected a black man's president. You know, everything they do, whether you winning an Oscar, whatever, is done for them. Oh, Beyonce has the most number of Grammys. White people sit back, see? All they're doing is trying to erase their guilt. That's all it is. They give us and the black people who want to get their little knickknacks and awards and crumbs and everything, they're lined up around the corner. Like, I'm gonna give you oh man, we got a black man, a primetime TV host or whatnot, #1 in the country. That's not for him. That's for white people. So they can say to the world that they're just and all the stuff like that they're doing something about racism. You know, we doing something about racism is black people, the African Americans, being able to have a nation of their own. You know, and America paying back what it owes to the black race. You know, that nation, right? We're not gonna wait for it either. That nation, when we build it, right? America owes everything to that nation when it's finally built. Billions and billions, the same way Germany had to pay the state of Israel. America and all these people that cause our suffering and everything like that, our ancestors have never been avenged. You know, so in other words, basically, you're telling me that packing black bodies on the bottom of a slave ship and throwing them overseas and whatnot, all those souls and whatnot, should not have restitution, should not have justice. And then you talk about America, the exceptional country. Are you sick? Are you insane? The Kala Genesis is the only one that talks like this. The only one, nobody is going to talk like this. Everybody else, they come here with a little knife to carve up apples and everything. I come with a friggin' double-bladed axe to cut down the tree of white supremacy and degradation of black people. I'm here to cut that tree the fuck down. So the people that want to oppose me and oppose us and whatnot, you just bring it. You know, I am not playing games here. I say the black race needs a black man in America more than anybody else needs a nation of his own to speak for him for the world stage. We need protection from America. America is the enemy. So I don't want to hear we Americans. When did we become Americans? When did this happen? Well done, the West. No more fighting and votes. The West. None of these nations have convinced me to help them in anything. Leave back. Yeah, let this place fall. It's time to let this place fall. And that's why I said, I'm not saying bum rush the coast just now. But that's why we talk about this week about people when we have this strong desire to build in Africa a future rap. We got grifters and clowns and buffoons jumping in the picture, getting in the way and impeding what we're trying to do. Get in our way again, we're gonna crush you. This is not a game. Oh man, some people lost money, losing time. Oh, what a bad decision. Boy, there should be freaking blood running around. You basically taking something sacred, our desire to build on our motherland, and you made a mockery of it. My God, if there's a God in heaven, I feel sorry for you freaking people, because one day you're going to pay for this. So this is a message to everybody that gets involved with us and whatnot. If you're not real, if you're trying to do some slick shit, one day you're going to pay, because we're not playing. And all you people out here on social media and everything like that, if you ain't serious about this, you need to shut your YouTube channel down. You should go away. Because now it's the time for people who are serious about this nation building thing to come together. I've had enough laughs. And I don't think anything's funny anymore. I don't think anything's funny anymore. Black people in America, Black America, the greatest people. Black America is the greatest people God's ever created. I've done my homework. Arguing with some stupid idiot immigrant on wherever he is online, right? He said, yeah, but he actually trying to say, yeah, but not everybody in America is African American, Black people in America. Dude, this is Black America. This is our country. This is where we are. Well, there's Caribbeans and Africans, but they're only a small percentage, They want to erase our heads. And now, instead of the Black people coming here and joining our Pan-African struggle, Black struggle, they're basically trying to redefine what is Black in America. Well, no, the story of America is the African American experience. What's up, Dion?
Yo, Kala, what's going on, man? You over here causing trouble?
Hey,
Dion. I got to, man. I got to.
I mean, the brother's on point what he's saying. I mean, think of it, people may not like some of the things that he say, or feel, but the brother's on point. I mean, what we do is research, and what we do is the Afrikstan Analysis, which goes into deep the thoughts and process of how this thing is. Like Kala was just talking about back in back in the 1800s. Even that movement from Liberia, the movement to Liberia. But yes, appreciate you, brother Kala. But Dion, go ahead and share with us what you want to share with us as far as what we're talking about in the show. And the topic is, hopefully you can see it nice and clear. You look excited.
I ain't really got nothing to say. I ain't staying up all night with y'all. But Bob Marley said war. So I'm with you, Kala. Yeah, we got to burn it all down.
If it comes to the point where we can't have our land of our own, we can't build in Africa, and it could easily happen, man. The bottom line, the United States could say, something, we're borrowing, like right now, isn't Mali under sanctions, right? I think Eritrea is under sanctions. They have control over our movement after people talking on stuff. They can anytime say, something, no more flights to Liberia. We're suspending flights to Liberia. That COVID thing was a test case. They can anytime say something, no more flights to South Africa. Oh, sanctions on South Africa. Right now, if you do business in Zimbabwe, right, there's a couple of brothers that went to jail under the Obama administration because in Chicago. Do you hear about that? The brothers that they were lobbying for Robert Mugabe, right? And Obama administration got these guys prosecuted, right, for not failing to register as a foreign agent.
Wow.
And they got
I didn't hear about that one.
See, that's why I said this is why the Pan-African movement in YouTube is full of shit. Because instead of these stuff like this being the topic of discussion, they talk about whatever the hell they want to talk about, And so I'm saying to myself, I've been following that case for years. I'm like, yo, look, man, Obama, and then Obama extended the sanctions that was supposed to expire on Zimbabwe. He's spending the sanctions. So I'm saying to myself, man, like I said, if they keep pushing us, right? They're pushing us, right?
Over.
We're gonna be like this. If you try to cut us off from Africa and cut us off from the global world, then no, we have no choice but go to war in this country. That's what I see. You know, I have no doubts about that. Now people get scared when I say that, but it's no. If you say that and not only that, let me give you another example. You heard of New Era Detroit, right?
Yes.
Okay, right. I love them brothers, right? I love them brothers. They're basically saying they're cleaning up their community, whatnot, and patrolling their community, making their community safe, right? And taking it to the thugs, the gangbangers, everything like that, right? We have it so now, right, that black men try to clean up their communities, everything, they'll get put in jail. You know?
Right.
Yeah. So in other words, you got killed. I was watching this thing the other day where they made this roundup in Astoria, Queens, right? Where one Hispanic lady got killed in the crossfire because of gang violence, right? And then one of the original captain of the project was on the task force was killed, right? And so they gave up, and the crime went crazy, right? So finally, they said, you know something, we're gonna go in there, and everybody they made a big arrest, like 16 people, right? And they cracked down, right? But these are black cops, Hispanic cops, everything like that. But something struck me in what they were saying. They were like, you know something, we're gonna do this for Brother Adib that got killed. And I said to myself, wait a minute. And my suspicions were right. I believe the police are letting the crime get like this. You know, I believe they're doing this on purpose. They said we're going to do this for Brother D. You mean to tell me you're getting paid $100,000 or $80,000 a year and stuff like that and whatnot? You said you're only. What about the friggin' the people that live there? They don't give a damn. But in all fairness, right? Remember when the city turned against the police? I get that. But you're supposed to be a cop, you know? You're supposed to be able to protect the people, right? So people don't feel protected in New York City and everything. And I'm saying to myself, what kind of country will allow people, a situation to get to the point where people live in terror? You feel like you're safer in Afghanistan or Baghdad than you do in most cities in America. So we can't pass that on to the next generation. If we're going to take it ourselves and everything and clean up our communities and everything like that, what the thing is, as long as we're in America, like Malcolm X said, we're going to do what we got to do to survive here, you know? And then the long term is a nation of our own, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
I believe in cleaning up Black America, building what we got to build here. I'm with all that. So those who pay close on ADOS FBA, hey, we should be on the same page. Hey, we're cleaning up the community. We're cleaning up the community. I talked about cities, towns in Black America, like Edenville, Florida. Why aren't we flocking to that? Why aren't we building new towns and everything here? I'm all for that, right? But the end game is a nation on the African continent, building towns, cities, municipalities on the African continent. So we have two things. We can balance it out. All I want is balance. You know, I don't believe the soul of Black America should be arrested in America. Black America, that beautiful culture and spirit, should be manifest itself on the African continent and beyond. You know, I believe that. You know, so that's what I'm saying tonight.
Yeah, I agree. Like my neighbor, I was telling her I was going to Ghana. She said, "Oh, you going back to Africa again? Be careful." And I laughed because I was like, well, you didn't tell me to be careful when I'm rolling around the south side of Chicago."
Right. Yeah. I'm more scared to work out. When I was in Liberia, I'm going back in a few weeks, I felt safer in Liberia than I ever did in America, you know? Just the overall tone, the music you hear on Afro beats, peaceful shit, you know? Yeah. And I was out tonight in a restaurant, right? And just disheartened me. I'm trying to, like, this. I seen a lady, right? She had her sons or whatever like that with her, right? Finance. You like she was fine back in the days, right? And she had a bunch of young guys, I guess in their late teens, a couple of them were pre-teens, whatever like that. Just, you know, and the attitude is like, you know, good-looking guys that had the dreads in their hair and whatnot. But the whole, you could tell, raised by female, thug culture, pants sagging, you know. I'm saying, you know, I said I'm not going to judge or nothing like that. But I'm just like, you know, I know what this is all about.
I'm so sick of seeing that. It just gets on my nerves.
Yeah, you know. And I say to myself, I'm just going to ignore it and just enjoy my meal or whatever like that. But I'm just like, you know, and they think they're doing something, you know. They think they're doing something. This woman, she's like, I guess she's a matriarch, she's a mother and whatnot, you know. And she got all these boys, you know, and everything like that, you know. And that's what these guys, You know they're into the thug, the gang life. You know it. You know the way they're acting, the way they're just cocky. You know, and just. And I'm saying to myself, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. That's why we got to do better and build what we build and everything. You know, because that's what's dominating our culture. And the bottom line, these thugs and everything, they run Black America. They're running good Black men out of the community. You know, they're running good Black men out of the community. You know, and we're running one right now. We have no place to run. You know, but now that's why we're building. That's why you see more people going overseas. We've given up on America. We've given up on America. Trying to be Black in America because it's not working. The white man's never gonna let that happen. You know, he likes the way it is right now. It's all single mother household, whatnot, crime and everything. They know what they're doing. That one kid that killed the news reporter in Florida, right? Orlando, Florida, right? They had a rap sheet. 19-year-old had a rap sheet not long. They could have freaking taken him off the street. What was he doing out? And then killed a little 9-year-old Black girl. He's sitting there laughing about it, you know? He had the haircut like Kodak Black, you know?
Yeah.
Killed like 4 or 5 people, you know, in 2 separate shootings. I mean, he killed again. Where were the police at? You know, I believe that they're doing this on purpose. They're letting the crime go on purpose. Either the police are scared or whatever like that of a criminal, or they just saying we're doing this so they can make a case against Black America. It's time to wipe us out. That's what they're doing. They're making a case right now. Black people know they're being set up. They're making a case that, oh man, look at these Black people and everything. So therefore, when they go they could kick in your door and blow your brains out, and you could be an innocent person. They can kick in the wrong door, blow your brains out, right? And basically say they was justified. People are like, yeah, but all that crime and everything. That's what they think. And you got Black people and other immigrants think the same thing. Black people in America need to be exterminated. They were a menace. So tell me, after all these years, after everything, we claim that we created the civil rights movement. We claim that we fought in every war. This is how it turns out. It's time for the divorce proceedings. You know, now everything we do is basically because in the future we're severing our ties with white America. We know we can't just do it right away. You know, we know that. Maybe a 20 or 30 process. For us building on the African continent is part of the process. You know, us pioneering and frontiering new territories and building and everything, building with new relationships and everything. When we get to the continent, now we can deal with anybody who we want to. If we want to be friends with Iran, we can. If we want to be friends with Kim Jong-un, we can. We want to be friends with Putin, we can. That's how we got to take in the future. You know?
Yeah, I agree.
You know?
What do you think about hold on. They filed the Malcolm X killing. The family filed. Did you see about it?
That's a joke. Let me tell you something. That's a joke. One guy that killed Malcolm X is still alive. He works in Newark, New Jersey. You know, one of the people that killed him. What Black people don't want to do is the killers of Malcolm X, right, were Black, you know, or former Black Muslim criminals and people who are in the underworld, because Malcolm X was going to expose the fact that Nation of Islam, people don't realize this history. The Nation of Islam in Philly, Newark, and New Jersey was infiltrated, like Pan-African movements infiltrated, you know? Infiltrated with people say, go in the Nation of Islam, right? Join them, become a Muslim, right? And the police and the FBI sent criminals in there, right? And the criminals start introducing drugs and stuff, prostitution, stuff like that, to the streets and everything. Right? They were using their temples as a cover for criminal activity. That's why they wanted Malcolm X out, because they were making so much money in drugs, everything. Heroin was every place at that time. You know, drugs, prostitution, gambling, and they say, well, that's not the fruit of it. No, these are people. That's another thing. These are people who infiltrate the fruit of Islam, right? And Malcolm X, one of the things he was talking about the criminal element that had invaded the nation. He said it became a criminal organization, right? That's why they killed him, right? And when he went to the Audubon ballroom in the February of 1965, right, he was going to talk about that, right? They came up there and murdered him. So they made it seem like, oh man, he was murdered for opposing the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. No, bro, it was deeper than that, you know. And up into the 70s, right? The Nation of Islam Philly Mosque, right, was the headquarters of the Philly Mafia, the Black Mafia, and the Philadelphia, the Black Mafia, you know. and they basically killed other people at the time, became Orthodox Muslims, right? Killed them because they opposed to what they were doing and stuff like this. So people don't talk about it. So when they talk about bringing a lawsuit against things, this is just showboating. This is showboating. It was a lifetime. Malcolm X was killed years before I was born. You know, all this should have been taken care of decades ago. Now they're like, oh, it's another social justice warrior, stupid stuff and everything like that. Black people don't want to get to the bottom of the root of the problem. The root of the problem is the fact that we let a criminal element in our community take root, and we don't want to do anything about it. That's the problem. You know, that's what Malcolm X was killed for. It was killed for because he said, they use the Nation of Islam infidelity as a cover. But the truth is, Malcolm X knew that their police, and some even say Bumpy Johnson, was behind his murder. Bumpy Johnson paid for his funeral.
Right.
Yeah, I
heard that.
And so nobody wants to talk about any of this stuff, right? Nobody wants to talk about it. So like I said, you can't take black people seriously when they want to do something, Black people, only thing black people want is comfort. They want comfort. They want to ignore the obvious. They just want comfort, and they want all this stuff to go away. So if they say, oh, the white man killed Malcolm, no, it was niggas who killed Malcolm X. And people are like, oh, yeah, but I said, so in other words, the Audubon board with hundreds of people in there, right? So white man snuck in there, right? Was hiding in the balcony right now, and the dudes that shot him had blank bullets or whatever. And we believe this stuff, because we're sick people. Now I saw on thing on TikTok, how you go like this. There's black people going around talking about my grandmother said we were never slaves. We may have been sharecroppers. What it said. They're trying to the pain of slavery. They're trying to erase their slave history. We were slave traders. Well, I was no slave. We were sharecroppers. The white man was always been good to me. I can't deal with race traders. I can't deal with race traders. We were already here. We were just sharecropping. We were already here. We were. These people are so freaking sick that they pass it on. Oh, see, because they don't want to face the reality of what happened to our ancestors. So in their cowardice, they want to basically say slavery never happened. They were already here. That's cowardice. And these people are the bomb nation. And I'm tired of dealing with these people. I'm tired of freaking playing games with you. If you don't basically believe in the Maafa, the Holocaust, and what happened to our ancestors, then you are condemned. Our souls and our ancestors have to be rest in peace. Oh, wait a minute. So yeah, everybody else, every other group of people, make sure when you go to their racist devil town and whatnot in the South or not, you got racist white devils and monuments that remind you, yeah, this guy was a slave owner and everything, but that monument's gonna stay there because they're proud of what their ancestors did. We're too ashamed to frankly say, like, remember Roland Farton? Remember that when he had that Richard Spencer on the show? Remember that?
Yeah.
He said, I'm a white man. What are you? I own that. We did this slavery, everything like that. I own that. I'm a white world. We did what we had to do, and I own that. What are you? First of all, I'm a man. You know the Lord Jesus Christ? And I'm a Christian. Roland Martin couldn't say, look, devil, I'm a black man. All that shit you did to us one night, I own that too. And one day, I'm coming for you. And it's on. He couldn't do that. He's like, we're Christian. I'm a man. But he wouldn't say, I'm a black man. That's how cowardice these people are. That's why I said, I can't watch these people like Shaquille O'Neal, Charles Barkley, and Shannon Tharp, whatever these clowns are, because they're up on TV, giggling, cackling white people and everything like that, right? No, I'm a black man. No. As soon as you get around these type of white people, you know what they do? Yeah, man, slavery ain't that bad. Fuck slavery, man. We can get along. No, sorry, bro. You had me up until you said fuck slavery and everything. You don't dare talk about my ancestors. And that's why that's the problem with black people, with black men in America, right? They want to go along to get along, right? And anytime I deal with white people, I got white people that I consider dear to me, but they know not to bring that topic up, Don't go there with me, Don't go there with me because the bottom line is, slavery, because they know. The thing is, if you're the type of person always joking, laughing, and everything like that, right? They feel like they're comfortable. They can say that. They know what type of black people they can talk to around like that. You know, I'm not
Oh
one
yeah,
of them.
for sure. Yeah.
I'm not one of them. You know, they say, okay, we're talking business and everything like that. You know, and the bottom line is, don't try to lecture me on your ancestors and slavery. It's not going to work. You know, because my family and I taught me values and everything to treat people differently. That's why we're sitting here having a conversation. Because I'm a decent person. Same time, you got white people after everything they done to us. They don't want to sit next to you on a plane. They don't want. They walk the other way and everything like that. They want to basically shun you and avoid you, like we did something. You know, it's their shame. It's their shame. You know.
So you going to Liberia in about 3 weeks?
Yeah, I don't like giving my exact dates, but I'll be there next month.
There you go. Yes,
I got
man. Enjoy Liberia. But I got a video for us. Appreciate you breaking down the science. Kala Genesis. You ready for that analysis?
Yeah.
How does that look?
Look good.
You sure you ready for this one, man?
Yeah.
Tonight at 6, 2 black ranchers in rural El Paso County say their cries for help and allegations of racism have been largely ignored by the sheriff's office for years.
And you've likely heard some of the Mallory story, which has been shared thousands of times on social media now. Those viral posts have led to national scrutiny over how the El Paso County Sheriff's Office has handled more than 2 years of disputes between the couple and their neighbors. Now they're speaking exclusively to Denver 7 on camera together for the first time.
And Denver 7's Micah Smith has tonight's exclusive that now has El Paso County deputies defending their actions.
Farming while black in America. Farming while black in America.
The voice you hear is Nicole Mallory's, and the person being arrested is her husband, Courtney C.W. Mallory. The Mallorys are black ranchers in rural El Paso County and say this moment is the culmination of years of blatant racism by community members and the El Paso County Sheriff's Office's failure to respond.
A lot of their pets have been poisoned and killed. Some of their livestock has been poisoned and killed.
Dr. Vern L. Howard is teaming up with Portia Prescott and Rashad Younger from the NAACP to help the Mallorys.
Basically, the Mallorys have been harassed on their property and on their land.
At that point, it became very clear that they weren't necessarily safe.
Animals poisoned and killed, a couple feeling harassed and terrorized. Huge claims that we'll break down. But first, how do we go from the Mallorys being seen as victims to the ones in handcuffs? The El Paso County Sheriff's Office investigated and decided it was the Mallorys who were felony stalking their neighbor. We got our hands on the arrest affidavit. It focuses on multiple complaints from the Mallorys' next-door neighbor. It's clear there's years of animosity on both sides of this easement road, and it's this road that has been center stage for many of their interactions, like CW and Nicole walking between the properties with their hands up, yelling, "Hands up, don't shoot." The affidavit mentioned a 19-page log that the neighbor maintained was supporting video and photos of each interaction she considered to be stalking. But when it came time for the investigation, it wasn't her cameras pointed at them, but the Mallorys' cameras pointed toward her property that deputies confiscated. With the affidavit in hand, we went to the Mallorys' ranch. It was a windy day, so we met inside our news car. After talking for nearly an hour, the Mallorys finally agreed to do their first sit-down interview with me.
You remove the only support that I have and the only other eyes I have to try to catch what's going on around me.
CW said the sheriff's office is using video caught on the neighbor's security cameras against him, but his cameras were removed. I asked him why he'd walk by their neighbor's home with hands in the air.
My cows were loose, so we went down there, got our cows, and we pushed them back the way they came out. And as I said, we need to put our hands up and say, please don't shoot us. We're just getting our cows. Please don't shoot. We're just getting our cows.
Let's be clear. I just want to revisit that. Me putting my hands up, us putting our hands up, and is a safety. As an African American,
It's been said a lot that this is a land dispute between neighbors. That's what it boils down to. And that you all or your neighbor could choose to avoid each other because you have so much land. What is your response to that?
let me be clear about something. I do not have a neighbor dispute. My dispute is with El Paso County Sheriff's Department for enabling this behavior.
Nicole says one deputy in particular, who she's filed multiple complaints against, is leading the charge.
In what I believe is a modern day KKK assault against my family.
That's not a small accusation to make. But Nicole says Facebook comments and a community page turned to blatant racism after the sheriff's office got involved. Comments like, I was amazed at how much property was tagged Black Lives Matter. Didn't expect that kind of in-your-face crap way out here. Let's all go have car issues on that road. And are there any restrictions on size of pitchforks and fire sticks in Colorado? From there, Nicole says it turned to physical attacks.
Animals being gutted, our lives being threatened, people being sent to our home under threat of lynching, hanging, pitchforks, fire. We had a chicken coop set ablaze.
I asked the Mallorys what the sheriff's office did in response.
Nothing. Actually, I think maybe what happened was they were trying to figure out how to charge us with a crime.
Since the time of Mr. Mallory's arrest, my office has received numerous emails and calls with people voicing concern with how we have handled the Mallory situation.
On Tuesday afternoon, Sheriff Joseph Roybal finally answered questions about the case that's gone viral on social media and shared body camera video painting the Mallorys as combative and unwilling to cooperate in unrelated investigations. But the sheriff's office provided few details about the Mallorys' current claims of harassment and racial discrimination. The one concrete update was the decision by the sheriff to review 24 prior cases. In the end, they reopened 2, one of which involves the Mallorys as the victims. And the sheriff said he more than anyone wants to ensure there is no racist behavior inside his department.
No one would be more eager than I to rid my office of a deputy sheriff who was racist and treating members of the community unfairly.
We started asking the El Paso County Sheriff's Office for records, reports, and interviews 5 days ago. We were denied and given a bill for thousands of dollars. There are many more allegations addressed by the sheriff Tuesday, including a conspiracy about a murdered ranch hand and the arrest of Nicole Mallory nearly 2 years ago when she fired a shot at a process server who had entered her private property without notice. I promise to follow up in more detail tomorrow on Denver 7.
And the El Paso County Sheriff's Office has now decided to release more than 120 pages of records pertaining to cases involving the Mallorys. Unfortunately, that release happened right before this newscast began. So Micah is now combing through those new records, and she will bring you an in-depth update tomorrow on Denver 7.
And this story is so important because the number of Black farmers across America has declined greatly over the past century. Let's break down the numbers for you. Researchers at UMass Boston looked at data from the USDA Census of Agriculture. They found that Black farmers lost $326 billion worth of acreage in the 20th century. Currently, Black farmers own less than 1% of all farmland. Colorado was home to a historically Black farming settlement in the early 1900s. Deerfield in Weld County is now a ghost town, but it was once a place to end the cycle of poverty.
They knew that if they could own their own land, own their own homes, they could use that to pass on to their children. They could sell it. They could borrow against it.
Discriminatory lending policies and forced sales are said to be major factors in the loss of land.
So when we say white devils, right? You know what I'm saying? Are we just, you know, and he said something about treating people unfairly. What about unlawfully? You know, you have they're not, when you talk about people and things, it's not about fairness, whatever like that. We don't care about fairness. It's like lawful. You know, what's the law say? You mean tell me there's no laws? A lot of these bumpkins out there don't even bother with the law. It's like what I deem as fair, fair. Fair means nothing, it's the bottom line. I wish that situation happened. Yeah, we need more of that. We need more fucking people, bodies pile up, and this shit will stop. It burns my balls. These towns have been systematically wiped out in America. Black towns are part of the Afrikstan. Afrikstan is not just in America, but this is satellite territory. We have communities that we're the majority, and we control and everything. That's part of the global diaspora, our global empire. And so therefore we have a duty to make sure that people with Black people said 300 billion acres of land worth of land we lost and everything. If we didn't lose that land, Black America would be thriving right now. Every bit of Black America, but we lost our land and we were forced to go to the inner cities of America. And so therefore it's time to take back that land. It's also at the same time, like I said, it's either or, it's a balance, I'm like Thanos, all I want is perfectly balanced. Too much to one side, too much to the other. And we can have a perfectly balanced, Black America, some here, some over the continent. That'll solve the problem. We need to be global, but we need to take back that land that we lost, everything. We need to take back that land that we lost, We need to take back all this, everything that we lost from the white people. Hold up, brother. We need to take back everything that we lost. That case is just basically really, really disturbing. This is 2023, and this is happening. 2023, like I told you, folks, it's not the end. That summer of George Floyd, stuff like that, white people, you may think so. White people don't forget shit. They sit there in their little secluded areas, whatnot. They build that hatred up in them, everything they think about us. Because at one time, white people weren't acting like that. Now they're basically, because we got these people purportedly acting on our behalf, right? They're starting to see us as just a nuisance again. They always had the hatred for us, right? But when this stuff like this happens, like this, and when you have the riots and everything like that, burning out the city, looting, the crime, and everything like that, white people don't know how to process the fact that there's some Black people who are rioting and there's some Black people who are not doing that, minding their business. To them, they're justified in taking their hatred out on all of us. When you ride down the road and you walking on the road, and white people, hey, nigga. I say, what did I do to that white boy that he's going to drive down the road, call me a nigga, and drive off? You didn't do anything to them. Just the fact that you're Black. They don't see us as people, as individuals. And so, therefore, that's why I said the future is us basically parting ways with these people. Parting ways with people. I would love for people to come up here and defend America. Defend what you have to, defend what America is doing, I would say reverse to the South, but the South is just, I wouldn't say this, the way the South is set up right now, you'll never have, because the poverty and everything like they have in the South, the white people control the South probably more than they do in the North. And in the South, you understand something, they control the South with the partnership of the Black educated elite. They all go to lunch together and everything. All these small towns in the South, you say, why haven't we made a difference? Black people have been going to the South, but it hasn't turned into any political power. And you got a city like Portsmouth in Virginia, right? Black people and white people are in bed with each other. The ruling people that rule the city, the old family, Black families, everything, they're with the white families, And sometimes they'll put on a show for Black people, like they're fighting. That's like when the COVID-19, the George Floyd, and all that stuff like that happened, the BLM happened. All these Black leaders. Let me tell you something how this thing works. The Black leaders in America, right, politically, know they ain't shit. They know that. So only thing they can do is every once in a while put on a show like they're fighting for racism, racist white supremacy, and everything like that. They'll show up to rallies and everything like that. And you think, oh wow, they're on our side. They're not on our side. They're not on our side. First of all, they pick the issue. A police officer shooting, right? That's the easiest. That's low hanging fruit. You know, who's not against a unarmed black man getting killed? So they'll take it like, oh wow, like there is some constant battle with the white people over stickers. Now this one guy in Flint, Michigan, you know, let's play this guy. This guy seemed like the real thing. Now we'll talk about it. Forgot his name. Let's put his name. Let's see, Flint, Michigan, councilman, Flint, Michigan.
So we got a video.
Yeah, I'm gonna find this guy, council.
I just send it to WhatsApp and I'll check it out, and then we'll just load in a few.
This guy's a trip, man. He just made, his name's Eric Mays. You know, pop right, Eric Mays. You know, this guy is a trip. You guys see this guy, man. Eric Mays. You know, Eric Mays. This guy is no joke. Now, this is my type of city councilman. You know, Eric Mays. Eric, man, Flip mentioned thrown out of meeting after a barrage of racial slurs. Now, he was calling people Uncle Toms, you know? Let's see if we got a video. No, let's see if we got a video. Let's see. There we go, okay. Videos. Yeah. But you gotta hear this guy.
All right, cool. I'm looking out for it.
Okay, hello.
You talking about the Nigerian Senate killed?
No, not that. This is a guy in Flint, Michigan. Not necessarily. I didn't say it yet. Okay, you should get it now. We're gonna play that.
All right, cool. Give me a few seconds. I got you.
Now, this is what I'm talking about when we talk about, let's see, most black politicians don't act like this guy. This guy clearly doesn't, he cares about black people, he don't give a fuck, you know? Most of them put on a show before the cameras, you know, to go along to get along. But this guy, Eric Mays, is no freaking joke, you know? It's time for us to start rallying behind people like this, you know? Rally behind people like this. We're kicking dogs, like I like to say, with Clan America, they will kick us more. Yeah, man, America is in a freaking serious moral, social decline, you know? This country's going down. Man, you can't tell man from woman, boy from girl. Pretty soon they're going to justify bestiality. America's a culture that's going down the tubes. I don't want no part of this. You know, a man is a man. A woman is a woman. If America is going in that direction, I don't want nothing to do with it.
So is that it right there? Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
You're sure that is it? All right, so family, let me try to.
Elected seat, and you can't control that.
Flint City Councilman Eric Mays escorted out of last night's City Council meeting by police in handcuffs just a couple of weeks after his peers voted him out as president. Thanks for watching the news at 5. I'm David Custer.
And I'm Meg McLeod. During last night's Flint City Council meeting, Mays excused himself, but then returned unannounced, causing another rift between him and the council. The council then voted to remove him from the meeting, and he said he wouldn't leave unless he was in handcuffs.
And as TV5's James Felton reports, that's exactly what happened.
The only way I leave out of this seat is if I'm handcuffed and arrested. And that's exactly what happened. I was handcuffed and arrested.
Flint City Council person Eric Mays spent a little time in police custody Monday night. Mays asked to be excused from a committee meeting. He was excused. A short time later, Mays came back. Fellow council members thought Mays was done for the night. Mays did not. So the council voted to remove him from the meeting, saying council members can't go to and from meetings as they please. Eventually, Mays was escorted out in handcuffs.
I believe strongly it was politically motivated. I think you'll see a bunch of the shenanigans go on between now and August.
Mays is running for mayor, but council members scoffed at the notion his mayoral run had anything to do with him being sent out.
I don't even care that you're running. But what you are doing is running our nerves into the ground. If you approve this behavior, if you agree with this, then you are not involved in moving the city forward.
I wouldn't necessarily call it an arrest if a person requests that a police officer put the handcuffs on them.
Council Vice President Ali Herkenroder tells us Mays is hampering the council's ability to do its work for the residents of Flint.
I think it's quite telling who's there to do the work of the people and who's there to do the work for themselves. And I think that the remainder of, our city and our community is going to see that.
Herkenroder says after May's departure, council had a productive meeting addressing issues like crime and gun violence prevention and a cancer cluster study.
We were able to get all of that conversation done because we were able to treat each other with respect and dignity, even though we all did not agree.
For his part, Mays plans to be back at the next meeting.
The council and the police department will be embarrassed for the decisions that they made last night. I'm very confident in that.
James Belton, WNEM, TV5.
And while Mays has stirred up controversy at recent Flint City Council meetings, it's not stopping him from throwing his hat in the race for mayor. Mays, former Flint Mayor Karen Weaver, and current Mayor Sheldon Neely will face off in a three-way mayoral race. The two top vote getters in the August 2nd primary will advance to the general election on November 8th.
Well, I like this guy. You know what I'm saying? He called people Uncle Toms. He said, "You're Uncle Tom. You're a coon." He don't care. Yeah. He don't care. Hey, what's up, Big Black man? Where's these people? People stay away from us.
Greetings, Big Black guy.
What's up, man?
Where the hell you been, man? Come on, man.
I've been taking care of some business, man.
Man, everybody, I'm taking care of some business, man. What are you doing?
You ain't trying to hear that call.
We working at a late night shift at McDonald's. Don't be ashamed, man. Stop that, man.
Making rounds, man. Let's see what y'all on, man.
All right,
how's everything been going?
Everything going good, brother.
That's what's up. What's up, Bomani?
Yeah, greetings, brother. Welcome to the call. You got the floor. Let me hit the topic up. Bam, if you could just respond to the topic, you're alive.
Yeah, man. It's about time. I would say it's about time. There's now a push on in Americas to go against Pan-Africanism, the whole thing with the FBA movement and Professor James calling out Tariq, and saying that, hey man, stop with the xenophobia. You know, and it's and I see what's going on, and it's really a big attack on the unity of Black people worldwide, and I think it's coming from the top.
Yeah. Exactly.
I've been seeing that now.
Is that my mic? Okay. Also, what's going on, right, is because of TikTok and everything like that, you got Africans either paid to say stuff, stupid, reckless stuff, to antagonize Black America and everything. And the bottom line is this: the people are going to lose it is African immigrants, because what's going to happen is that if they have their plan, right, and FBA Adolf movement goes to the mainstream of Black Americans, I don't think it'll happen, But there's enough Black people who just get angry about things. That's why me and Bomani and I basically take the bull by the horn and say we're going to be the advocate of Black America. That's why we attack Lou Major and all these other people. And we basically say, look, there can't be no Pan-African without mutual respect, without respect, there's this idea that you could be a Pan-African and throw Black people America under the bus, or just demean Black America and everything. Or you got Black people in America demeaning their own culture and everything to try to adopt their own culture, African culture. No, you be yourself. You know, we come together and build something. Now, what white people are betting on, if they basically could turn Black people in America against Africa with this hatred, the ADOS FBA movement, right? Then they basically could have Africa to themselves. White people want Africa. White people want it, they do, but they want Africa absent the terrible history of the transatlantic slave trade, which is the elephant in the room. You know, they counting on Africans basically. Let's say, like you know, that dude. What's that dude? Emmanuel, whatever his name. He said, "I could talk to white people on behalf of." It's like, dude, fool. We don't need you to talk to white. We know how to deal with white people, right? And the whole thing is this: you got a lot of African immigrants who come here, right? And they basically, like, let me give you an example. When you watch like 12 Years a Slave, something goes through you, right? Big Black.
Yes.
Right. When you watch all this stuff, Rosewood, something goes in you, right? Right.
Yes.
Now, at the same time, right, when you watch something that, let's say, happened in Kenya where white people were systematically killing Mau Mau rebels, when something goes through you, right?
Yes.
Now, the average Black immigrant that comes over here, when they see stuff like that, they feel nothing. So I wonder, are these people even freaking human? You know, it's one thing, okay, I get that you don't identify because Africans only think about their tribe. Now, if you talk about something happening in an individual tribe, oh, my tribe went through this, my tribe, so that's all they care about. They don't have to see the bigger picture of being Black, you know? And white people are counting on that, you know? And they're counting on the fact that they think they're going to go to Africa and Africans are just going to basically ignore the past deeds that they did to us in America. And they're counting on that. They're counting on this division. White people, white world's literally fighting for their life because the African unity and African nation building. The way how we do this is basically Black America being committed to building in Africa.
They seems like they don't understand like the deep racism that could be inside a racist white person. For instance, right? You know, as far as like the stereotypes, right? You know, they seem not to, you know, they look at something like, you know, but they had the one guy going around eating a lot of chicken, and they're like, well, what's wrong with him eating a lot of chicken? Or, you know, someone doing a, you know, just loving to dance in front of white folks, and say, well, I'm not doing anything but just entertaining. But they don't say that they don't understand how deep that goes because they haven't been around them long enough to observe when white folks are, well, racist white folks are disrespecting them, you know?
Yeah, they have no idea. You see that one guy, the Nigerian guy doing the dances and whatnot, you know, with the booty shorts on, and he's doing it in front of white women and whatnot. He's like, you know, like that. And I'm like to myself, please say I'm a Nigerian and whatnot, because no Black African American man, dude, that's a Nigerian nigga. They come over here and they do a lot of stupid coon stuff and everything for white people, and they don't think it's anything wrong with it. They don't think that they think racist jokes are funny and stuff like that. They have no idea what they do. We've always tried to basically. That's why we basically back in the days we hated people who put on minstrel shows for white people. You know, because you're disrespecting us. You remember the movie Hollywood Shuffle?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? Remember Robert Townsend?
Yeah.
And they was like, yo, they said, why do you have to make this face, right? And also Anne Marie Johnson goes, yeah, I'm tired of it too. And they all pull out guns. That shit was so funny when I'm tired. Let's kill this nigga. You know, that was a good movie. Man. But Africans don't understand the thing. They don't care because all they know is the African immigrant mind doesn't think like. All he knows is he's getting a place to eat. They got running water and stuff like that. So it's perfect. They don't mind all the stuff we care about. You know, we care about that. We don't care about that because we, like I said, we built this country. So
but check this out, Kala. Check this out. I seen I was watching cable, right, and I forget what show, but they had some type of like a sitcom with it was a white man. It was a single white man. He was friends with an African man.
Yeah.
And they was throwing a little slick innuendos.
Right.
You know, kind of like how they started. Racists started with, you know, shows with Black folks. Right. And I said, okay, you know, it's sooner or later they're gonna start to see, okay, as long as the more they stay over here and the more they sign up for this type of, for roles and this and that, they're gonna start to see what we've been trying to warn them, but they only see some of the niceness. They don't see the other side of this right racist system, and and I looked at it. I think he cracked some joke that was very cringeworthy about, he said, I guess the African guy had to stay over there, because he lost his job. He had to stay at the guy's house, and he said something like he's taking all my sheets or something to refer to like Africans wearing garment, And it was like a very slick way they slid the joke in with the audience laughing. I said, okay. Now they, the more Africans are being kind to, not, I won't say all folks are racist, but the racist white folks, that they're gonna take the kindness for weakness and then put them in these shows, and the things that we've been telling them they'll try to do disrespectful to us, they're gonna see it happen to them, and I think that's gonna wake them up a little bit more. You know what I mean? Because they kind of it seems like they kind of hard to see. All they see is, oh, you all live in the one of the richest countries.
That's all they
in the
see.
world.
That's
You're crying. That's the whole thing. You're crying.
That's the problem we have, right? When you bring people from, I think America should not bring people from third world countries here. I really do. Because they don't understand, like when they come here, right? They don't understand America. Like, let me give you a perfect example. The South Sudanese, right? You got large numbers living in Australia. They're joining gangs, everything like that. And the South Sudanese on TikTok said the other day, well, I'm glad we don't have gang and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I feel safe. I said South Sudanese, you guys got a lot of gang problem, right? And the only reason why you're in Australia because Australian companies are there now robbing your natural resources, So they give you a little passport and visa staying there. That's what Canada does. Canada gives all these people resources. If they want a mine, their mining companies say, hey, look, give them people whatever they want. It's a big thing, They don't understand. These people from poor countries don't understand America, and these people give you visas not for your benefit, for their benefit. You got people in now in Germany, second generation, black as the ace of spades. Nothing against our beautiful black brothers and sisters. Call themselves German. I'm a German. And they really think they're going to remake Germany as a multicultural. You really think that the Germans are going to
all those countries, right?
Yeah, these countries, Italy, right now, they're basically like, yo, man, they're basically kicking them out. The neo-Nazi movement is growing. The epicenter of neo-Nazism in the world is Ukraine, right? And you see Africans are basically against Russia for Ukraine. Putin said that. He said, yo, this is neo-Nazi headquarters. They basically, Ukrainians hate the non-white immigrants. You see how they acted in England, right? There's too many Muslims, there's too many black people here, refugees. And so the Africans don't understand that. They're up in Ukraine, a racist country and everything. When the shit falls, they're making them eating bananas and beating them out in the streets and whatnot, And we stood up for the African brothers and sisters. Why y'all beating our people over there like that, But yet they still come to America and be like trying to side with white people, white America. These people are low. Like, I hate to say this, man, but this is not the black people that live in Africa. These black people who are refugees and go from country to country, man, they bring nothing to the table. But more misery, more poverty, and more ignorance. That's why I said when America knows what it's doing, it's bringing people from, like when they brought the Somalis here, right? And Maine, a place like that. These people were fucking primitive. They didn't know nothing. They don't get no training or nothing. And
I will say, not to interrupt you, but I will say, throughout my life, I had, a couple African friends, from God. They seem cool now. I mean, my experience with Africans, I went to college, African immigrants. I went to college, and of course they mainly stayed by themselves, right? They distance to themselves, and black folks seeing that, of course, we're gonna be distant from ourselves. We're gonna like, well, it's almost like a a stare down. Like, well, you don't like me, I don't like you. I'm not gonna be the first to say something. You're not gonna be the first to say something.
Was that an HBCU? Was that an HBCU?
Actually, it was just a community college, man. Where you just and it was they kind of It's more like stick to yourself, but then some mingled and some didn't. And then I started working with some, and man, we and this one African brother, man, we got kind of close, as far as like hanging out, man. The whole thing was, he loved karate flicks, go over there, watch karate flicks with him. And and found out, man, he was cool, and he didn't look at me, he didn't look down at me, And
let me ask you a question. You said something quick thing. You said look down on you, right? How could he look down on you? Why would you say that?
Well, that's the thing, is that I think a lot of us, African American family, when I would go talk to family members, as a Pan African, as someone that was, pro-black, the first thing Black people say, man, I don't like talk. I don't like it. Look down on us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then you have the same thing on the other side too. You know what I mean?
You know
It's
what
like
the
both
problem?
groups think that each other look down on them.
You know what the problem is? Black
What?
people in America, right, don't embrace their blackness.
Okay.
In America, we spend time trying to be. I'm just a human. So basically, you don't sit and take time to basically say, "Damn, we invented this. My people invented this and everything," and you don't take that as a win, pride. Other people do that.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
therefore, when somebody says you look down on me because you don't know who you are.
Mm-hmm.
If you knew who you are, you know your people are great. There's no way an African can look down on you. He come in here because his country, he lacked the intelligence.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, whereas me, I didn't mean that like literally, but I see what you're saying. Like, he didn't think he was, he wasn't, felt like he was stuck up, or he just, this particular guy that.
When I meet with Africa, I got a lot of African friends. I meet with them, and they basically very humble with me because who I am. They're like this. There's nothing they can tell me about this. I have Nigerians. I know them all. What I do, there's nothing. I like that. I know who I am.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the whole thing. Even like when you deal with white, when you deal with anybody, you have to know who you are.
Right.
That African knows who he is, right?
Right.
And if you don't know who you are, if you don't stand on your square saying, dude, we created the Harlem Renaissance,
Right.
We built Detroit.
Right.
We built this country. What you see in America, we built.
Right. Yeah.
We Black people are scared to take ownership, of what they are.
Yeah.
So we basically like this. We have Black History Month. Everybody should know their history and beyond, and embrace it. This is who I am. I'm African American. This is why I am. This is why I inherit. But what we do embrace as our own is all the degradation, because white people, when you look at them, you're looking at Steve Jobs, you're looking at Donald Trump, you're looking at all that stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
But Black people, right? We're too scared. We're not real. Black men, especially, are not real men. We don't stand on the fact that, hey, look, man, I'm Robert John. I'm Bob Johnson. I'm Robert Smith. I'm John Johnson, Ebony Magazine. I'm Earl Graves, Black Enterprise Magazine. That's who I'm standing on. That's who I inherit. That's who I am. We don't know how to stand on our squares. It's like this. So when you embrace go to Africa, you should be like, yo, look, this is what I'm coming. When I was in Africa, people were like in awe. It was like, oh man, this is a Black people in Black America I've known so much about. I wasn't those, oh, please help me. I'm so beaten down. I'm nobody. I know who the heck I am. And I'm proud of who I am. And I'm jealous of who I am. I mean, I'm jealous. Look, I'm proud of what my ancestors have done, despite everything. I'm proud of what we built Black Wall Street. I'm proud of it. That's me. That's who I am.
I feel
it's not what you are, it's who you are. And so therefore, when people say, somebody to look down on you, nobody can look down on you if you know yourself. White people can't look down on you because, like I said, the way I approach my presence, when my presence, my aura around people. When I'm going out and stuff like that, I'm in a company of people. I get up to speak, whatever like that. People like in awe. Who is this guy? Amazing. How you doing? It's all about yourself. How you say self-image.
Yeah, and see, and when you say that, that brings a bit that goes with the whole dilemma, right? The FBA dilemma. And maybe there is a need for a name for ourselves, right? But the idea of taking African out the African American name, and that was a whole plan in itself.
These people, the ADOS FBA hate being African. They
right.
hate being African. And so, therefore, let me give you an example. I was watching the Image Awards today, right? Beautiful show. You know? The end of us the Image Awards, right? Serena Williams, I got newfound respect for her, despite her white husband, you know? She basically was talking about all the stuff she's done in Africa and school she built at, and she always said us African American people. She didn't say ADOS FBA, you know. Beautiful Carrie Washington up there, and they mentioned they said us we African American, you know, an African American, so African American, right? And I said, yeah, that's what we need, right?
That'd be a good video to play if you got it.
I don't think it was just tonight. I don't have it. Maybe see if I can get a clip of it. You know, Serena Williams. Let me see if I can find it.
Yes, good point.
Williams. So I have much respect for Serena Williams. I take it back what I said about her white husband. You know, she's a beautiful sister. She loves herself. She didn't say I'm an ADOS FBA or Native American Foundation, Native American, whatever. She said I'm an African American woman. You know, when people say that and they identify with being African American, their culture, they're with me. I don't care what their political ideology. I can work with you. You know, because there's so many people out there basically trying with their slick self-hate and everything like that. You know, they talk so much, but you don't acknowledge who you are. You're not proud of who you are. You say, image, let's see, image awards. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, here it is, man. Here it is, bro. Bomani, pop right up. You know, it's right. You know, it's right. It popped right back up, man. I can't believe it.
Hey, Bomani, guess what channel I was just on? I was
Diners.
I had a.
My second guess is Pan Africanism Strikeout.
Nope. I ran across that Panadonymous. What's that Afro-Diamonds dude?
Oh, Afro Dumbass.
Afro Dumbass.
Yeah. I was on there slaughtering, man, and
Afro Dumbass.
Yeah, it was.
He tried to get on Dinah's show, try to make her change her heart. I know you maybe don't like me and whatnot, but I really want to see unity because of the Akon video. He thinks we're gonna fall for the con of Akon and whatnot. You know, it's not gonna happen, bro. You know, not gonna happen. After dumbass and Akon can go to hell.
You know, Kala, he kept on trying to make me throw you under the bus.
What did he say
about that? The whole, you know, we was talking about Pan-Africanism, right? And we was talking about he goes. They have a whole issue with they think. Well, I tell him it's to that Pan-Africanism. He was talking about one Pan-Africanism. That's what he brought up. That said that they're trying to take a part of the land. You know, and I said, well, you know, that's two types of them. But I know what he was leading to. You know, and I was like, well, you know, you got there's a Pan-Africanism when people want to come over, just integrate with the system, and he's like, you know, what about these people that just want to come over and take over the land and, you know, grab a piece of the land and this and that.
Yeah, why not? Why not? White people are doing it. We played a video last night of a little white girl have a piece of land they call her kingdom in Africa and whatnot. You know, ain't nobody was Africa dumbass on that situation. We're gonna play that video again too. Hey, go ahead, brother Bomani. Play it. Find her speech. Let me see if I can find her speech. You know, let's see if I can find Serena Awards. Okay. Let me see if I can find her speech. Okay. I'm gonna say next one. I'm gonna say her speech when she takes the stage. Okay, I just sent it to you, brother. Now, this is how you represent Black America. No one listens to this garbage that you see on the news. She said African American. That connects all of us. I felt it right there. I said that's her saying that she's my sister.
I, Julian Gordon, with this mortgage.
That's another guy. I like to learn about this guy. The mortgage, how you can buy stuff and whatnot. There's a lot of people out there that are doing big things and whatnot, but they're not on these stupid YouTube streets making fools out of themselves.
All right, Kala, it is ready, brother. You ready to play it?
Yeah, yeah.
It's an honor to have.
That's what I'm talking about, you know? That's what I'm talking about. See how she represented, you know? And whatnot, you know? But you don't see that on social media, you know? That's what I'm talking about. So it's beautiful, except for Dwayne Wade and his stupid wife, you know, sitting there, you know? That's the only thing that ruined this shot, you know? But Kerry Washington looked beautiful. All those people in the audience look beautiful and everything like that. That's what the Black America we got to get back to. You know, that's the Black America that I love, that I want to see. Hey, Blake Black, tell me more about Afro Dumbass. What else were you saying about me?
No, I was just telling him, I'm saying, well, you know, from my understanding, you know, Kala says that the Liberia, you know, is welcoming us to, you know, come and get land, and he's been, you know, just having talks with the, you know, the government, you know, about possibly, you know, getting a section for African Americans, you know. And he says, no, he wants to just take over the land. He wants to take over the land. You know, that was his rhetoric.
How you gonna you know, take over what? You know, people are begging. Oh man, you know, if I went to a city like Ganta and whatnot, say, you know something, man, I can get 5,000 African Americans to buy homes. But then, man, they'll be doing backflips and whatnot. You know, we want to build a community here, 5,000 residents and whatnot in each county and whatnot. They freaking be doing backflips. They be trying to do everything. They be fighting with each other, trying to make sure it happens. You know, the bottom line is this. You know, Afro Dumbass said that there's no way we're gonna let ex-slaves rule over have any rules. So, in other words, he's basically against Black people in America having any autonomy in Africa, right? Where we're not basically being bullied, and I thought why he supports the ACON. Well, he knows that Black people went for ACON shit. We'll be on the bottom, and they'll finally be on the top. You know, they want to freaking rule over us and dominate us and exploit our women, whatever like that. But that's never gonna happen. You know, it's never gonna happen. So Afro Dumbass is proud of his slave trading ancestors and whatnot. He thinks he's part of the African elite, whatever like that. So fuck him, you know.
Yeah, I look at Akon, I'm like, you know, some of the stuff he says is good, and I like the fact that he loves his, you know, the African people, and he plays like he loves African Americans. But I could see
I
it.
think he's full of shit, you know.
Yeah, it sounds like he's full of shit, you know.
Yeah, he's
He
basically
made a lot of disparaging comments.
It's a hustle game. He don't give a shit about no African. He don't care about his own Senegalese people, you know.
Mm.
You know, these guys, like fake ass Pan African people using the Pan. Like I said, I'm not in party with none of these people. You know, if you don't get Kyle's approval, you don't fucking exist. How about that? You know. Bottom line, like I said, I think we're gonna start. We got, we gotta do. I gotta go back to my old days of Block Talk Radio. I used to have a Pan African report card, right? And I used to have people calling when I remember one time I gave 50 Cent a B+, you know, because he met with Patrice Motsepe of South Africa. He was on a plane ride with him, right? And he talked business with him. I said, so I gave 50 Cent a B+ on my Pan African report card, you know, the Kala Nation Pan African report card. I got to reinvent that again, you know. Maybe we could do a thing where we have people vote, you know, so we have different sections, who's most engaging, whatever like that. And every month we reveal what's the Pan African report card say, you know, what's your Pan African report card, what's your grades and everything, you know. She built a school in Jamaica too. At college. Yeah. Look, she's building. She put her money where her mouth is. You know, I love that Serena Williams sister. I love her. You know, she can do whatever she wants with me. You know, and she loves her community. She identifies with her community. You know, so I'm like, hey, look, you can build stuff like that. You know, hey, I got no problem with that. You know, the world's not perfect. She's not perfect. I'm not satisfied with some of the choices she made, but hey, look, you know, I'm not gonna throw everybody under the bus and everything. You know, I'm not gonna do that. If somebody wants to be part of the African American experience and nation building, and they got something to contribute, I'll be like, hey, look, you know, okay, let's talk. But back to this African dumbass idiot, you know, this guy basically. Well, so what does he say about Pan-Africanism? He said we just go there and assimilate. Yeah, look what happened with Lou Major in Taiwan and everything. That's basically what they want for us. You know, go back there and get robbed, raped, you know, stolen from, belittled, and everything.
But absolutely, Kala. Let's make sure we just get the full story from Big Black. Big Black, don't you want to go in detail and explain to us what Afro Dumbass was talking about?
Well, his main thing he does a show similar to Tariq. And this topic today was I guess there was a lady that went to, I want to say Tanzania, but I forget what country. But anyway, she caught malaria and she went to the hospital and from what he was saying, is that she said, now she claimed he played the clip and she says they put her on the anesthesia and then she woke up with bruises on the legs and everything, and then she was saying that she was complaining about the country, said that she felt like she may have been fondled or harassed, and they treated her poorly, and she has some disparaging words about that country, but his whole thing was, oh, this is the hood rat mentality. That was his whole show premise. This is the hood rat mentality, and can't you tell that she's a hood rat? I'm like, no, I can't tell. And shit, I don't think she's a hood rat.
That's what they think of us. They want to be able to demean our women, call them all ghetto, hood rat, and stuff like that. So African women, everybody just perfect with that. So this is what I'm saying, and this is what I blame. You know what I blame? I blame all these freaking YouTubers on Pan Africa, like Dynas and Brandon, for giving these people freaking, and not just them, but other people who always basically talking about black women in front of these strangers. African American women in front of strangers. We whatever gender wars we have with Black America should be done in house. Our women are not hood rats and everything, and they're women, and they're going to be treated with respect. That's what he thinks about us. They people get on these chat. Oh, black women is ghetto. Black women this, that, and the other thing. When I demean our women, so it's a girl. She's funneling. That's a woman. And men should be respect of women. Period. Point blank. So basically, oh, she's a hood rat and all this stuff like this. This is what he thinks. This is what he thinks about women. Our great African American, beautiful black American sisters and whatnot, he thinks they're all hood rats and everything like that. So in other words, every time if African, what he wants is to be able to them to abuse us, whatever it is, and then if you say anything about it or whatnot, you are being a hood rat and everything. We're here to defend our women. We want to protect our women, whether it's here or it's on the continent. We're going to be responsible for protecting our women at all costs. Now, those who don't want to do that, you're a coward and get the hell out of my life. That what happened in Fiancra should have never happened.
Yeah.
We should protect our women with force. That's why anything we build, we're going to protect it with force, because we do not trust these people like this. 500 years of being screwed over with that. We have every right to say, look, we got to build our own shit, build our own Afrikstan, our own territories, everything. We got to protect our shit, protect our women, and protect our children. That's the truth.
I agree.
And then the Pan-African movement is never going to go anyplace until we adopt that mindset. The fact that he calls, that's what they think. Oh, she's that girl that got abused, Leslie Jones. Even though I thought she was shady. Those people, oh man, she went over there probably running her mouth and whatnot. Black men in America, man. I'm sick and tired of these niggas, man. Really.
And then he has and then tripped out thing about a show, which I pointed out. Racist white people jumping on and off his show to agree with him, and
yeah, that's what they do. He has white people, white race on the show. That's why I act easy. What the hell are you doing on this guy's show? Oh, you don't know Kala. I rocks with him. What the fuck? This ain't the fucking breakdance era, but I rocks with him. You rock with them. This nigga, you supposed to be the defender of Black America. Whatnot? You rock with this nigga calling your women, your sisters, fucking hood rats and shit. And they got racist white people. Racist white people who's putting up Afro dumbass. Go ahead, brother. Continue, brother.
Yeah. So they got off the show quickly. One got off the show quickly when I came because I shot down his BS. Another one got on the show. you know, because I was telling them, hey, I'm more than line set of just going in, if I was to go with just, go in with the community, and he was like, well, what do you mean by that? Like I said, well, if African American family can, go in after one generation, you couldn't tell if that, any person from the diaspora can go in, Ghana, and after, less than one generation or so, you wouldn't tell if that guy was, from Ghana or from, Jamaica, America, But his whole thing was, but are you saying that when you come off the plane, you can blend in and they won't know you're American, this and that. I said, no, that's the most stupidest thing I heard, But it was a whole thing of, trying to show black Americans as like fantasize, like you guys think. I said, no, that's the stupidest thing. Like, what you think? I'm just gonna go in? I know as soon as I get off the plane, they're gonna know that I'm from a different country. You know what I mean? You're not, you're not revealing anything. You're not. Of course, you go to any country, they hear your accent, they're gonna know you're not from the land. But I guess it was this whole thing. I wanted to prove that African Americans fantasize about Africa too much. So I shot that plane down. He quickly got off the screen. With that nonsense. But that's the type of energy that he harnesses. That people come in and try to say little slick stuff. And I was like, nah, that's.
So it's a show, and like I said, and not just him, Dinus too. The people in there talking shit about Black America all the time. This is Pan Africanism. You say that everything they can't keep freaking our name off their friggin' dirty bowl of lips. Black America this, Black America that. Well, I'm black. I'm a product of Black America. I'm Black America's success. And the bottom line is, I have not seen nobody in the Pan-African world that can match me in anything as far as intelligence or anything like that. And I'm a product of Black America. I love my ancestral homeland, Africa, but Black America is what made me. That's what birthed me. My worldview comes from Black America, and I'm proud of that.
The thing about it is, he tries to hide behind the stuff Tariq says.
Yeah,
and
fuck
then, and then he, but I told him, you and Tariq are pretty much a different side of the same coin than me. You espousing the same stuff Tariq does.
He thinks Tariq's gonna call his stupid Ebola ass up and talk and strike a deal. Tariq is not even serious about the ADOS FBA movement he's promoting. Tariq is just a grifter out for money and laughs. This is just something that he knows that dumb people are gonna follow. Oh yeah, people who hate Africa will spend giving their last paycheck. Oh yeah, Tariq, just keep saying it, man. Keep saying it. So like we're gonna go away. Like this is gonna stop. And they thought that they're gonna get people like Afro Dumbass to discourage Black America. We don't give a damn about Afro Dumbass. I don't give a damn about him. What the hell do I need? I don't need nobody like that in my circle and everything. He absolutely brings nothing to the table. He has nothing. Nothing of it. He has no intelligence. He has nothing.
His latest move he wants to do. He wants to try to bring the term FBA on he said he wants to bring it to the ballot as far as like to vote for like a new name for African Americans.
What he wants to do is disconnect Black America, African Americans from Africa. That's what he wants to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's exactly what he wants to do. But it's never happened. You saw Serena Williams, right? African Americans, right?
Mm-hmm.
With his little, he got 2,000, 1,000 subscribers, whatever like that. Maybe with his 1,000 subscribers, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the real scheme of things, they were African Americans.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to my sister today, and I was talking about the passport. She said she's on internet all the time. She never even heard of a passport bros. Most of the stuff that the algorithm that we follow and everything, the majority of people don't even freaking get. For example,
right.
Most
You're
people,
absolutely right.
There's YouTube and all stuff like that. Got so much competition. There's so many streaming services that people occupy with, right? It's not even his. Give you an example. Dinus Samir. He has 111,000 subscribers, right? Not even 1% of his audience tunes in. It should be 1,100 people. If 1% of his subscribers to it. 1,100 people on his live stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's barely at 300 people. That's a big thing. 300 people, man. Shoot, look, it's been 3 years, bro. 300 people. You should be at like 2,000, 3,000 people, on your live stream. We're just telling you that people are not really paying attention to all this nonsense, everything. Most people listen to these people 1 or 2 times, and they just these guys are a bunch of idiots. That's why Bomani and I, even though with our small audience and everything like that, we're giving people real stuff. Real Pan-African thought. Real Pan-African thought.
Yeah, what happened to they said something happened to what's the
Wode Meyer.
Yeah, Wode Meyer, then also what's the rapper that went to they got a YouTube show that goes to Africa.
JT the Bigger Figure.
Yeah, they said there's a rumor that he died. You heard about that rumor?
I didn't hear that.
Let's talk a little bit. I didn't really catch anything, but they, I guess they had some problems with him too. But I was just wondering if any of you heard anything about that.
People go over there. They're not organized. They have no real Pan-African plan. They go off on their own and whatnot, and whatever. I hope he's all right. Let me look it up.
Yeah, I hope he's all right too. I used to catch that show,
Yeah, that show I didn't see. American rapper. I don't see nothing. Born over there, see like he's still alive. I don't know. I don't see it.
Hopefully not. I don't want to put that out.
There's a lot of rumors out there and everything like that. A lot of rumors. Well, I don't see nothing up here on Google and everything. Let me see if I can find anything on YouTube. So I find something on YouTube. Let's see if I can find something on YouTube. I praise all of those. All right.
Yeah.
Dixonville live Chicago. Saviors. No, he's in Chicago with Saviors and Minister Farrakhan.
Oh man, okay.
Chat Flick TV. He's all right.
Okay, that's good. That's good, man.
Maybe somebody else can talk about, but he was like he's in. It says right now he's in Saviors Day. Saviors Day was the other day.
Okay, that's good.
Saviors Day was yesterday.
That's good, man. That's good.
Yeah, he's Saviors Day.
I guess it was something about him that they didn't like. I didn't catch it or anything.
Well, he got driven out of Burkina Faso. He went to Kenya. Like a year ago. He was basically like said they had a coup there and everything like that. So he got wind of it and he left. And a lot of people stayed behind and went, I'm staying here and whatnot. And they're like stuck because when they have a coup, they shut down the airport. You can't get in or out, whatever like that. So a lot of people stuck. They got no money, nothing.
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
What we got here, Bomani?
There we go, right there, brother.
What is it?
U.S. man claims.
Oh yeah, Kingdom.
African Kingdom.
Now I want to know what. Next time you go to African Dumbass show him this. This is 2014. African Dumbass probably would volunteered to be a chamberlain or something like that. I want to be in your kingdom or not, Miss White Princess. Everything. The guy bought a freaking kingdom for his daughter. Oh, that's the ultimate white privilege. The only place you can do that is on the African continent. There's unclaimed land. White people still think that Africa belongs to them. And we're gonna get into that too. Why? This is all why we need an Afrikstan. Everything we start saying is why we need an Afrikstan. Why we need a state. We need a government. We need stuff like this to protect us from the race traders and the likes of African Dumbass. We don't want to people like that. And also, let me tell you something. In the UK, right? Like people like Tariq Cheese on the ban list. Remember, Michael Savage was on the ban list. The UK, people that said you're not welcome here. Black America have no ability to freaking people who hate us and demean us. We have no power over who comes in our midst. We just got to deal with it.
True.
If a white person, we had our own land, like in Liberia, how many times Liberia deported white Americans over there, beat them up and deported them because they got out of line? We have in America, we're just supposed to sit back and just take racial abuse and segregation and marginalization forever,
Mm-hmm.
So You gonna play that video, Bomani?
Yes, video coming right on up.
It's not much of a castle, but for now, the local town playground will have to do for Princess Emily and her brother, Prince Caleb. Emily's dad, now technically King Jeremiah, recently claimed one of the few unassigned pieces of land in the world on behalf of his daughter.
With a child, you definitely don't want to ever tell them they can't be something that they desire to be. And at age 6, her frame of reference for the world was to be a princess. And so I told her that she could be.
Most dads would have left it at that. But Jeremiah did some research and found that territory known as Bir Tawil between Egypt and Sudan was unclaimed by either country. He decided to go there, and earlier this year he planted a flag designed by him and his children. He reckons this gives him a better claim than anyone else.
Recently, as the last 5 or 6 years, Russia went to the North Pole area and using a submarine planted a flag on the seafloor to represent their territorial claims for energy rights there. So the process of planting a flag is sort of the defined method of doing that.
Jeremiah seems deadly serious about his plans for the territory. He's hired office space in Washington, D.C. to act as an embassy and says he fully expects Egypt and Sudan to be in touch to discuss official recognition just as soon as Ramadan's over. His daughter Emily is no less ambitious.
We're going to help kids in Africa that don't have food, and we're going to build a garden as big as our land.
Holding royal court at home, Emily explains her new nation's flag.
Star on the top is my mom, and the 3 stars on the bottom are me and my brothers, and the crown represents my dad.
But despite Emily's regal appearance, it might not come as a surprise to learn that experts in international law are less optimistic about the chances of the new nation of North Sudan.
At a basic level, he has to be correct in asserting that this is unclaimed land. That's not obvious to me that he's correct. Beyond that, he has to establish effective occupation of this land beyond simply planting a flag or showing up and taking a selfie.
There might at least be some consolation for Emily, though.
Well, her claim to be a princess, I think, is unassailable. I think any little girl who declares herself to be a princess is such, and that's strictly speaking as a matter of international law.
For now, then, it looks like Emily will remain a princess in exile. But at least that'll give her more time to work on her royal wave.
Now, where is all the Ebola lips fools like Afro dumbass complaining about that? That was 2014. I remember when that story broke. Man, I was freaking livid. You know, and then she said we're gonna feed the people in Africa. Well, that's what they think of you, all you African morons and whatnot that oppose us. They think you guys are all over there starving and everything. That's what they still think of you. After all these years, you failed to convince them that Africa is a thriving continent. Oh, don't believe it. That's another propaganda. Don't believe what you see about Africa. Don't believe what you said. But yet, when it comes to Black America, believe everything you hear. You know, they're all gang. This guy told me 80% of us were gangbangers. I didn't know that. You know, 80% of us are gangbangers. We're all in jail. I was like, they can feel free to talk generalists, slander us all the time. But when it comes to Africa, we got to basically hold this idea that, Africa is so, this and this. Stop.
I think relations get better when it's time for the Pan-Africanists that are continental Africans need to speak up, you know.
They don't.
And that's the problem, you know. Once you have more of them speaking up and
a lot of our continental African, Pan-African straddle the fence. On one hand, they're Pan-African, on the other hand, they act tribalist. You know, I see that. You know, only a few people like my brother Ross in Liberia and a couple other people I know I'm close to. You know, they're really down. They're really black. You know, black first, black African nationals and whatnot. A lot of them basically are Negropeans, and they don't know. They don't believe in race. We got to stop this racism, Kala, and whatnot. You know, all people are all people, and those kind of nonsense and everything. But yeah, they're drawn to Pan-African energy. you know. So you can't really trust a lot of people. We have to be firm in building on our own, and then only be selective of who we build with on the continent. You know, go in there, just integrate with these local people that eat you a freaking alive, man. Come on, that's what Afro Dumbass wants. You know. Oh, by the way, Afro Dumbass says he's building his own community over there. You know, I guess we're gonna be on the bottom. Black Americans, you know, not gonna have nothing to do with this one. Yeah, okay, you're gonna go to Gambia and build your community.
You see how we inspire people, brother. We inspire people. A whole lot of folks have been getting into tours and community development since we got into the game. You know?
Yeah.
Like I always tell people, you know, we're trendsetters.
Yeah, and the Afro Dumbass community one night. He wants to build it. He has land. Everybody got land in Africa. You know, having land in Africa is no freaking big deal. Anybody can raise a couple of $1,000 and get land.
How about try to develop the land, build the land, get some things going on the land, organize a group to where you have, you know, you're building your operation from here to there. You know, just like the other guy, OAP. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I'll reserve judgment until I actually. I don't want to condemn. He could be doing something great.
Oh no, I'm saying everybody gets land.
Yeah, everybody gets.
But then they don't have the game plan or anything laid out.
Africa,
and that's what I'm saying. Just like that project, because what you don't hear them is that you don't hear them presenting and showing you tangibles, and that's the difference maker.
It takes a lot. Getting land, like I said, and not only that, like I said on Facebook today, getting land and building infrastructure is one thing, but building and maintain a civilization. That means laws, courts, you know, how to handle everything like that, the rule of law, you know, how to have conflict. You need courts, you know, when you have disputes and stuff like that, you know, you got to have policy. You got to have also that. That's by maintaining a civilization. You know, people have to, their property and their interests have to be protected. You know, and so that's what it is. It's easy to say getting land, but you look at America in the frontier when the people in the prairies will vote to form a town and everything like that. Okay, we got all these landowners. They vote to have a town, and the county. I said they have one city that's the town is the seat of power, and then one town does this one that. It's all done on paper and everything like that. You know, so when people come in, everything's done systematically. You know, and that's how they attract new settlers. Because people come in, they can go to the county, buy some land and whatever, register their land in a deed thing, and then they go from there. They can use the land as collateral. That's what we try to do. We learned that. We saw it with the thing, and they eventually, places like Colorado, they took it all back from us, right? We played by their rules, right? We got the land, everything. They did everything they can to take the land back and starve us out, marginalize, don't give us credit, everything like that. So the bottom line is this: I don't want to hear what anybody have to say. You know, the world is going to one day feel our rage. You know, I'm sick and tired of being nice to people. And if Afro Dumbass and all these people keep pushing us, they're going to see the side of us that they're not going to like. We're not apologizing, asking them. We're doing what we're going to do. We're doing it in Liberia. We're doing it in Ghana, pretty soon Angola, Zambia, everything like that. And nobody's going to stop us. I don't know how many people you got on YouTube. There's nothing going to stop us. Nothing can stop the Black African Infrastructure Organization. This is divine. You know, this is basically us moving to the next level. And the bottom line, our mother continent will benefit from our presence being strong on the African continent, you know? Yeah, we're still freaking going by the borders of the Berlin Conference. Why are we got borders that don't make any sense? Why is Burundi a country? You should be absorbed with Rwanda. You know?
I don't understand, because when I was talking to him, he's like, well, you know, you all look at things as a class structure and you all see color and this and that. I'm like,
are you kidding me? Yeah, that's color is everything, race is everything.
Yeah, he sits, and I'm sitting there like, you know, why so many, a lot of Africans think like that? Just, you know, just right now you're just sitting there, you're thinking, okay, you know, it looks like I ruled myself, and I'm, you know, we're chilling and it's peaceful. It's like, but if they feel like it's time, if other countries feel like it's time to raid and go to war with you, you're pretty much naked, and you know,
yeah,
like,
if any country right now can come to, what I'm worried about is the Mexican cartel presence in West Africa, because West Africa is a hub for getting countries like Guinea and places like that to shipping drugs to Europe, right? It's not just drugs, right? Now it's going to become guns, and then next thing they'll start arming rebels and stuff like that, you know? So I'm worried, that right there I'm worried about, you know? I'm worried about. And because Africa is such a vulnerable situation, and they don't have that sense of protect. A lot of them can't. Most of them don't have the sense of race. You know that the Mexicans are not your friends; they're your enemies. You know, all these other people are trying to rob you. Right now, off the coast of Africa, Chinese vessels are robbing Africa of its rich fishing ground and selling them back to the Africans. You know, now Liberia has a whole history of a maritime country. Their Coast Guard are cracking down on people they look just like the slave trade. It's like all over again. During the slave trade, they knew to avoid the Liberian area coast. They would go way around it, you know, because they knew they had ships and everything like that, you know. So now the Liberians are now, with the help of the U.S. Coast Guard and stuff like that, are making sure that coast is secure, you know. But you go to other countries in Africa, why not? The Chinese, the Vietnamese, Koreans, just take what they want. They're like taking candy from a baby. Countries that are secure on their coast, countries like Angola. Angola got a fleet of warships, you know, stuff like that. Their coastline is secure.
What do you think?
I do my homework when I talk about what type of countries we want to go to and build with. I do my homework. I do my research. You know.
Yeah, you know, but it's like a little bit of the, I don't know, it's different degrees of naiveness on both ends, you know, as far as, you know, the majority, you know, of the people here and the majority of the people there. It's like, okay, you know, we can live in peace forever and no one's going to mess with us because we're not into, you know, power, quote unquote, right? You know, that seems like the sentiment that I hear over there in, you know, Afridamus channel, you know, and we're gonna yeah. It's like, don't you want to be able to protect yourself?
He does not think having power, right? Where's your missiles at? Where's your battleships? Where's your submarines at, Afridamus? You know? You know, your Afridamus report. The only thing he worried about is somebody like the Bag family. Oh, that's a real threat to you? The Bag family, you know, and black people living in Gambia. That's your problem. That's the mentality of these people that basically the African, he doesn't understand the African American mind is basically different than his. The African American mind needs to be able to build and create its own reality. You know?
Yeah.
You know, so his reality is, oh, the white man's don't do nothing to us. The white man is great and everything like that. But meanwhile, he got people from the country dying at sea to go to Europe, and basically, and also people sinking, firing shots at inflatable rafts, drowning people at sea. That's perfectly fine with him. His country, this region, has nothing to offer young men, the jewel, young, strong men. That they should be saying, man, we got so much young men, we could build a nation, you know? Give me some of them young African men, you know? I'll take them. And everybody's like, well, just for Africa. No, it's African American land, but we're going to welcome anybody in that could build. You got young, strong brothers from Senegal, you're more than welcome to come to the Afrikstan. You got young, strong brothers from Nigeria, wherever like that, you're welcome to come if you adopt the ideology of Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism first. You know, you want to become something new, but if you want to be in your tribal stuff and whatnot, you know, just stay away.
Yes, yeah. Yes, you know, what do you think about what's going on between China and America, the whole balloon thing, you know,
China's denying it's doing it, right? Sent 1 balloon, spy balloon. But, you know, China's denying doing it. China basically, the world's taking America for a joke right now. You know, they're taking America for a joke right now. You know, Russia's not playing. Russia pulled out a nuclear treaty. We're in really serious times.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? If they keep pushing this thing with Ukraine, Putin determined that the Ukraine is not going to be part of NATO. Then you got the West on Russia's doorstep. You know, that's World War III.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, the whole thing of them sending the balloons, I think that worried a lot of people, you know, as far as like, cause that's pretty much test. That's like a little test to say, you know, hey, you know, what are you gonna do? You know, just to see what, you know, what are they, how they react, you know?
America did nothing. No.
Mm-hmm.
America has only group of people have ever experienced war in America is Black America throughout the 20th century, right? They actually, America has never known what bombing raids. Black Wall Street in Tulsa was a victim of bombing raids from above.
Mm-hmm.
Whole city blocks by the federal government bombed out Black communities and whatnot, you know? And we're so loving and forgiving and forgive and forget. I'm sorry, I don't forget. I don't forget. You know? They burned down a beautiful Black enclave for nothing out of envy, jealousy, and racism and hatred. We're the only group of people in America that experienced bombing from the air by our own government.
Yes, these are dangerous times, man. You know, and you know, yeah.
It's something else, man. I don't mean to bring people's spirits down, but like I said, the idea of an Afrikstan, that's the unifying thing for Black America, right? The idea that we're going to build on the African continent, and what we have on the African continent is going to be ours and controlled by us. That's going to give us some sort of power in the world. We cannot basically be confined to the borders of America as our existence. You know, we can't do that anymore. We've outgrown America.
Yeah.
And like I said, the biggest travesty was that stupid African U.S. summit that happened a couple months ago in the Black historically the Black Museum, whatever, like that. Basically, you had all these stupid people like Eric Adams basically pushing U.S. policy in Africa. We should have our own. Black America should have our own policy with Africa, right? If the United States want to agree with that, was all the U.S. policy. What is the U.S. policy in Africa? Promoting the LGBTQ, you know, getting rid of fossil fuels, you know, all this kind of stupid nonsense. And for you do all that, you get $55 billion. You know, what a joke. Julius Malema, you heard what Julius Malema said. He said, "Go to hell." You know, we're not. As soon as we ever get in power, right? We're tearing up that agreement. We're keeping the money, and we're going to open our coal mines back up.
Yeah, here's the tripped out thing, and he was talking about the whole what is it, the class system. I said, well, you know, it's still like a class system in South Africa. He said, no, South Africa is free. Like South Africa, no.
The whites still run South Africa for the most part.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm like, well, what is the EFF doing? Oh, they're just a political group, and I'm like, okay.
No, he don't like stuff like the EFF because they're real Black nationalists and Black men. He don't like that stuff, you know. The people like Afro Dumbass are the ones that basically were laughing when we would get packed on slave ships. When he's sitting on the coast laughing and giggling. That's the type of nigga he is.
Yeah.
That's that mindset. The white man's inevitable. The white man's always going to win. They don't understand that one day they're going to have to deal with us, and they hate the Kala Genesis real bad. And I don't give a damn.
Yeah, they don't like you.
Oh, I know that. You know, I know they hate my freaking guts, and I love it. I love it. The more they hate me, the happier I am, because I hate Negro peons and I hate race traitors. You know, if it was up to me, I don't even want to say it on the air what I would do if it was in my power. I think you get the idea.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to make hard decisions.
Yeah, and I make decisions what's going to benefit my people. I don't apologize for that. I know what's best for my people.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like a father figure to Black America. And I'm a father figure. You know, and I protect my people. You know, they come first with me. Yeah, he calls us the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks.
Yeah, I ain't let them get away with. They tried that a couple of times. It's to try to deny my Africanness. No, I'm African. He tried that.
The blacks, the blacks. He can't talk about and nobody else. All he does is talk about Black America 24 hours a day. He wakes up in the morning, the blacks.
He got, and then he had this one guy.
That makes it you don't really know him, Carla. He's really a cool dude. Get the fuck out of here,
He had this one guy. I think it was the Diaz or something. He's like 2 times worse than him, and I had to flame him up a little bit.
What happened?
You guys think you're gonna come over here? You come over here with your Pan-Africanism, and then we turn it around and you hit us in the back. And I said, you worried about us here in the back, and racist white people been hitting you all up in the back of the head. You ain't said nothing about them, you know what I'm saying? But you worried about some black man hitting you beside the back of the head.
And with that, we got to play another video. Hey, Bomani. That video I sent you about tourism. This is gonna piss people off. I always say that. I said years ago in Dining Show, I said there's African safari and African civilization. When we go to Africa on tours, we're talking about black civilization, black roots and culture. White people are going on a safari. It's an ultimate privilege. Tourism in Africa is all about white privilege. You could be a white piece of trash in England or France, whatever like that. When you go to Africa, everybody's playing for you and everything catering to you. Right? And a lot of white people don't want black people in these spaces. That's what's going on. So in light of what happened last night, where that guy was talking about you and kicking white people off a boat, whatever like that, Hey, Bomani, play that video.
Yeah, that was funny. I think what he was saying, who knows what the hell he was saying. But, me and my group, we kind of, when we move around Africa, we just move as a unit and we just do our thing. We don't let nobody punk us, and we don't do and we just, we do our private operation. But yes, they got white privilege on the beach and all these things, brother, man.
And they don't like the fact when we show up and whatnot, they get uncomfortable,
Very much so.
So we're going to talk about that next. Can you play a video?
All right, so I got it all set. Let me.
The double standards, racism, and white privilege that lingers within Africa's tourism sector. In Africa, tourism is seen as a positive aspect to the economy, bringing great opportunities that include job creation, strengthening of the local economy, local infrastructure development, conservation of the natural environment, cultural assets and traditions, among others. But all this lingers some negative sides to it that include racism and white privilege. Racism in modern society is prevalent in every industry, but the travel industry in particular is uniquely stunning in its lack of diversity. Although the face of travel is predominantly white, it isn't because Black people are disinterested or absent in the travel space. It's because tourism has always been viewed as a white person's domain. As it stands, white travel industry professions' love for culture seems akin to white volunteers taking photos with Black children on mission trips, as safari guides in the Serengeti, as chefs serving up ethnic food, as warm but visually subservient hosts in off-the-beaten-path locals, as spectacles of diversity, but never as travelers themselves. We cannot deny that there is a dissimilarity in the treatment of local tourists vis-à-vis foreign nationals, either residing in the continent, foreign tourists, or African citizens of European heritage. A concept that has often been attributed to the colonization of the mind, whether we in some way or another treat the white man better than our own African counterparts. While Ostensibly relying on the dynamic of inclusion, the tourism industry also capitalizes on the allure of difference, with racial difference in particular being center to some destinations' appeal. Racial categories have also impacted the practice of tourism, determining who can travel, how they can travel, and where they can go. Racial discrimination has been present in Africa's tourism and hospitality industry, even post-independence, where locals are subjected to profiling, often leading to poor service and general neglect, while foreigners receive top-notch treatment. Some of the cases have been reported against hotels and waiters of the same racial background, as the complainants raising questions about whether it is as a result of individual bias or the malpractice is condoned by the management of the establishment. High-end restaurants and hotels have also been accused of saving the best seats and scenic spots for foreigners by claiming they have been reserved only for foreigners to be welcomed there, even without reservations. Others have even gone to the extent of blatantly refusing to admit African or Black people. A good and recent example is the case of world-famous hotel Giraffe Manor in Kenya, known for its proximity to giraffes, which visitors can feed while taking breakfast. The hotel came under fire from Kenyans on social media on June 2020. The hotel, popular with tourists and social media influencers from around the world, attracted backlash after announcing its reopening after the COVID-19 closure. The backlash was driven by several Kenyans who recounted discriminatory experiences with the hotel due to policies which are seen to be disadvantageous to Africans. The hotel was accused of targeting local tourists when they had previously shunned them, opting for international ones instead. Apparently, Nairobi residents who previously sought to have breakfast at the hotel were informed of a policy that required them to pay up to $600 for unnecessary add-ons like an airport transfer, car, and chauffeur. This policy was seen as a strategy to lock out Kenyans, as it was impractical for many city residents seeking breakfast or accommodation for a few nights. The move to reopen without the policy in place was seen by the hotel's critics as an attempt to make up for lost business by turning to Kenyans they previously discriminated against. In 2018, protesters took to one of Cape Town's most picturesque beaches after private security guards were accused of ordering Black visitors to leave. The guards, hired by local white residents, allegedly cleared the Clifton Fourth beach of African tourists. Demonstrators said Black beachgoers were unfairly targeted. In December of 2022, during the festive period, a shocking incident, which blatantly displayed racism towards young Black boys as they were being pushed, choked, and shoved around by old white men, caused an uproar across South Africa. The incident took place at the Melsprout Resort and Conference Center, about 20 kilometers outside Bloemfontein in Free State. The video showed the white men also grabbing the young Black boys.
I've been getting paid $1,000 a month, if not more, just from this app on my phone. And I don't know if you can see this, but it's called Audible. Okay, so I'm going to show you right here. I have a check from Audible. This is for $1,100. This one's for $1,100 again. And then this one is $1,200. Every month, I am getting paid by Audible. For those of you that don't know what Audible is, it's actually a child company of Amazon, which is one of the largest marketplaces in the world. So Audible is where people normally buy and sell audiobooks and podcasts. And the first time I learned about this was 3 years ago from Christian. So Christian would put up these audio files onto Audible, and just like that, he would get paid. So I saw this and I said, I could do that.
Believed to be teenagers by their hair and allegedly trying to drown them. Unfortunately, these are just but a few incidences that befall African touring their own countries. Another aspect of this dynamic is how popular imaginings of Tanzania's Serengeti National Park and Ngorongoro Conservation Area are founded on the idea of wilderness preserved, but this conception of the park is based in colonial era race thinking. Rather than simply a colonial era manifestation of an apparently universal conservationist idea, Serengeti and Ngorongoro are instead racial projects that embody the historical and ongoing process of racial formation. The creation of Serengeti and Ngorongoro enabled a racialization of nature, a process begun by the British and reinscribed via safari ever since. Recognizing this racialization of nature has large implications for not only the treatment and perceptions of those in the global south, the racialized are
Yeah, what happened, Bonnie?
You want to see the rest of it?
Yeah, because this is important. I'm going to talk about that.
All right, let's
About
start.
the national parks. I want to talk about that. How it's rooted in racism.
others to the global north, but also for the realities of white privilege and constructions of whiteness. Over the years, questions have been raised on the intersections of Africa's tourism and conservation and how it affects local communities, and what should be done to make tourism more open, accessible, accepting, appreciative, not only of its international visitors, but also of its local ones. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe, follow, share, and like our video.
This is why we need more black people in the tourism industry business. You know, Africa seems like it's not even about them going to the continent. It's about them going over there, basically reaffirming that Africa is their little playground. You know, and so, like I said, talking about Africa, you know, we have to change the dynamic. It's going to start with what we're building in Liberia, Gambia, and all these other countries right now. We're establishing this idea of Afrikstan, where black African nationalism is prevalent. They fear this. You know, the powers that be fear this because Africa's always been their little personal property. You know, their playground. Their little getaway and stuff like this is theirs. You know, when we say Africa for Africans, we mean it. You know, Europeans just a guest. You get out of line, you get the hell out. You know, but right now, Africa, and also it's sad, like she said, tourism one thing, but we have to move beyond tourism. You know, that's the problem with Jamaica. The tourism is, you know, is really degrading. You know, it's really degrading. You know, when you look at it. People like their privacy. You know, people like their privacy. I think Africans want their privacy too. Imagine if most of the tour, like Japan has Disneyland, Disney World, and everything, but 90% of the people who tour Japan are internal people. You know, people they have a middle class. Middle class. Once we build Africa's middle class, we could have vacation tourist packages that people could fly to a different country to enjoy and everything. Tourism should not be about white people. Now, Nigeria was going to build this tourist place called Tanapa because it has a large numbers of people that leave and go to Europe and Dubai and everything. So Nigeria and the Calabar region was going to build a theme park and everything like that. But the Nigerians weren't interested in it. They rather spend their money outside of Nigeria, you know, and go to different places. So I want to know how the Akon system is going to work out, you know. As far as this, Akon City is probably going to end up basically being catered to by a white. But again, white people like going to they like going on safari. They're not interested in Akon City. They want to see lions and giraffes and stuff like that. That's what they want to see.
Where is Akon City supposed to be?
In Senegal, on the coast of Senegal. You know, the bottom line, only thing there is a brick. A couple of cinder blocks are sitting after 5 years. A cinder block, you know, sitting in the middle of nowhere. in a patch of dusty land. And then he goes in a thing and insults Black America, you know, niggas whatnot. And then and even in Joe Biden, why has he got, you talking about Africa, why you got to keep sound like you were street hood talking about the N-word, niggas, no respect whatsoever. Big Black, did you see that interview where he did with Joe Biden?
Yeah, I think I seen a little. I think I seen a little bit of that. When he was talking about. Well, they were just. I guess they were joking around. I seen like a little clip.
I don't take that as a joke. If you're talking about Pan Africans and whatnot, and on a big scale audience like that, you gotta sound professional and you gotta sound like you respect the people you're trying to reach out to.
Yeah.
You know, but a lot of these people like Akon and Afro Dumbass and all these people, they can't bring themselves to respecting us.
Yeah, he goes. Yeah, the thing is, he does that a lot where he goes to these African American shows, you know, and talks Pan Africanism, and then he goes over to the other countries, and then he says things that are not Pan Africanist. You know, the whole thing where we're better performers than Black Americans and all that. You know, and he said a couple of other disparaging comments before, real slick.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow.
Feels about us, then leave us alone. You know.
Yeah, it's like you built your fortune off of Black people buying your music, and they let you in, with open arms.
He made more money in Africa than he did in all the years he was in America. That's a freaking lie.
I caught that. Yeah, I caught that. I didn't believe that one bit. You don't
want to give credit. Oh, I made more money in Africa. You go to Africa, you become billionaires and whatnot. Okay, really, Akon, really. And then he said later in the interview, he goes, well, there's not really a lot of money in the Afro beats yet, That's how you making all this money then.
Yeah.
Nigga talks out of two sides of his mouth.
Yeah, he do. he a little slick,
But we're slicker, we're smarter than him,
Mm-hmm.
We're not gonna fall for this. Like I said, that's why I said when you start talking about Pan African, you guys talking about Akon is nothing but a stupid gutter rapper. Well, he's not a Pan African. You people listen to him before they listen to Kala and Bomani,
Yeah.
Oh, Akon said this, and whatnot,
Yeah, I seen. Yeah, I noticed him a while back. Some of the slick stuff he was saying, as if he didn't, he's talking about the whole thing of Black people complaining. That number one argument. You know what I mean?
So what takes out? What are you talking about complaining? So we don't have a right to talk about the shit that goes on in this country. Let me tell you something, who the biggest complainants are. White people. White people are complaining about this country overrun with immigrants, White people are complaining about fentanyl. They're complaining about inflation. They complain about also. White people complain all the freaking time. But what happens in America, because the soul of America is white, the political and the society caters to their complaints. We're not allowed to complain about anything, We complain about America, Yeah, we were born here. And so basically what he wants to do is appease white. Oh, go to Africa. Go to Africa do what? Sit here and get robbed by you motherfuckers. Then we get robbed. Oh, y'all complain in America. Now you're complaining in Africa. I don't know what this Black American royalty character is. That's what the problem. That's the problem.
Everybody's a comedian. Everybody's a clown nowadays.
Yeah, everybody. Black America complaining. So what if we complain? We don't complain enough, to tell you the truth. Most Black people don't say anything. We let shit slide and move on and turn the other cheek and everything like that. So what are you talking about? We complaining. I'm just so sick and tired of these people. They can't keep us out of their fucking filthy mouths. And these people basically like that. I would never go to Black people. Y'all complaining. Let's do it like this. That's not what I'm saying. We're saying we're building here and we're building there. We want to build here. We could build on the continent. We can do like that, but it has nothing to do with us complaining about America. And I'm tired of people saying that shit. Black America has done well for themselves in America. We're the largest Black middle class in the world. We got an almanac of achievement. We're the only group of Black people that have their own encyclopedia. We're the only group of Black people that have their own almanac. You know, we don't only pick people that have their own museums. You know, so you're just going to throw all that away. You know, we made our mark in this country.
Yeah.
You know, this country continues to be unfair. You know, as simple as that. It's unfair. You know, we never get the promotions, the contracts, and stuff like that we deserve. You know, we still got discrimination against and stuff like this. So we're supposed to just be quiet. That's what the African immigrants. Y'all should just be glad that white people let y'all be here. No, they brought us here. And so the bottom line is we can say what the hell we want to say. You know, I'm sick and tired of these people coming over here. Y'all complain too much. Y'all complain too much. You know what I'm saying? Go back to your freaking dumb, dusty village if you think we complain too much. And that's what white people use. They're using these people against us. You know?
Yeah, well, yeah, they you know, it's a trip where, you know, a lot of some of the immigrants, we can understand some of their frustrations, right? When I'm talking about what's been done to them as far as like colonization, but it seems like it's so hard for them to put themselves in our shoes. And you know, it's like I understand to the extent, right? As far as them, you know, people coming over, not having too much from their, you know, their homelands, are coming over and say, "Wow, you guys have this and have that." What I would do
But
to
that's
have
not
this and have that, you
their
know.
business. That's not their business, you know? They
Right.
don't. Why don't they go to the Appalachian, the Midwest, the Rust Belt? White people are the poorest counties in America are white.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Western Virginia and West Virginia and places like that. You got rural towns where white people are freaking living on welfare. No one says anything about that. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you go to any place in America where there's not a lot white people don't live in proximity to black people. White people at the bottom and poverty. White
No,
people.
when I'm saying that I understand, meaning that they're right. I'm not saying that they're right. You know what I mean? But you know how they grew up, and you know, as far as like them thinking, okay, you know, all I want to do is just go over there and make money. It's just the whole capitalistic idea, and I would just be quiet. I wouldn't do that, you know, per se. I don't think that they're right in saying that.
Yeah, but
It's like a one track mind that they have, you know.
Has a problem, right?
Well, not all of them.
The African mind doesn't want to contribute to the world. We have a lot in us. We have all the basic stuff, you know, food, clothing, and everything. We have all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So their thing is, oh, I'm just able to live and survive and earn money, right? We're doing that, you know. We want something more.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we want something more. Why is Donald Trump 76 years old, right? Why is he running for president? Because he has a vision of what he wants done. Why do you got old white men sitting around? They could be out playing golf somewhere talking about we should do this, we should do that, because they care.
Right.
The African mind doesn't think like it. All along, he's like on a bottom feeder. As long as he's getting fed, everything should be good. That's them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, black people in America, like Serena Williams, right? She's going around where she gives a damn. You know, for social justice and stuff like that. You know, they don't think like that.
Well, I gonna say not all of them though, but you know,
I would say most of them don't give a damn. Like I asked Mike O. He says, well, there's Amara said on the show. Well, Africans, they don't need nothing. He's coming back and forth to America talking about. I said, what about your people in your dusty village? You know, the Africans don't need nothing. They don't need all that. So all that stuff like that. You talk about development, stuff like infrastructure. We don't need all that, whatever like that. So they don't really care. Their mind is different. That's why Africa's not developed.
Mm.
They can have a big house in Lagos, right, and overlooking people living in abstract poverty and slums. And it doesn't move them one bit. They can have people friggin' filth in parts of Lagos, Nigeria, living in water people, Bokota, whatever, and they don't care. It doesn't bother them one bit. It does not bother one bit. But we care. We've always had people that cared about the people living in the ghettos and stuff like that and try to change things. And so, and Mr. Rosenthal he said, man, the problem in Africa is that leaders, Once they get money and everything, they only care about their families and everything, sending their kids off to college and everything. And the average person doesn't have a chance, right? They're all leaving the economy because they know it's hopeless.
Yes. Things definitely, I would say things definitely need to change, you know. I would say it's not enough people that have the mindset of saying, no, we're not going to settle for this, you know.
That's why I like Julius Malema. You know, he gives a damn. You know, he ain't gonna make peace with white people. Got 80% of the land and wealth, everything. He said, no, man. You know, these people came here, took our land and everything like that, and we have nothing. We're supposed to sit back. You got Africans who go to South Africa say black South Africans are playing too much, and the whites use that. Let me give you another example. Right, I was watching this one video where this black British activist, right? He was in a conversation, and he didn't know how to corner. This white guy basically was talking about, oh, you guys have been for generations, right? Look at the Nigerians. They're here one generation, and they did this, and they're not complaining. You see how they pit people? The same thing that happened in America, right? Where the white people who were poor, right, were saying, you know, we got these big, and it benefit because we had the progressive movement, you know, and the populist movement, 1900. But earlier than that, you had this party called the Know Nothings, right? They were like, well, wait a minute here. You know, we have no say so in anything. And it came to a head with the Civil War. You know, they said, why are we going to draft and fight in a Civil War where we're not benefiting from? You guys, the rich people of Wall Street, are getting rich off the slavery and all this stuff like this. That's what led to the modern republic, the Republican Party. Why are you guys doing this? And so what they did was they said, okay, we got these Irish out here. We're going to replace you with all these Irish immigrants. You know. And so they do that. They play immigrants. They use immigrants to basically strike rape and stuff like that. You know, remember the movie Gangs in New York? He says Irish harps will do for a nickel what a nigger does for a dime, and a white man used to get a quarter for it. So immigration has always been a divisive issue in America and the world.
Right. Yeah. I agree.
And Africans don't understand and use and play. You know, it's the same thing in the UK. The black British in the UK, like you say, we're British citizens, but we're not getting the things. You know, the blacks in the UK are really bad off. You know, they have nothing, and so what they do is they bring the Nigerians in. You know, to make the black that came from the Caribbean look bad.
Yes, I heard a little bit of the little rift there. Is it worse than the rift here?
Well, the thing about Black America has a huge middle class. We have institutions and stuff like that. The Black British don't have anything. You know, the Black British realize they always pride themselves on, well, we got all these black people in America. They got all this wealth and everything like that. You know, that's why they always try to reach out to us, right, Bomani? Yeah, you guys got all these people because they know in Britain they don't have the billionaires and stuff like that in the UK, in Europe. You know, so what they do is they use Nigeria. Nigerians have an edge because they have a country that they can get wealthy off of, you know. And so the black people who live a couple of generations in the UK, right, they're still working class and middle class. They haven't moved up. So the British are playing them. And they're like, yeah, man, why are we doing this thing? And the result of that is Bermuda declared its independence. They kicked the Cape Queen out as the head of state. Because they said, why are we? A lot of people that are part of the Anglophone countries are basically leaving. You know, they're tired of it. You know, tired of it. We're related. Why we benefit? We don't benefit from us. Look how we're treated in the UK. Malema's a fraud. Okay, the guy says that he's going to take land back and stuff like that is a fraud, right? I guess who would you like? Whatever that goofball name is. Who would you like in South Africa? You know. Malema says he's going to basically rebuild the coal mines, right? That was shut down by Joe Biden and Ramaphosa, and say he's going to keep that money and not pay it back if he gets into power. That sounds like my type of guy. So this king of kings could be a white guy.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, I understand, but I was like me. I would want to keep like the, and I understand we need to. There is a part of we need to stand up and say, hey, y'all, hold on, you're doing too much divisive stuff here in America. Some of you, and some of you talk a little slick, but for the most part, in the areas where Black folks and Africans folks stay, right, and there's a lot of places, Black communities where they have Black and African folks. They don't.
Virginia Beach, right? Virginia Beach is the largest city in Virginia. It's like 22% Black, middle class, 1.4 million people, and we have a small community of people from Togo. We got, I'm trying to think, we got a few people from Ghana, but it's mostly African American, like 99.9%, African American, And the Black people here, the African immigrants here, get along with us. They basically, because they don't have any numbers. It's when African immigrants start going to a place and they start getting numbers, they start feeling themselves a little bit. That's not going to happen in a place like Virginia. Virginia's just too Black. This right here is the oldest area of Black people in America, in North America, right here in Virginia.
Honestly, I don't think how America is set up, it'll never come to the point where, it'll be physical to violence, what I'm saying, from between Black folks and
well, I don't know. I disagree with that, because right now, what we never had in America was political violence. The violence in Black America is gangs and stuff like that. Black people have never acted politically with violence, so that's a good thing.
I give you an example, right? I said it because I give you an example because I know places where there's communities where with Black and Africans, and usually when their kids go to school, there might be a little teasing, and especially if they start from. But by the time they get in high school, they're pretty much acclimated, and you know what I mean.
I see African kids playing ball on the block with Black kids from America, and the mother calls them out in their native language, French, not French, but and they're like, okay, I'll see y'all later, man. I'll see y'all tomorrow, man. That's their boy. When they're out there playing basketball, when the African kid has an accent. When you talk with African, we're the same race, and when an African person is born in America, you cannot. There's no accent. You can tell he just speaks like a regular African American.
Now you take that relationship and you switch it to like the let's say immigrant, let's say the Mexicans. There's a lot way more tension. You know what I mean? And when it comes to like Black people coming in, Mexican neighborhoods, and sometimes, vice versa. But it's more from, I would say it's more from, like Mexican immigrants and Mexicans. They don't really, they really don't gel with us too much. Now, there's a couple that are cool here and there, but you take LA for instance, man, they have a big race problem when it comes to,
You got Mexicans out there running racist gangs in the sheriff's departments in Compton and stuff like that.
Right.
Terrible Black people. And let me give you another example, right? Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, right? Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, right? A lot of Liberians live there, right? And so because they're all on social media, when you think, oh, it's a Liberian city, bro. It's a Liberian city, right? Well, they recently had a mayoral election, right? And an Liberian guy was running, African American guy was running, right? And Liberians thought they were going to have their first mayor or whatever like that. This guy didn't even place in the finals, right? And then people did their thing. They said 28% of the population is Black, and most of those are African Americans. But because Brooklyn Park is always a set of Liberian history, culture, and everything, they thought they were the majority. And people were trying to tell them, no, you're not the majority. Just because you're on social media a lot, like African Americans are not on social media saying I'm African, but Liberians and other Africans, Somalis and all those other people always my Somali heritage and all stuff like that. So it appears that they're the majority and everything. When it really comes down to numbers, they're not. They're not in the numbers they need to like win. And then black people like, oh, we just vote one guy. We didn't know the other guy was Liberian. We didn't hear his policies, whatever. You know, they just voted for the guy they knew. And Liberians are upset. They're like, oh, we thought this guy was gonna be our hero, he's gonna win, and everything like that. But they didn't bother campaigning in the African American community, who were the majority. You know, they didn't bother campaigning in the African American community, who was the majority. You know, so like I said, a lot of black immigrants overestimate themselves in America.
Yeah, I will say that though. I will say that. You know, like I said, for the most part, I see more of like, you know, the older generation, the separation of, you know, it's like you don't say nothing to me, I don't say nothing to you. You know, it's been a little bit more casual now when they, you know, we will say something to each other and you know we're kind, but it's like I don't know that it'll take a lot for African Americans and African immigrants to be like really start fighting just because of, you know, ethnicities. I don't see that happening because that would have to start really from the younger generation, really to boil up.
New York, right? The people, a lot of African immigrants like to compare themselves to Caribbeans. Caribbeans have been coming to the United States since the 20th century, right?
Right.
And what they come to, they came and immigrated into the black community, right? Black church.
Right.
In my church in Queens, we had a lot of people from what you call West Indians, you know, West Indian people in our church and everything like that, going out, stuff like that. We eat in their restaurant. They own the barbershops and stuff like that, assimilated, you know. Matter of fact, LL Cool J's grandfather came from Barbados, you know. My cousins, my first cousins, are from the are half from the Barbados, you know. And so, bottom line, they come in and they talk about Garvey and black nationalist politics, black politics, and everything like that. It's like, but the African immigrants don't want no part of that, you know. We were always the black, so they're trying. Oh, the black Caribbeans are not. Caribbeans assimilated to Black America. Black America and Caribbean, Jamaicans, and everybody else are part of the same thing, Black America, you know?
Yeah, I see that. You know, yeah, you're right. They do it, you know, Caribbeans do it, you know, it's more easier to, you know, to assimilate. I do see what you're saying. You know, but like
Africans like this, they want us to come to Africa and assimilate, right? But they don't want to assimilate in a dominant black culture in America.
And I understand that. I think, and again, I think it's more of the first generation that comes over here. You know, the grown-ups, they're more segregated, right? They're more to themselves. You know, you know, you talk to them for a while.
Because what's the reason why is the socialization process is not happening organically anymore.
Right.
Most people in African immigrants are in their own group chats and Facebook groups and everything like that, and they're all wrapped up to themselves, right? Now, Liberians are a little different. They assimilate with Black America a little better, you know? But a lot of African immigrants, they basically, even though they're around Black people in America, right, who they're communicating with is people they have their own chat rooms, their own groups, their own social networks and stuff like that, you know? So that's different. It take away social media, and if they had to deal with just regular people like a generation. So I believe the generation before that was probably more prone to assimilate, right? This new generation are reaffirming their distance from us, you know?
Yeah.
And stuff like
I
that.
see.
You know?
Robin, like I see this some type of, you know, even in, I done seen places where they look like they're, you know, like I would say like places where, you know, bars where I see like an African bar and then African American, and they'll be side by side, right? And let's say one bar, you know, it's Ghanaian. You see a lot of Ghanaian tradition, right? You know, maybe they're holding a big event, and then you see the African American bar. They'll be in the same parking lot. You'll never see. You don't see if it's like a fight happening on the African American side. It's just mainly just, you know, the African American. Now it might be even if there was an African in the fight, you couldn't tell because they'd be in, you know, African American type attire, right? Same thing over on the Ghana side. If I've seen sometimes they come out like a little riffraff, but it'd be on the Ghanaian side. I've never seen both groups just clashing, and it's fun because they come out the same time. And what happens is, you know, one group walks to the group is walking to their car, the other group is walking to their car. And it's like, well, you know, the respect is there. It's little talk said usually, and it's everybody's going to the car, and this and now you take that type of seat.
Huh? I used to work security nightclub for years. We used to have African brothers coming in, just getting down with everybody else, trying to hook up the girls, when not buying drinks, everything like that. It was no big deal. One time we had this big fight between some African brothers and some Caribbean brothers, right? They're like, oh man, and one brother reminded me of Michael Blackson, right? He's like, oh man, and I was like, yo, bro, you gotta chill out with that shit, And so basically, but the club that I went to that I worked at was black owned, right? All black African Americans, like nobody gives a shit about that shit, When you going out, you trying to hook up with girls, whatever like that. You ain't worried about all that stuff. One dude, man, was funny as hell. Was African dude, man, but this guy used to have the Jerry curl on top of his head, right? And he used to be out there, and he's an African brother, right? He'd be all white on, right? And he's out there dancing by himself. Where everybody's like, look at this brother, man. I was like, yo, that's my man. He's out there just dancing and whatnot by himself, doing this stuff like that, But it is what it is. Nobody, now that was before really social media,
Right.
I don't know how things are now, because a lot of times people say stuff on social media that they don't say in public. They're like, oh man, these black people.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Because the communication like that, like you say, it's this whole social media thing is a whole nother world, right?
Yep.
And a lot of people not even, like I say, don't even know Tariq, don't even like the stuff Tariq does, right? He'll comb the internet, for a couple of things on social media.
People send him stuff.
People send him stuff.
Yeah, people send him stuff. Oh, check this out, man. And he's blowing stuff up that somebody talking slick about us and whatnot, Oh, see this cheetah piss. And somebody, one of my boys, right? Yeah, my boy, Nee, he's Ghanaian, right? He said, man, that shit's so fucking funny. I said, what's so funny about that shit? Tariq's funny, man. I like it, man. I like it, man. I said, man, come on. That shit ain't funny, man. Talking about an African woman, like call an African a girl cheetah piss and whatnot. Actually, I don't think that's funny. That's still a black woman. You don't disrespect her like that,
Yeah.
But they don't, like I said, a lot of people at Afro dumbass don't have the same respect. I would never basically disparage women like that,
Yeah. See, that's the thing. That's the thing about Tariq. I think it's like a lot of people jump into leadership, you know what I'm saying? Try to jump to leadership positions, but they're not real red. You can tell it's like they did a lot of Googling, and they never really tried to honestly break that slave mentality. They want to bring their some of their slave mentality ways and try to mix it into pro-blackness and think they can get away with it,
The thing is, Tariq doesn't believe in the bigger picture, The bigger picture is he's basically like, okay, the ADOS movement happened, American Descent of Slavery. That was basically a reaction to Black Panther. They went crazy with the success of the first Black Panther. And everybody doing the Wakanda dance and stuff like that. We're Americans. The reason why Yvette Carnell says that, because she's high yellow.
Right.
She's close to white and everything like that. So a lot of times, even I rock with Red Supreme, man. He's a real high yellow brother, whatnot. And they like that because they basically don't feel, a lot of these people that are real red, light-skinned people.
Right.
They don't feel connection with Africa. They don't feel that connection.
Yeah, I see it. I see it a lot. I see that a lot. That tripped me out. It's like, but you shouldn't jump into leadership in position. If I was a high yellow guy, I wouldn't jump into leadership thinking I'm, and I already know I got some ills in me. You know what I mean? But I kind of, when I see that, I'm like, man, that's how dare you? You know what I mean? Because you're not qualified, because you already have these, these thoughts in your head that are not genuine because of the, you're very light skinned, so you got a lot of
they're racially confused and whatnot. They got that
right
hair and everything like that. They got that pointy nose and pale skin and whatnot. So they basically, oh man, I don't feel African and whatnot. But I feel American and everything like that. So there's a disconnect right there.
It's like you said, a real light skinned guy telling you we're not African. You're like, come on now.
No,
You know
you're
what I'm
not,
saying? It's like
bro.
really, it's like, how if you felt like that, you're not the person to tell all black people that.
And
You know
so,
that.
so that's what the ADOS FE were rooted in. Tone Talks is a darker skinned brother, but he says we're Black America, we're white, and we got white admixture and stuff like that. When they say words like admixture and everything, what they're trying to say is we're a different race altogether than Africans, Even though most African Americans are at least 85% African DNA. That makes you black.
Right.
We're more black than Dominicans and all these other people,
Right,
because
right.
because that shows you that we was able to pretty much keep our race pure in America, for the most part. So we're not like we didn't lose our identity like the Brazilians and everything.
Yeah, we're not calling ourselves like English Americans.
Yo, is Jughead in the waiting room, Bomani? Bomani.
We didn't talk Bomani to sleep.
Nah, mine ain't sleep. Brother Bomani, there.
What's up, man?
If we fall asleep, man, we born ahead, Jughead. There he is. There he is.
Jughead, what's going on, man?
Knock him out, Jughead, yo.
Got you guys rock out for a little bit. Once we're at the 4-hour mark, we're gonna have to cut. But go ahead, keep it rocking and rolling. Jughead, greetings, brother. Appreciate the love.
Greetings, straight black pride.
Straight black pride. Yeah, straight black pride.
Big black, brother Kala, brother. Greetings from the UK, brothers. I'm right next to the morning UK. I'm wide awake, ready to contribute. Great topic. I missed last week with my brother Black Measy. I love Black Measy. I love Black Measy. His energy, he's a warrior man. I love Black Measy. Hope he calls in. But yeah, the topic today, Bomani. Also, here in the UK, it's also topical here as well. We need nation building, brother. We have to go home. It's long overdue, man. We wasted 5 decades complaining, marching, preaching, debating. It's nation building time now. It's not hammer time. It's nation building time. It's long overdue. So the topic is right on point, Bomani. It's nation building time, and it's time for us to come down, aggregate, and start build our black Doha, our black Singapore, our black Dubai, our black Venus Project, our black Neoms, our black Hong Kong. It's long overdue.
Yeah, but brother, Jug, let me ask you a question, right? Now, there's some people that are trying to hijack the movement, like this Akon character, He's building a city with Chinese money, Chinese, all the stuff like this, right? That's not an Afrikstan, An Afrikstan will be controlled, financed, and built by us, And he's trying to basically, you got people like Afro Dumbass out there talking about Black America shouldn't have their own territories and stuff like that. So we should basically go and let people who basically shown that they can't build anything govern us. That's not going to happen. And he worries about, you guys separate yourself. They have. Did you see that video we played about the little white girl who got her own kingdom?
No.
Hey, Bomani, can you play that again? Play that again.
You really want to watch it again?
Yes, we all Jughead. So sometimes you got to play videos more time. But check this out. Check this out, Jughead. Check this out. Now, while people talk about us against the Afrikstan, right? This happened back in 2014. Play that, brother Mike. Play it. Boop, 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 boop. Play it. Boop.
While it comes on, I'll answer your questions, your points, Kala. While it comes on, I'll be quiet when it comes on. Kala, first of all, Akon, yeah, you're right, Kala. If it's not black owned control, it's not ours. It's not Afrikstan. That's if you don't control it, it's not yours. Like Echo Atlantic in Nigeria, that's not black owned control. There's not black money behind it. So we have to build up our own resources. We control it, not outside. Now, the second point about the person said we don't have a nation of our own. That's genocide. Whoever says that is a fool.
Who? Say it again.
If we don't, the person you made the second point about someone saying that we must not have our nation of our own. Whoever says that is after Tasmania, genocide in Congo, Trevor Martin, Tamara Rice, Breonna Taylor, Yusuf Hawkins, Emmett Till, gay debate in Tuskegee experiments. We need
They
nation of
burned
our own.
down so many black cities and towns. When that black couple in Colorado is getting harassed right now off their land and everything. They took billions, and they said $300 billion worth of black acres of land, worth of land over the last century. You know, from Black America. You know, we would be on our feet if we had our land. They took it back from us. Make sure that we didn't freaking farm it and everything like that. We knew building our own towns and everything would give us a chance in this country. Since they don't want to do that, so now it's time to build an Afrikstan. You know. And so, play this video, brother.
It's not much of a castle, but for now, the local town playground will have to do for Princess Emily and her brother, Prince Caleb. Emily's dad, now technically King Jeremiah, recently claimed one of the few unassigned pieces of land in the world on behalf of his daughter.
With a child, you definitely don't want to ever tell them they can't be something that they desire to be. And at age 6, her frame of reference for the world was to be a princess. And so I told her that she could be.
Most dads would have left it at that. But Jeremiah did some research and found that territory known as Bir Tawil between Egypt and Sudan was unclaimed by either country. He decided to go there, and earlier this year he planted a flag designed by him and his children. He reckons this gives him a better claim than anyone else.
Recently, as the last 5 or 6 years, Russia went to the North Pole area and using a submarine planted a flag on the seafloor to represent their territorial claims for energy rights there. So the process of planting a flag is sort of the defined method of doing that.
Jeremiah seems deadly serious about his plans for the territory. He's hired office space in Washington, D.C. to act as an embassy and says he fully expects Egypt and Sudan to be in touch to discuss official recognition just as soon as Ramadan's over. His daughter Emily is no less ambitious.
We're going to help kids in Africa that don't have food. And we're going to build a garden as big as our land.
Holding royal court at home, Emily explains her new nation's flag.
The star on the top is my mom.
Please, provided, please,
The
enough.
stars on the bottom are me and my brothers, and the crown represents my dad.
But despite Emily's regal appearance, it might not come as a surprise to learn that experts in international law are less optimistic about the chances of the new nation of North Sudan.
At a basic level, he has to be correct in asserting that this is unclaimed land. That's not obvious to me that he's correct. Beyond that, he has to establish effective occupation of this land beyond simply planting a flag or showing up and taking a selfie.
There might at least be some consolation for Emily, though.
Well, her claim to be a princess, I think, is unassailable. I think any little girl who declares herself to be a princess is such, and that's strictly speaking as a matter of international law.
For now, then, it looks like Emily will remain a princess in exile. But at least that'll give her more time to work on her royal wave.
I give the floor to a Jughead. What do you think about that, Jughead?
Bomani, I'm fuming. Look, it's let me calm down. Kala, Big Black. What I saw is very dangerous. Let me tell you what. If these African leaders, we have to remove it. If they don't take these leaders out, you know, Africa will, in 100 years' time, Big Black, Kala, Bomani. You know, Africa will look like Kala. You know, Tasmania. You know, the island below Australia. 200 years ago, Kala, Tasmania was dark as me. Look at Tasmania now. Africa will look like 100 years' time. Leaders like this in charge, these African leaders, if you don't remove them, Africa's finished. I'm telling you now, Big Black, Kala, Bomani, these African leaders, we got to take them out because they're selling us out. They're selling off the land. Right now, we're still on the land, but 3-4 decades' time, we're tenants of the wrong land. We've already lost Australia, Tasmania, Middle East, Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, Libya, and Egypt. And China's back to Japan, Philippines,
South Africa.
No, I'm coming there. I was like Tasmania, Australia, South Middle East, North Africa, China, Japan, Indonesia, Philippines. If we lose Africa, somehow in Africa, we're done. If we become terrorists, we're done. Because Kala, Big Black, let me ask you a question. What do landlords do with landlords that are ruthless? What do they do with tenants that they don't want? What landlords do with tenants that they don't want? They remove them, don't they? Regardless of Rufus, tell us that it wants. They removed them. If we go tell us on the wrong land, we're done.
Yeah, that's why I don't see. I trip out when I see a lot of xenophobia from some of the immigrants. It's like, it's like it's the situation that Africa is in. It needs to protect itself as soon as possible. As far as like being able to bring up their military and their economics, because sooner or later the world is going to say, hey, we haven't been. Let's focus in on Africa, and if you can't.
They're doing it now. That's why they're starting this rift between Black America and Africans and whatnot. And this idea of an African, I thought it'd be welcome, right? But it's welcome in places like Zambia and Angola. They're like, yeah, you guys come over here. Angola's like seriously about building this city-state and whatnot. They're serious about it. They're like, wow, we could build a Dubai. We get these Black people from America who have all this talent and skills and stuff like that, connections to America. That's what they really want, We could build a pipeline to America with the Black community. So they're basically looking at that, We started something with the BAIO. Now the people are saying, yes, that's a good idea, man. We could build cities and towns and everything on the continent and everything. That's why the prototype we're building in Ghana is going to be the prototype, that we could duplicate all over the continent, eventually become their own cities and states and stuff like this. Build our own industrial zones and everything, we just have to build the momentum, And so when we got people like African dumbass talking about, oh, you guys are gonna separate yourself. Yeah, we got to, because you guys don't want to do nothing with your country. We got the mind state to build it. So why can't we build it? Africa basically belongs to us, And these borders right here, drawn by the 18. I don't recognize these freaking borders, These borders were drawn by Europeans. They didn't. Look at Amazonia. Amazonia wants to secede from Cameroon, but they're getting slaughtered, right? They're getting slaughtered by French Cameroon, And they're saying, look, we want to do our own thing and everything. And so we have a president, Biya, has been president for 44 years, and the country is a freaking mess, And so therefore, that's what people want us to integrate to. No, we can't do that, And what do you think of what's going on in Nigeria? I sent Bomani an article. I want a Jughead's opinion. A senator, a candidate, was burned alive. And can you play that next, Bomani? Burned alive today. Yesterday on his way to elect the polls, whatever like that. Burned alive. This is what's going on in Nigeria right now as we speak. Nigeria cut off its currency to the people. It said they're going to give people digital currency, so people are going to have no access to their money and stuff like this. So I want to play that, and I want Jughead's opinion on what's going on in Nigeria, the giant of Africa, as they say. What a joke.
So-called giant. They're a joke. So-called giant, Kala. So-called giants.
So-called giant. So you got that video, Bomani? Play the second one.
Give me a few seconds. Let me load it up. Just mention it.
All right.
Okay. What's loading?
The second one.
What's loading? When it comes, I'll be quiet. Kala, yeah. But regarding Nigeria, see, I'm a big black. My person from Nigeria, big black. So that's the connection, big black. I was born in London. My parents from Nigeria, Delta, where the oil is. That's my background. My parents come from Delta, where the oil is. I was born in the UK, but my background's from Nigeria, Delta. Now, Nigeria is a mess. Big black and Kala. Nigeria is not independence. Nigeria is sovereign, as independent as I am Chinese. Kala, do I look Chinese to you? You know what I mean? Nigeria is still a colony of owned by Britain, Shell, and BP. And they're not leaders, they're plantation overseers. Nigeria is not free and sovereign. Nigeria is free and sovereign as I am Chinese. Nigeria is a joke. We've had two presidents that have been serious in our history.
Yeah, well, what do you think about? What do you think about Brother Prince Tyehimba saying Nigerians are better off in Nigeria than Black people in America? He said that,
Yeah, Kala, these are articles, not videos.
No, there's an article. There's a video in there. Hold up, brother. Hold up.
Let me.
Hold up. They're in there. Hold up.
And then what's equally dangerous to me is the stuff that Tariq is saying. I'm gonna go back to that whole FBA thing. Especially in a situation where the economy in America is squeezing on everybody, and you're trying to, and you're doing something that's being divisive. That fit, you know what I'm saying? That fits it to the people that racist people that do not like Black people right into their hands. as far as divide the people up, where if something does happen on a major scale, there'll be less and less of outcry. You know what I mean? On the continent or wherever black folks is. If you keep divide them up, you make us less, powerful. You know what I mean?
He doesn't care about that.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
Let me find the video. Okay, hold up.
Yeah, Big Black, you're correct, Big Black. You're totally correct, Big Black. You're totally correct. I used to like him before. I still like him now, but he's a strange guy because he came out like easy. Yeah.
Hey, greetings, not Mizia. Welcome to the call, brother. Let me know what you want to share. Let me know
Thank
what
you, brother.
Share.
Hey, I just
And
wanted to say I tried to super chat you just now, and it said it couldn't. I think you probably have me blocked. But take care of that. So I can super chat you.
I don't have you blocked, brother, but appreciate it. Nah, not at all. We don't block folks.
I've been hearing you lately, Nakmeezy. It seems like you kind of going more towards the Pan-African side. Is that correct?
No, I'm not a Pan-African, but I love black people. Put it like that.
Nakmeezy, my African brother. Nakmeezy from UK, love brother. Nakmeezy, my African brother.
Salute, brother. I'm of African descent, though. I'm of African descent.
Okay,
not the same.
Hey, Bomani, I sent it to you.
All right, let me try to get it. But go ahead, not Meezy. Go ahead and share what you want to share. That's the topic on the screen. And then once you finish, whoever want to respond, then I'll play that video for you, Kala.
Black people have outgrown America and ready for a nation of their own. Afrikstan Analysis. Okay, I don't think we've outgrown America. I think both of you good brothers are doing stuff in America to try to, build your thing in Africa. That's only possible because of the opportunities in America. I think Black Americans and Black people in America should take advantage of all the opportunities there. And if they want to leave, then let them leave. But all of us ain't going to go, so there's going to be some that have to stay back to take care of the grannies, the aunties, and the little ones who have no idea about what's on the other coast. But like y'all were talking about, y'all had a brother on yesterday. He couldn't even speak on the internet. His internet was horrible. His mic was horrible, right? So I think I'm not going to leave good infrastructure for a place who's got struggling infrastructure just to try to force my way in. So I'm from the side that Black Americans need to build up Black America, respectfully.
I've said that a million times, Nakmeezy. I said that a million times. Black America can't build in Africa until we build America. The stronger we are in America, the stronger we're going to be in Africa. I agree with that. I never said that all Black people. I said only the people that's capable, right? I don't want the grandmas, aunties, and everybody. But I do believe that we have strong Black men, right, who basically need an outlet to build on the continent with skills. I got people in the BAIO, that are computer scientists and engineers and stuff like that. They're waiting for their chance to go to the continent and build, And like I said, if people want to stay in America, I would steer them to places like Edenton, Florida, the oldest Edentonville, Florida, the oldest Black community town in America, right? We should be building industrial zones, right? What about if the lithium that Africa has, right? We should be building the batteries and whatnot. Right now, Tesla and everything, the Mexican community are getting all those jobs and opportunity in Texas, right? Because they work with Elon Musk and stuff like that. Why can't we turn our communities into these things in America where we providing people with good jobs, good paying jobs, everything like that, and then we have a bridge to the African continent? I never said everybody has to go, right? But I said the idea of us building out municipalities and everything, and building trade and industrial zones and ports and everything to facilitate a relationship over the next 100 years. I'm talking about 100 years out, right? And the bottom line of what we're saying today is probably not going to take root in our lifetime, but we're getting the conversation. That's why I said we're outgrowing America. Because right now they're bringing all these immigrants in here, right? Flooding this country with immigrants and everything. What is Black people going to do? We're not building our towns in America. We got crime all over the place. People are fleeing Black inner cities and everything, left and right and everything. The Black suburbia is like a refugee camp. You know, and there's nothing, no change in that. So we have to look beyond the shores of America, you know, for our posterity.
And that means
Listen to the word that he chose. Look at the word he chose. Immigrants are flooding America.
It's a truth.
Whereas well, hold on, brother. So in that, immigrants are flooding Black America. You got to include the Black immigrant. America has their arms open to immigrants, right? So
that's
when
not,
you speak,
not true.
what?
Go ahead. That's not true.
Yeah,
That's
of course it is. Of course it is. They're bringing Ukrainians, all kind of Afghanis, all kind of shit that's coming to America. It is what it is. That's what America is. I'm from New York City. I'm from a city that's all it's majority immigrants at this point. It is what it is. But that doesn't mean I have to flee and run, because the immigrants are coming for what? Opportunity. So if the opportunity is in America, then it's only obvious that people are going to go there. Look, I'd rather that we take more advantage of it. But I'm not going to be like, yo, close the door, blah, blah, blah. If you're disrespectful, then I'll say, yeah, stay your ass home. Stay in Nigeria where they're burning politicians on the lot. But, you know, I say, look, we never outgrown it. I think we never took fully advantage of it. We never grew into it. We never. And here the brother goes, cutting me off already.
Okay. I want to get
when that brother called in yesterday from Ghana defending Taiwo weekly, you let him finish. Just let me finish, brother. I know
I couldn't understand.
Well, if you listen to me, then maybe you'll understand, brother. Just show me some black love, brother.
I couldn't understand what he was saying, so I let the other guys debate him. I didn't understand a word this guy was saying other than that Taiwo was a goddess.
I got you, brother. So what I'm saying is that we didn't outgrow it. We haven't grown into it. We haven't taken advantage of all the good stuff that America offers. And look, every country has their bad stuff. I'm not waving the flag like America's the greatest, right? I love Black America, my America. You know, and when I was in New York, like, to keep it 100, like, Bomani's from Brooklyn, I think. Bro, Bomani, how many white people do we see in Brooklyn, bro? You see like cops or whatever, you know, somebody, a smattering of white people here, but I lived in a majority Black neighborhood in Brooklyn, and I loved it. I loved the smells, I loved the sounds, I loved the people, I loved everything about it, and that's in America, bro. So
okay,
I think if you're gonna choose, you can go to the continent, right? But like you said, and I agree with you, that you have to be ready to hit the ground running and ready to do something. The continent is not a dumping ground for failures from America. Americans who couldn't take advantage of all the, you know, of all the money that they could make, and all the opportunities they could create, all the networking that they could have done with the people. You know what's happening, bro? We have to separate those that go to the continent because they're looking for a break, or they're looking just to be lazy or get out the rat race, or because they're scared of white cops, and they're going to the continent thinking, okay, well, just because I move my physical place, not everything's gonna be fine. That's not the case. Once you hit the ground on the continent, bro, you gotta be charged up. You gotta be ready to hit the ground running, and you gotta have the resources and connections. If you don't, and you think you're going there on the strength of, hey, my brother, I'm Black too, they're gonna look at you, man, get your ass over here. Let the white Toby come up to the front, and then we'll talk to him, unless you come in there ready to rock. And that's what my whole point is.
Now you listened to the show yesterday. The brother, what's his name? Your boys, Diallo, and what's the other brother's name? The elder brother,
MC.
What? MC.
MC. Yes, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter. Okay. Now these brothers weren't just we're just going to Africa. These guys are well established in America, right? They could afford to invest. They said they wanted to do this investment project, right? And they got caught up with Lou Major and Taiwo, you know, and that's what we're saying. There are people out there that want to do stuff. I got people in the BAO that's in Liberia and several other countries when I'm doing stuff on the ground. And when I don't say bum rush the coast. I'm not a bum rush the coast type of Negro, you know. I'm not saying, yo, it's America. I had to calm my brother Mike, you know, the one you talked the other night. I told him, I said, look, man, you got to stop this. This guy makes, you know, $300,000 a year. He has a business and everything like that. He was like, oh, we got to get that for you. No, bro, it ain't that serious. You know, you can invest. I'll help you do that, right? But this idea that you got America's so bad and everything, we did a show a couple of well, like I said, that black people are not in a state of desperation that we have to actually go. I don't want those type of people. Why? Because when you act like that, you attract the sort of people that's going to take advantage of you, right? You should come to Africa with a position of strength and power, that this is something I want to do, you know? And then you're going to attract the sort of people that's serious on the ground, and you can build something there. But when you're like, oh, America, oh, really? You're getting treated in America bad? So, hey, so if I steal a couple $100 from you, it ain't so bad. Oh, if I lie, it ain't so bad. You got to let them know that, yeah, I'm coming to become a position that I got plenty of opportunity in America, like my business right here. I'm not going to leave my business in America that I got for nothing, you know? I ain't going to leave it for nothing.
So, Kala, let me ask you a question. And sorry to be Kala-esque and cut you off, but you're contradicting yourself.
What are you talking
about? Your whole premise is that we outgrown America, that we have to go to Africa. But now you're saying that you're not going to America to Africa because of your business in America. When you use words like they're flooding and Black Americans have become refugees in the suburbs, you're creating, you're painting a picture, brother, that it's a dire situation that you literally just said you have to speak to somebody and say, yo, it ain't that bad. So, Kala, while I do respect you, what I say is you are duplicitous in your ideology. You have to pick one. Hold on, brother. I'm gonna be finished in a second, brother. Just relax. Once you see, here's the thing with you try to play both sides. That's why I say just come home to Black America. We need you, bro.
Yeah, bro.
We need you. Hold on, brother. So I want you to address the fact that you paint a picture that Black Americans, have to go because you said flooded by immigrants and then certain places were refugee camps. But then you, on the other hand, you try to say, well, it ain't that bad. Which one is it, bro?
Okay, let me explain to you, right? I'm saying like this: Black America deserves better than America, right? That's it. Never said the situation is dire, right?
So tell me what the better is on the continent. I want the country. Tell me the better. Which one is better?
Let me finish that. I said this story a long time ago, right? I said us Generation X, right? Why did we screw up so bad in Generation X, right? Because most of us, right, were educated, right? We saw our fathers work in factories and everything like that. We said that we wanted better. All my friends like, oh man, I'm not working in a factory. Okay, now we look at it now, it's like if we would have spent one more generation working in those factories, we'd be better off, right? And so what happened was all those jobs went overseas, right? I'm not saying that the situation is dire for us, but now if we would have basically stayed in those factories and everything like that and built those communities, the Black people in America, you live in a city, right? And you want your kid to do better, right? So you move to the suburbs, right? So we left those communities behind, right? And everybody flooded in. Look what happened in Compton and all these other places right there. Black people start moving out and everything like that. Why? Because we have the natural inkling to want to be better, want to do better, want to better ourselves, right? And so we can't just tell Black people, okay, although you're competing with immigrants, although you're doing this right here and everything like that, that's something that you're going to pass down to the next generation. We having no power, right? Look at Ferguson, Missouri. I didn't know Ferguson, Missouri was a majority Black population, but they got no Black people on the city council, no nothing, So therefore, what I'm saying is this: the next generation coming up, right? You got to say, okay, we have nothing here, right? This is what we want to do for the next. What other people do. I did this, right? You're going to take it to the next level, right? I do believe us becoming a global people is the next level, right? I'm not saying that it's dire. It's dire if we say for 5 years. We got people here in Virginia, right, that don't want to work in the shipyard, right? I told them, oh, you guys worked in the shipyard. Your father worked in the shipyard and everything. I said, I don't want to be my father and my grandfather. I want something new, So therefore, this is what happens. We can't. So when we say we open the opportunity for America up and everything like that, have you realized that we've been fighting this battle for how long, right? The white people up on top, right? You know how hard it is for us to get government contracts, stuff like that? That's the next level. America does not want to give those things to us and everything. The government contract, we can become the ownership class, okay? And that's what I'm talking about, right? Now, if you
Brother,
say,
when you're ready, let me
hold on,
respond
hold on.
because you.
Now, if you say it's all right for us to not have anything, and there's plenty of opportunity. Yeah, there's plenty of opportunity as a bottom feeder. You know, there's plenty of opportunity at McDonald's and everything. But as far as like what we know that we're capable of, right? That we want to be employers, we want to be ownership. You know, we want to have this, that, the other thing. Why is it that when you got a state like Mississippi, a third of the population is black, but white people own everything? Because we don't fight for it, and the white people are not going to give up what they're doing. So when you talk about take advantage of the opportunity, what opportunity? What exactly opportunity are you talking about? The opportunity just to be bottom feeders forever? Or yeah, I know the immigrants love that. You know, they come over here and they basically get a Uber job and work at McDonald's. They're in heaven. You know, they're paying their bills and everything like that. But for us, right, we're saying we've outgrown what America has to offer us. That's what I'm saying.
All right, so let's deal with this point that you constantly compare the whole of Black America to our worst performing part of the population. Every Black American does not live in the hood. We all don't come from low-income housing. I have millionaires, lawyers in my family, and so do you. So we also have to speak about that part. When I speak about taking advantage of the opportunities, these are the same opportunities that these immigrants that are bum rushing our coast are doing. You can get grants, you can get land, you can get educational grants, you get this Pell grants. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's available to our people as Americans, and especially Black Americans, right? That we can get and take advantage of. I worked at when it was called 9X. Then I worked at Con Edison, and then I flipped it, and now I work in the petrochemical industry in Europe. Why? Because I had elders that told me to take advantage of what was going on. On the other side of my family, I had some people that wanted to say, "Oh, America ain't nothing. We got to go to Africa," and they still in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They never go anywhere. You see what I'm saying? And that mentality of we have to leave America to become something, instead of taking advantage of what is happening of everything in America, is ludicrous. I think your argument would be stronger if you said those that want to leave, or some people have outgrown America. If you as an individual have outgrown America, hold on, brother. Hold on, my brother. All right, so good. Like I said, it would be if you say, I have outgrown America, I'm leaving. I say, yo, brother, do your thing. But we can't shame our other people and saying that they're being refugees and they're being flooded and this and that. Yeah, okay. Competition is supposed to breed productivity. But the issue here is not America. The issue here is the mindset of the Black American, of some Black Americans who have been beaten down by a system and don't have the will to fight anymore. And that mentality is present in Black people worldwide. You could go to the continent, you've seen the old lady who has no will to fight. It is what it is. It's corruption. It's fucked up infrastructure. Oh, well, this is what it is, right? So you have that. So the thing is to focus on the youth and get the youth, right, that want to make something of themselves, who had a father who was getting money, who had a father that graduated, who had a father that started a business, and he can look up to that man and say, yo, I want to be like my daddy. Not the dusty dude who wants to just, oh, well, America's too bad. Oh, they treat us like bad. Da, 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 da. We are a warrior class, bro. You know that. Everybody on this panel was cut from the warrior class. We're not going to be run off the block by some lack of melanin cave dweller. We too strong for that, bro. So those that want to leave, go do your thing, but be prepared. Those that want to stay, get money and do whatever you want to do with it. A lot of people are anti-reparations here, bro. If you're pro-reparations and you want to get to reparations and then you want to build your shit up in America, or you want to bounce, you want to go ever, do your thing. We can't shame people for their choices, but we can shame people, or at least not even shame. We can try to motivate our people who have lost the will to fight to get back in the game. And we have to be smart enough to know when we're wasting our time, because we can't save everybody. And again, Nakamizi has just cooked Kala Genesis like a rotisserie chicken
No,
in
yeah,
less than 5 minutes.
you made you made a point. You made a good point, but you were saying what I was saying to begin with. You know, you only repeated what I said, but said it in a different way with the Nakamizi swagger on it. You know, that's all you did was say what Kala Genesis was saying, right? I said this like this: if we are basically, let me give you a perfect example, right? I seen 50 Cent, right, or who I like, who's one of my favorite artists, right? He's on MSNBC, right? And the one guy that raps, whatever like that, is a hip hop head in the MSNBC. Oh, what's new from 50 Cent? Yo, you got a great show out. Basically, the worst of Black. You said Nakamizi yourself, the worst of Black America, right? But the worst of Black America right now is on top, right? We have no power over that. They basically say, "Oh, 50, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're doing this." I'm saying, wait a minute here. We basically, as Black people in America, right? We want to know our real history, right? Nobody wants to put any money behind it, right?
Well, you saying 50 Cent is a failure, bro?
No, I'm not saying he's a tremendous success, right? But
Oh,
what
okay.
successful as, right? He's given us
vitamin water. He's got TV shows. We can't continue to shame our entertainers because the world loves entertainment, bro.
Yeah, you said don't interrupt, right? Let me finish what I'm saying, right?
All right, I'm sorry, my brother.
No, okay. Now he basically this is nothing against 50 Cent, right? What he's done as a businessman is remarkable, right? But what I'm saying is this: the people in our community look up to the rappers, right? The basketball players and all the stuff like this, right? So therefore, you can't tell them to go get a degree, go like that, because they're like, well, 50 Cent dropped out of high school, right? And look, he's celebrated as the tremendous success. So there's no incentive for them to do right. We have a case now with Young Thug, right? Basically, you got 300 records. This guy, Lyle Corin, right, says he does not give a damn about the impact that this gang culture is being disseminated among our youth, destroying our youth and everything, you know, destroying our youth and everything, putting this away. We have no power over that. Dame Dash is talking about that. He says, you talk about the worst of Black America, Nak, right? Dame Dash just recently said, he said, look, these record companies and everything, he said, I'm guilty of it, right? They finance the very worst part of Black America, right? What you see in Black America right now is, I call it Black America X. Black America dysfunction, right? And I'm saying to myself, everywhere you look on television, everything like that, the worst representation of Black America. This is why these Black immigrants and other immigrants think we're all gangbangers and everything, because what disseminates out through things. So if you care about Black America, Nat, which I know you do, right? Why aren't we basically saying, you know something? Let's get behind a real Black culture. Let's promote that. That's the type of Black America I want to see in America. The Black America back in the days, there was this video that came out where this husband and wife did a stitch on a remake of All in the Family. And they basically said, I remember when we were high top phase. I remember, and they did the whole stitch of like All in the Family. Those were the days, you know? So basically, Black Americans ask themselves, we went from the Cosby Show and all the stuff like this, right? Our culture, Nak, right? It's not just about opportunity. It's who we are as a people is dying in America. And that's right there. I give you the floor.
All right, thank you, brother. Our culture is not dying, brother. We're back in the days you and I. Oh God. Okay, go on. Go on.
Okay. Go ahead.
So look, back in the days you and I grew up watching the Jeffersons, Different Strokes. Looking back on Different Strokes, that was some cool shit, right? But we grew up seeing strong Black men like Mr. T and all of that stuff. The times have changed. I get it. It's time for the Black men like you and I to make Black men great again. Okay? Our communities need us, bro. I'm not making it peachy keen like it's all rosy. No, they need us. And it starts with responsible mate selection. We have this war between Black men and Black women and this and that. You know, we're throwing shots at each other. What happens? These people still gonna meet in the bedroom, and then they're gonna be out, and then these kids are being raised to be exactly what we're seeing now. Okay, so the answer isn't to leave. The answer is to buckle down and stay. If you're built like that, If you're gonna leave, then leave. And instead of saying, yo, being negative, I'm not saying you're being negative at this point, but just say, yo, this is another option, right? Like I said, if you change your ideology or your narrative to here's another option, here is what I'm doing. I've outgrown I've outgrown America. But before I outgrew it, this is what I did because I saw myself falling out of love with it, right? So, young man, this is what you need to do. Check this out. Look at his bank account. Look at his business I started. Do this, and if you decide to stay, then make sure you stay prosperously. And if you decide to leave, then you have that option. But when we do shaming on people based on their personal choices about what they want to do and where they want to go, that's where we start losing the youth. Because the only way you can speak to the youth is by really relating to them and not talking down to them. I speak to brothers that I literally have to block them for like 2 weeks because they're just, I'm like, damn, the youth's about as dumb as a goddamn potato. But then I don't give up. I keep going back, like, yo, because I see something. And that's what I'm saying. If you're going to do it, then do it. But we have to be honest, my brother. Everybody on here can name. We all know the difference between, the GDP per capita on the continent versus in America. And then break it down to versus in Black America. We can look at the HDI, Human Developmental Index. It's shit on the continent. So if you're going to go there, you got to stack your paper. You got to get your money right. And the only way you can do that is to take the advantage of the situation in America, bro. Look, we got people, like you said, flooding. I'm going to use your word, flooded America. They bum rushing our coast. Why? Because a lot of places where they come from is messed up. We have political assassinations, but like burning people on fire, we don't have money rituals. We have drive-bys, right? You know what I'm saying? We all have our issues. The continent is not peachy keen, bro. The continent, if you go in there to retire, and you don't know nothing about it, you're in for a rude awakening, bro. You have to insulate yourself with people from the community that's pro. And here's my brother talk. I love you, brother. I'm just start telling you I love you every time you cut me off.
No,
you have to know people on the ground in the community. And if y'all want to build your own community, cool, but you have to be well integrated and well connected, because if you're not, you have to play the game. You have to play the corruption game to a certain extent. Some people go to the counter, I'm not paying no cop, no, I'm not dashing them no money. Okay, when you get hold of your passport, bro, you would have better dashed them some money as opposed to having to go to that precinct. Now you gotta dash everybody that's working that night. You just gotta learn to play the game. And I don't want to play the African corruption game. I'm cool and I'm comfortable with the wannabe white supremacists, with the ignorant Negroes, and also the blacks that are doing it. That's my lane. I'm comfortable there. And if I'm comfortable there and you're comfortable on the continent, then I respect your path. Please respect mine and please respect ours. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Look, I will tell you right now, I respect people who basically want to stay in America and do their thing. I'm all for that. I'm a defender of Black African Americans. I'm Black America. You know what we have in America. I talked about all the acres of land we lost in America. Now, some people who basically hate Black America, right, who are fake Pan-African, right, will say like that in Colorado, that couple that's getting harassed in Colorado, they got militants going out there with guns to protect them on that. We should be doing that. The New Era Detroit, who are patrolling Black communities, making sure people safe in gas stations at night. I'm all for that. I'm not like, let's abandon Black America. No, I'm not going to abandon what our ancestors built in America. I've never told anybody that, you know?
Bruh, New Era Detroit, when we mention them, bro, we got to put the biggest respect on their name, bro. New Era Detroit is what 50 Deep is in Europe, but they even better than us. Salute to them brothers in New Era Detroit. And those are the type of people I'm talking about. Black people are all over the world, so we can't just leave where they are. You know what I'm saying? We got to get busy where we at. And all I'm just saying, brother, just respect people's grind. You know what I'm saying?
We could all do the same thing. I support the New Era and fully support them and everything like that. The bottom line with the work they're doing in the community. We have a group out here in Virginia called the who are fraternity brothers called the League of Extraordinary Men. I went to a sales seminar, right, when I was with United Healthcare, and we was at in Cary Park projects, right. And they were doing a clothing giveaway, toy giveaway, right. And I'm sitting there at my table, my group, and everything like that. And I'm sitting there like, who are these guys, whatever like that. And you know what this brother did? You know what this brother did? He walked over to me, right, stuck his hand out, right, and said, "Hi, my name is such and such. I want New York, Detroit, whatnot. You know, I want to get to know who you are and what like that." And I was like, because you know how brothers we get to, we're like, "Oh yeah, who's this guy?" He came up to me and made the first move, and I felt like this big. He said, "Well, we're friends of friends and everything like that, and we help out the people, and this is what we do. We do good work, you know." And I said, "My God," man. He said, "These are my fraternity brothers. We volunteer. We do stuff in the community, stuff like that. If you want to be part of this, whatnot, let me know, you know." I said, "Man, you just blew me away. I feel so bad and whatnot because I didn't know who you guys were and everything like that, you know." And so therefore, like I said, we do got good black men doing good things in the community and stuff like that. And I'm all for and I'm all supportive of that, you know. But like I said, just like I said, Black America, people think when we talk about Pan-Africanism, right? People say, "Oh yeah, those people in Colorado getting racially harassed, if they basically sold their farm and go to Ghana, they wouldn't be going through all that." No, that's their farm out there, and they're gonna stand on that, and I support that. You know, it's not an either or. I don't want people thinking Pan-African means that you got to give up what you have in America. I've never it was like that. I want you to stay what you have in America. Now, I do say if you were a husband and wife and you got 4 kids, right? You send one kid to the military, other kid to college or whatnot. One kid gets married young, and one son, hey, he might want to join the BAIO and go to the African continent. Hey, I'm cool with that. Also, I don't need all 4 sons. Just give me one, you know. And so that's the mentality that I have, you know. So, hey, Bomani, you gonna play that video?
Yes, it's a comment up here for you.
Kala is good, but slightly flawed. Factory jobs have left the U.S. in large numbers, mainly in white areas. It wasn't a choice. So even though we want to stay awake in factories, they're not there. Look, the bottom line is this. We have a new wave of factories that's going to be great. The electric car, right? I'm seeing an electric car. What's it? What company was that? There's several companies making electric cars. They're serious about this electric car. Lithium batteries and stuff like that has to be built, right? They're going to be built somewhere, right? Why can't they be built in black areas where we have, you know? Why can't we basically start talking that conversation? The lithium batteries also can be built on the African continent, you know, the parts and everything like that. So if the lithium is in the cobalt and all this other stuff like that needs and stuff like that, why we should be in the game where we can provide jobs for our people here in America and basically people from the African continent. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, you know? Yeah, I don't think the factory making cigarette lighters are going to ever come back to America. No, I'm not that. But there are things in America, right, that will be built here. You know, look at Tesla. Tesla is right down in Texas and all that. But the Mexicans are courting Tesla, giving their people good jobs and everything. I wanted that conversation.
Yo, Bomani, a big black wanted to say something, but I'm gonna end my thing with you on this. The thing where Black America has outgrown America, or whatever the title of the show was. I'm sure you picked the title of the show, right? But I think it needs to be changed. Those that have outgrown it are welcome to leave. Those who haven't are welcome to stay and take advantage of it. You know what I'm saying? The time black people in it have outgrown America and already. Yes, some black people are. And those that aren't, let them stay. Big black salute. Thank you for waiting, man. What's good?
Yeah, man.
This is if you want to know who topic it was Kala's topic.
I want to say this.
You threw your ass under the bus, Kala.
I mean, you're trying that way you're clear to who you're responding to.
No, I got you. But I knew it was Kala.
About the whole topic. You know, my whole thing is, you know, black people worldwide need a plan A and a plan B, right? So whether your plan A is Africa or your plan B is Africa, you need a plan A and plan B, just in case something goes awry. You know, we really can't tell the future, what's going on, how the economy is going. It's a lot of xenophobia, and if you understand countries and when the economy gets kind of tight, you know, there starts to be a lookout for someone to blame, right? You know, as far as what's going on socially in America, right? Right now, have you seen the video about the brat? You know, of women giving each other's babies, you know, test tube babies, and you know, think about a couple of generations from now, where there are some Black people that say, you know what, I don't want to live in this type of society if it gets too wacky, you know. So the money that I have enough money where I could go to Africa, right, and maybe build up a business there. You know, I have no problem with that, you know, because who knows what lies 30, 40, 50 years from now, you know, as far as like within the Black community and what's going on socially, economically, and politically. You know,
You see Dwayne Wade's son is transitioned to a girl. There's no way I support this. Now it's a point where they're making us say he, they, and them and stuff like that. This is where America's going. Okay, I mean, Knack. You know, I mean, we like to be like, oh, but the bottom line, these people would not let us live in peace. Most Black people don't support this nonsense that's going on.
Bro, most white people don't support it either. And the crazy thing is that the white people are the ones that are the most vocal about it. They're like, yo, I'm not calling you he, she. Black people just letting that shit go. No, I'm telling you, there's something inherently wrong with the psyche of the Black man, woman, and child and worldwide. Not only in America, bro. Like, it's getting pushed.
It's not getting pushed by us.
It's not getting pushed, but we tend to take shit from everybody. They push it on us, right? We get it. Why do they keep pushing it on us? Because we the quickest ones to accept it. We was accepting the bullshit on the continent with colonialism, with lopsided trade with these Arabs and white people. We accept it now. We're in everyday society. If they push it on us, we take it, right? Black Lives Matter. You know, I ain't really with that shit, but you know what I'm saying? Then that shit turned to LGBT Lives Matter, and then it's always some sort of coalition of the willing, and we accept it. And my group, I told my people, soon as I took that shit over, I said, yo, who's this dude on this mail? He sounds white. It was like, yeah, but he's down. Like, get his ass the fuck out of here. I don't do whites. I don't do Moroccans. I don't do North Africans. If you ain't Black, you're not rocking with me. Oh, but they had some LGBT chick. Yo, she got a man. Now, get her ass out of here. We got to stand on our shit. And that's why I like Bomani and Kala, because they stand on their shit. They'll call the corrupt so-called Pan-Africans out. But Black people, I'm telling you, we bend too easily. And we bend for money. We bend for exposure. And that's everywhere, bro. There's a Nigerian transvestite named Besky or some old weird shit. I'm like, yo, they got trannies in Nigeria now?
Yeah,
I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, that light-skinned dude.
Yeah,
that dude.
I didn't know that.
Man.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, wherever you go worldwide, whoever's pushing this shit, they could push it all they want. But it takes brothers like us to be able to reject that. So I'm going to help my brothers in America reject that. Y'all can help the brothers in Africa reject that. But there needs to be a rejection on all fronts. Black people have to stop accepting this bullshit and learn to despise the free lunch. There's nothing for free. There's always something attached to it, bro. That's why I speak to my daughter and I'm like, yo, you know, yeah, I go to work every day. I do my thing. But your job shouldn't be like me. You need to start your own business. You need to do this. You need to do that. So we have to be able to tell them, say no. My son forgot his food one day. He went to school. And the reason I knew it is because the shit was in the refrigerator. I said, yo, what did you eat today? Huh? What did you eat today at school? Oh, the teacher gave me a piece of bread. Walk me through that conversation. Oh, she saw I was hungry. So I said, so you sitting in there after you forgot your food with the sad face to have some white lady offer you a piece of bread? I said, was there cheese on the bread? No, it was just bread. I said, bro, you representing our name badly. You forget your food, you go hungry that day. That's the kind of warriors I'm bringing up.
Good. That's good. That's good. Good. Well said.
Am I coming? Can I come in?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Like
Go
Meezy,
ahead.
welcome. Like me, like Meezy, welcome, brother. About the topics today, about what's been said. Look, I'm a Pan-Africanist. I'm a Nigerian background. I'm born in the UK. I said it time and time again. Black Americans, I lead on the concept. Black Americans, last 100 years, most progressive, most dynamic blacks on the planet. That's a fact. In business, science, sports, entertainment, you've been the flag bearers the last 200 years. That's beyond dispute. That's not my opinion. That's a fact. Without Black Americans come to Africa, Africa's finished. Right now, you're straight like me. If you look at your big black, Bomani, Kala, your strength was easy on the continent. Without Americans coming back home in large numbers, Africa's done. I'll tell you why, because Africans have mentality, especially when the West Coast, where we worship white people. I know for a fact, I've been there fighting Nigeria 5 times, and I love it there. But when I go up there, I'm in the fucking twilight zone. The backwardness there, they love white people there. That mentality there is incredible. It's backward. On the East Coast, the more warrior, like, and you've got the history of Africa. West Coast, the more warriors there. Sudan, Kenya, that's where the warriors are. If you look at the history of Africa, the colonies that people fought back. Zimbabwe, Kenya, Angola, that's where the warriors are. West Africa, the more bourgeois. I don't know why that is, but that's what I've noticed myself. So West Africa, man, is a mess. Nigeria, where my family from, man, if we don't get good leadership, Nigeria's done. The other thing we've got there is good population-wise, we're very big, and we've got a history, but the mentality, the tribalism, it's almost medieval. It's medieval, and it's backward in terms of being progressive. We've got to put Africa first, not tribe first. That's the problem with Africa. We're too tribalistic. We're too into Christianity, Eurocentric Christianity, Islam. You know, that's not our culture. If you're Pan-African first, Pan-Africans in Africa is almost a dirty word. I go over there and talk about Pan-Africans, and it's like, oh, brother Chef, well, what's this? I have to explain to Pan Africans on the continents as oxymoron. How can you go to Africa as Pan Africanism? That should be the mainstay of Pan Africanism, our fatherland. But anyway, I'm babbling. Look, regarding your situation in America, you know, right now it's not done. But in 3-4 decades time, people come from Mexico, the migrants coming in, just Mexico, from Europe. They're trying to replace you. That's the agenda of the Democrats. They're trying to replace you. Their agenda was nefarious. So you don't know about 3-4 decades down the line, like Meezy, they're going to try to replace you. That's their attention. Bringing Mexicans from Mexico to jump most of the numbers. By 2050, I think Mexicans will be the majority in America. That's dangerous. If you look at what's happening in California, what they're doing to Black America, where they're attacking you, gentrification, that's a microcosm. What can happen on the macro level, that's a microcosm. What happen on the macro level when they take over? Their agendas are nefarious, you know. So you have to be careful. 3-4 decades down the line. That's what I'm worried about. Same in the UK also. Your people come from Poland, Czechoslovakia, from Ukraine, from Eastern Europe. So Black say within almost 9 decades, ain't built shit. Black Britons are useless. Within 9 decades, ain't built shit. The Black Britons are an embarrassment.
Right.
I'm saying that as a Black Brits are an embarrassment.
And that's why we have a need for Pan-Africanism, because we need to watch each other's back, you know, both on the continent, you know, and in the diaspora, you know what I mean? Because there's a move for the people on the continent. There's a move for Africa. There might be a move, like he said, with the Mexicans and everything. Those people, they get in power, man. They
look what happened in LA.
Yeah,
the Mexicans in power, basically making racial jokes and whatnot, you know, about Black people and whatnot. You know, there's gangs, racist gangs in Compton. I thought Compton was a city of Compton. Remember that? Why is the sheriff's department brutalizing Black people, racist and whatnot in Compton? I thought that was a Black city, man. Come on.
It was, but then Black people running away. Running away.
Let me ask you a question, Nak, let me ask you a question, right? Okay, we say running away. I know what the problem is, right? Black people, right? Though Black men, right? Black men, we have to get out of this idea that, like I said, I did club security for years, right? And now I know how to deal with Black men. You know, Black men, all we know how to do is bluff and be bullies to other Black men, right? That's all we got to do. When it comes to the white man, everybody else, they're just, like this. So basically, what we don't have in our community, right, is strong Black men who have neighborhood councils when I, hey, yo, you playing your music too loud over here, you know, or you got to shut that shit down, you know. And if you want to take it there, we're going to take it there, right? A lot of times in our communities, when we got all these, most about Black America, unfortunately, right, in low-income areas, right, majority of household are single mothers and everything, and they got teenage sons, everything like that. There's not Papa's not home. When I'm from South Jamaica, Queens, right? Each house was like a domain. There was a strong Black male figure in each house in the neighborhood, right? You could whatever you want. Mr. Such and such, when he came on the block, he could be a janitor, right? But you call him sir and Mr. That's the type of Black community I grew up in, you know? You respect all the adults and everything like that, or else, you know? Your family do it. That's how we got along. But we don't have that sort of cohesion no more. People want to do whatever, or kids want to break into cars. Don't say nothing to my son and whatnot, this and the other thing. There's no like that. So it's hard. That's why people say, you know something? I'm out of here. I'm gone.
Oh, let me I'm sorry, brother. Jughead. I'm sorry, Jughead. Let me, because he was responding to me. I want to respond back to him, and we don't have to always debate, brother. That's what I'm talking about. Is those communities where, you know, your neighbor could whoop your ass, and it was cool. Your mom was cool with it. Well, you shouldn't have disrespected Mr. Durham or whatever. There was a guy named Mr. Durham back in Pittsburgh when I would go there for the summer times. And this community is all Black people. Everybody looked out for each other. Mr. Durham, you knew once you started walking in front of his house, you lowered your voice. He's gonna come outside. Y'all gonna talk. He's gonna give you his little thing, whatever. It was respect. It was respect. This is what I want back for our people. And the only way to do it is to do it on a micro level, and then, you know, each one teach one. Hopefully that can go viral, right? But like I said, it starts with responsible mate selection. We have too many baby mamas out here. Like somebody said, Compton, they pretty much ran the Blacks out of Compton. They keep running the Blacks out because Black people, we love running. We don't like to fight anymore. We just want to run. Let's just go here because the grass is greener somewhere. And at the end of the day, if you don't mow your grass, if you don't take care of your garden, it's always going to end up effed up. And that means it takes hard work. So you're either going to do it on the front end or the back end.
You know, and I'm saying, man, I'm gonna tell you what was going on. I know exactly what's going on there, and I'm not even from California, but I can imagine what's going on. What's going on is Black flight, right? A couple of Mexican families move into the hood. You know, more Mexican families move into the hood, and then the gangs get started. You know, so now it's gang wars. It's more Mexicans coming in because California is sitting right on the border of Mexico. So nationally, you're gonna see, you know, I've been to California before, man, and as far as the Mexican president, California to a lot of other states is you feel like you're in Mexico when you're in California sometimes. I mean, it's deep. You know what I mean? So it's not that they're running. It's like, okay, let me go find another place where it's all Blacks, you know, because it's almost, you know, it's basically okay. We're letting them in. We're peaceful people. So as long as you don't make any noise, we're like, cool. You buying up, you know, cool. And then what happens is they start buying houses. Now they ought to have their own little, you know, the spot. Meanwhile, you know, with immigration, more and more coming, you know, and that's pretty much a microcosm of what is going on all over America. And what happens is when the racist people in their particular stock, they get to power, they're going to start joining up with the racist whites. And when that happens, it's not going to be it's not going to be a good place, the best place for Black people to live pretty soon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we need to fight. I'm sorry, brother Jughead, I'm sorry. I'm gonna give it to you right now. Hold on. That's the thing that I'm talking about, bro. When you go into a Mexican neighborhood and try to disrespect their people, go into a Mexican neighborhood and they're gonna run your ass out of there. We have to have that same energy. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of black gang members that love killing each other. Will kill you for stepping on their Timbs.
Yeah, I give you that.
But won't raise a goddamn finger to a Mexican, a white, or anyone else. So if we really get into the psyche, right, of the coward ass Negro, black men have been pussy. I'm telling you, pussy from the continent to America. If you take it even to jails in America, the booty bandits are majority black dudes preying on other black dudes.
That's crazy, man.
You see what I'm saying? The booty bandits, like black men, like this certain cultures in Ghana, right? And I ain't gonna say what tribe they from, but they dress up like women for this festival. Everyone's
my take is I think we're too friendly. I think we kind of saying the same thing. I think
it's not. It has nothing to do with friendship at this point. Is that we're stupid that we don't recognize these lopsided trade deals. We don't recognize when someone is pulling a fast one on, or maybe we do, but we don't care because we want gratification on a personal level, and we don't think about the greater good. You see what I'm saying? But it goes back from the trade with the Arabs. I want y'all to understand that the Arabs wasn't just running up in black and African villages. There was Africans delivering themselves to Arabs into slavery. There was Africans enslaving each other and then delivering Africans to other people. We some of the biggest sellouts, and it ain't gonna change just because we change location. What has to change is the mindset. We got too many problems in Black America for me to be telling my people that we've outgrown Black America. No, you haven't grown into Black America. You haven't taken advantage of everything that's there. How the hell can some of these Nigerians come through and they become lawyers and doctors and all of this stuff, and then our youth are still on some bullshit? Yo, and it ain't even like you gotta hate on it, but it's like, yo, at some point you got like, yo, really? All the stores in the hood are run by Yemenis who work 6 months a year, then go back home. So they literally work 7 days a week, 12-hour shifts for 6 months, and then go back to Yemen.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Not even trying to go back and forth. I hear what you're saying, but you gotta admit some of it is black flight. It's the same thing as white flight. If you understand white flight,
where they fleeing
it wasn't that the white people were scared of us. Is that they was like, you know what? We don't want to live. You know, as black people kept coming around, and they really didn't like, some of our our ways, and they picked up and dashed. It wasn't that they were scared of black folks. It's
when you don't take care of your community, when you don't put a stronghold in your community, and I don't just mean physically, I mean building up black businesses in your community. A lot of black communities don't have that. They don't have that. And I've been to Ghana, right? You got ShopRite, you got all these goddamn non-Ghanaian people I gotta go to get good goods and services. The mom and pop stores, yeah, we got that on lock, right? We got that on lock. But when it comes to the higher, the professional shit, we don't. So it ain't about just flying and going from here and going to there. At some point, you got to say, yo, we got to fix our shit. And we keep vibrating on a lower level, talking about our poorest. We have rich people too. And if our poor want to become rich, they have to have an example. And let's state something else, that in the real world, all this Pan-African black power shit don't mean nothing. It's money. You'd want to be able to make money with black people. But if you got a poor customer base, guess what you're going to have? You're going to have a poor ass business.
Really can't say
you got to start thinking, brother, every time.
Now, a Senate candidate in Nigeria has been killed by gunmen ahead of Saturday's election. Bar Oibio Chukwu was attacked on Wednesday in the southeastern Enugu state. He was returning from a campaign rally for his opposition Labour Party. Our correspondent Harry Mutasa is in Enugu and joins us now. Good to have you with us, Harry. I mean, it does seem that security is very much in the spotlight just days before this national election.
This is the area where the man running for senator was attacked on Wednesday night. He was driving along this road in a convoy, and then when he got to the spot, you see that wall there with the black soot. That's where some armed men opened fire. They killed him and some of his party supporters, then set fire to the car. The car has since been removed by security forces. And if you look up along this road, it's a place where it's mainly shops, but a lot of the shops are still closed. That's because people say they are nervous, they're not sure what is going to happen next, and they're just taking precautions. And when you ask people about the mood here ahead of the elections, they'll tell you that things are tense and some of them are nervous. They'll say, try not to leave the city center, try not to drive out of town on the roads because you could get kidnapped or you could be attacked. There've been lingering tensions in the southeast for decades now. Some people here feel that they've been marginalized by the federal government in the capital Abuja. They say this area has not been as developed as much as other parts of the country, and that's why some of them are agitating and taking up arms and calling for separating from Nigeria one day if that is the case. A lot of the elders here say it's about frustration. Young people feel that their needs aren't being met, they're unemployed, they feel marginalized, and that's why they're taking up arms. Israel Nkonkwomba fought in Nigeria's civil war known as the Biafra War between 1967 and 1970. That attempt at secession in the southeast, home to the Igbo homeland ethnic group, killed more than 1 million people. The retired lieutenant colonel is worried about a new generation of fighters who say not enough people from this region have influence over Nigeria's politics, security, and economy.
I'm suggesting that the federal government should think deeply and see how they can bring us into the equation to assuage the feelings and the anger of the people, the boys who are worrying and agitating badly.
Nigeria's southeast has seen an increase in pre-election violence, kidnappings, and continued agitation from some to split from the rest of the country. Dozens of people have been killed this year.
A lot of youth are being suppressed. A lot of people are being oppressed. A lot of people are being, caged in a bottle. And it becomes difficult for them to stay like that. Liberty and freedom, these are natural instincts in man. People want to liberate themselves. People want to be free.
Presidential and parliamentary elections are on Saturday. Some polling stations will not be used because of insecurity. Security forces say they will guarantee law and order.
I do not need to tell you how we will do it. All I'm telling you is that we will do it and everyone will have the liberty to exercise their franchise.
Insecurity is not the only issue for voters. Rising unemployment and the economy are major concerns. This market is usually busy at this time of the day. A lot more people would be here looking for good deals and bargains, but it's quiet because of shortages of cash. Banks often run out, and that's affecting everyday life in Nigeria. President Muhammadu Buhari is serving his second and last term. Many Nigerians hope whoever takes over from him will quickly turn around the economy and resolve lingering conflicts. Haru Matasa, Al Jazeera, Enugu, Nigeria.
That was terrifying. What I didn't know about that happened in Igbo territory. I did not know that happened in Igbo territory. So that puts a, thing. But I want Jughead's opinion on this,
Thanks, guys. Thank you, Kala. Yeah, big black and like amazing, my brothers. Yeah, we can have a time out and let's reflect and calm down. Yeah. Nigeria. I mean, Kala, I'm an expert. I've been to Nigeria 5 times, so I mean, I'm an expert on Nigeria too. But all I know is this: since 1960, Nigeria is a plantation. It's not a sovereign country. Nigeria is as free sovereign as I am Chinese. It's a mess. About strong leadership, Nigeria, I'm telling you, was just into chaos. But Nigeria has potential. But the problems of Africa in general, with kind of big black, like Amazia Bomani, lack of good leadership. We don't have our Ben Bellas, our Mohammed Mossadeqs, our Gaddafis, who else is good?
Sankara,
Lumumbas. We don't have a generation. We have a generation of clowns, coons, and cowards. Africa's a mess because of misleadership. Until that changes, our progress will be slow. But regarding problems here in the UK and America, also we need black patriarchy. Because most black people are cowards. I'm not saying that in the UK. People get upset with me. They say, Jeff, I'm too harsh. I'll tell the truth. I don't BS. I'll tell the truth. Most blacks are cowards. That's why we flee. Because we don't want to fight, or progress. That's a problem. Fleeing is part of least resistance. And that's the problem. You see, until we start standing our ground as men. So look, like Measy, big black, colour. Chinese men build Chinatown. Korean men build Koreatowns. Italian men build Italy, not the women. Men build the infrastructure of the nations, not the women. Where we're done our job as men. I mean, majority, because until we start acting as men, put manhood back as a criteria, we're going to flounder. Without matriarchy, if any sisters in the chat come in and tell me I'm wrong, without matriarchy to overtake us. Right. That's a problem.
Let me tell you something, brother, like this. This is what I'm talking about, right? One of the reasons, right, like I said, I fell out with a lot of people when we started talking about the BAIO, the Afrikstan Analysis. We talked about the core of what our existence is: the black man, black woman, black child, right? If you don't have that, right, that means the means of the family is produced by the man and the woman and everything, As long as we have a situation where, like in Black America, where 80% of black women feel like they don't need a man. You got Sierra, a singer, right? Who Russell Wilson bought her masters and everything like that, and gave her all this money and everything. She comes out with a single, a song talking about being a strong, independent black woman, right? And she's getting all this backlash. And they're saying, why are you preaching single motherhood? This is not anything just happening. Why are you singing about single motherhood when you got this man, Russell Wilson, you disrespected, right? And he basically saved you from Future. He spent $40 million, right, to buy your publishing of your music and everything. You're making money with it. This guy adopted your children, right? Future's children as his own, but yet you make a single record talking about things. It's all about the fact that, I don't know what it's going to take, right? I look at the Grammys, right? The Grammys was an abomination, right? Was the only thing that was good with the hip hop award thing. I didn't watch it. I watched a couple of it. But they're basically a guy who came in, a white man, with a transsexual, basically was dressed as Satan and did a satanic thing in freaking prime time, And this is where you got all these black people. And then don't worry about that. Beyonce got 32 awards. We're supposed to jump it down. And so when people say, Black America and everything like that, what I would like to see is us having in Black America our own award shows, our own music separate. I watched it in NAACP Image Awards Day. I was just so proud. I was just so proud. I said, this is my people. This is my community and everything. This is who my people are, and I love my community. But the thing is, though, what's being pushed as Black America, right? When everybody responds to it. Now, some people say, well, don't worry about that, Colin. But every time when people who say they're pro-Black America, right, they're always elevating the worst thing in our community and everything like that. I'm saying nobody supports the thing. How many people watch the Image Awards tonight? Nobody, But everybody's watching the Grammys. Everybody watching the Super Bowl. Everybody's doing that stupid stuff in the Super Bowls and all stuff like that. All the white man's media, right? We have abandoned things like Ebony Magazine, Jet Magazine, all stuff like that made us a people when I was growing up. We had our own TV shows. We had our own sitcoms, everything. I felt like I was in Black America. I don't feel like that anymore. So I long to have a nation of people again. My whole thing is we have to have another start. That's why I said, maybe not, I use the word like some of us maybe I should have said some of us outgrown America. I do think that I want to see that Black America, right, live again. Someplace on this earth, right? The Black America I love, that I want to see it. I don't see it in what's going on in America right now. I just see failure. I see division. I see hatred. I see all the stuff like this and dysfunction.
But Carl, that's not your fault. I'll tell you as an outsider, I'll tell you what the problem was FBA, of Black America. When the great men were killed, Medgar Evers, Dr. King, Malcolm, and Fred Hampton, when those four great men were killed, especially Malcolm and Fred Hampton, those two especially, since then you were led by coons like race-bait fools like Jesse Jackson, Sharps, all these other idiots. The last 5 decades you've been misled. Up until the 60s, FBA we're doing well. But when they killed these great men, especially Malcolm and Fred Hampton, you've been misled. From nation building to begging and complaining. That's what's happened. People like Jesse Jackson, Dr. King used a tactic of complaining. That was a tactic. The leadership that take use as a way of life. That's what's happened. If they take one tactic used by Dr. King, use it as a template, as a way of life. That's what's happened to you. You're misled by fools like Chida Jackson, other misleaders that take a template, a tactic by used by Dr. King, use it as a template of behaving.
Right. Yeah, like I said, when I was growing up, right, I was in New York, living in New York at the time of the Central Park jogger situation, the Tawana Brawley and all this kind of Yusuf Hawkins and everything. I was in New York at that time, right? And basically, I lived in we lived in upstate New York, right? We were living in the city at the time, right? And I lived in a nice community, everything. Black people stuck together and everything like that. Beautiful upbringing in upstate New York. I was made to feel by people like Al Sharpton. My family was doing something. My father worked his ass off to give us a nice house and everything. That we doing something wrong, you know? And so basically, I began to hate what my parents had built, you know, my grandparents and everything that came from the South and went to Harlem. My grandfather worked at Con Edison and stuff like that. And all I began, oh man, this is all living a mood. And so that's why I got radicalized, right? And I got radicalized by people like Al Sharpton, right? I got radicalized, right, to this day. And basically, he told me that America, to hate America and hate hate everything about what my existence was, right? And I took that into my young adulthood, right? And I became radicalized in Pan-Africanism, Black nationalism, stuff like that at a young age. Then I look now, right? And I believe in that, right? But I basically gave up on the whole idea of Black America and everything. I thought just America's individual racist. Then I look up and I see Al Sharpton, right? A decade later, right? He's on MSNBC collecting big checks, you know? And I'm saying, wait, Al, man. And some of the people that used to march with him, stuff like that, yeah, he was for the people and everything. Now he's up there on MSNBC, you know, telling us how we Americans have to stand up against people like Donald Trump. I was like, we're Americans now? And you told me at a young age, man, that the white people were the devil and stuff like this and everything, and I believe that. And so now you want to sell me America? And so like I said, it didn't dawn on me that most of these people that call themselves leaders aren't sincere, you know? And so I had to find my own way. And then I came to the conclusion, right, that, okay, we have to appreciate what our ancestors did in America, you know, what we accomplished, everything under duress, right? At the same time, right, don't make it an either or. Tell Black people, if you don't like America or whatever like that, you leave America. No, you have every right to stay in America and fight for everything that we fought for. Now, those of us who think that Africa is an option and we can build and everything like that, you know, we should be allowed to do that. You know, their lifestyle for us. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's Black people is damned if you do, damned if you don't. You know, they Black people have built nice communities in America. You know, you go to a place like Newport News, Virginia, right? You can look back in the 30s when these architects built that Newport News. I say at one time you could tell these were once thriving Black communities. You know, you could just tell by the architecture, the way the city set up, that these were once Black communities. What happened, right? Oh, there was no real investment in jobs or future, right? People basically like this. You got four generations in the shipyard and everything. And now people are like, okay, I want to move on. I want to do something else. I want to build better. And I want to move on and stuff like that. And we always have to realize that people want to do better. And these young kids, right, you know, you tell them stay out of trouble and everything. I was the only one. They say stay out of trouble, do right and everything. Then they look at their parents, right? I don't want to end up like you. You guys are struggling, paying bills every day and everything. I don't want to be that. So what happens? They go out into the streets where you got an African immigrant, right? They're basically like this, do this and everything, and they could see an example of thing because they're coming in different circumstances. But Black people have been here so long, they're like, look, I don't want to drive cab. I don't want to do this stuff like this. I just want the good life everybody else have. And then what they do is they put this these images of success is unrealistic to most Black people, like, you know, the Kardashians and these reality shows, these people spending all this money and everything. People like, I don't want this life and everything. So it's hard to sell Black America to you to build your community and be like that. People don't want to be part of the Black community anymore. They want to be rich. They want that house. They want that house like Rick Ross. They want that house, like this, and that's what we're up against. That's what we're up against right now, and that's why people are abandoning the community. And I always said, if we talk about building an Afrikstan, that would be competing against, this dysfunction. That's what I believe.
That's that, Kala, you hit the nail on the head, Kala. The problem is individualism, toxic individualism. That's the problem. We're community people. Last 4 or 5 decades, we've become cowardly and individualistic. That's the problem. That's antithetical to nation building. You can't be a nation builder and an individualist. That's the problem. See, nation building is hard work. That's the problem. Because we lack deferred gratification. Well, if now, nation building was built in 2-3 years. We want things now. That's the problem. We've become individualistic. So we want it now, immediately. That's not possible. As Big Black said, we can watch each other's backs when we're in the UK, when we're in Ghana or Kinshasa or Crenshaw. I've got your back, you got my back. When Mike Brown was killed, I felt it. I don't care if I'm from America. When Eric Garner was strangled, I felt it. When Hughes Hawkins was killed, Hughes Hawkins, I was a young man. I was a teenager. I'm still angry now. It was at Bensonhurst. Is that correct? Bensonhurst.
It was at what was that? I'm saying it was in Bensonhurst. Yes.
Yes, yeah. Toronto Bradley. It was 1994. It adds up. So I feel it because I'm Pan-Africanist. We're the same blood. When Eric Garner was strangled, that devil Battalion killed him. He asked if it was FBA or if it was migrants. Well, that devil Amadaga killed Brother and John. But he was St. Lucia, by the way. She asked him which island he was from. Well, that devil Sherman killed my brother George Floyd. He asked him where he was from. When they kill you, they ask him where you're from.
Yeah, when they killed Stanley Crutcher, right? Big Brother, right? It was Stanley Crutcher in Oklahoma.
Terrence, but Betty Shelby, Terrence Crutcher, Terrence.
Terrence Crutcher,
Yeah, but Betty Shelby.
Belly Shelby, Belgium. We remember the people's names. Right? She blew him away right in cold blood, and then they threw drugs in the guy's car to make it seem like he was on drugs. He was coming from a church choir meeting, and the state of Oklahoma said, "Betty Shelby, it's okay."
So that's your promotion.
About like for instance, Papua New Guinea, the black folks over there, man. They're going through a thing, and it's sad that there's no black nation that really went to try to defend them, man. And that's how I was trying to convey to the brother that as far as like Pan-Africanism, if the Pan-Africanism was stronger, we could have did something about that situation. You know what I mean? As black people as a whole. Go ahead, Kala.
Yeah, so bottom line is this. We know we can't solve all these problems. White people are pan-Europeanists, what do you think NATO is? That's pan-Europeanism. That's pan-Europeanism. Asia got the ASEAN nations, Asian countries. The Bandung, they had the 1955 Bandung Conference, right? With that, now you got these little tiny countries in Asia are economic powerhouses, right? Because it was pan-Asianism. They realized that they're connected. And all the Chinatowns and Koreatowns and Thai towns, everything around the world are connected. The black race, we don't have that. We come over here, we're bottom feeders, right? They want to keep black Americans bottom feeders, and they got Africans come over here as bottom feeders, And so the bottom line, we have to fight back. We have to fight back. It's basically say, we're going to build what we're going to build in America, right? If you don't, you're not going to get our vote. We're the ones responsible for Joe Biden being in power. Raphael Warnock, right, is a key vote in the Senate, right? It's almost like a tie vote in the Senate. He could say to the Democrats, I got a list of demands right here. Pan-African. Number one, remove the sanctions on Zimbabwe or else. It's the U.S. Senate that has the sanctions. Rule number two, we're going to do this with the lithium and everything like that. All the demands we like that. If you do not do that, Mr. Democrat, Chuck Schumer and whatnot, you will not have my vote. I'll abstain or I'll vote with the Republicans. They are rushed. That's a power play. It's like we're so emasculated. We don't even know when power. We should be a Raphael Warnock. Dude, you are the key vote in the Senate. We can get shit done internationally. But no one's even having that conversation.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, it's getting late, brothers. It's getting late. And
absolutely, brother.
You guys want to continue on,
Absolutely. Definitely time to wrap it up, family. This was a beautiful topic on connecting our people. And if you want to say any final words, brothers,
I
go
apologize,
ahead.
Bomani, for the
it
No,
gets
you
like
don't have to apologize for me. This, I mean, y'all caught us all off guard, and it just, I mean, it's craziness. But thank you for at least this, not going.
the bottom line,
going back and forth with it.
Conversations we need to have, and the bottom line is this. I appreciate what Nat Measley was saying, and somebody that clarified that. I've never, for the record, right? I'm gonna end with this. I never said bum rush the coast. I'm all for Bomani and I talk about this all the time. We know that Africa is nothing if Black America keeps continuing. Black America needs to be strong. If Black America is strong and we're buying up industries in America, combining investing and everything, we'll have a better chance at investing and building in Africa. We can't build in Africa being a bottom feeder community in America. It's not going to happen. So as we building in America, right, and getting ourselves together, and stop listening to people like Al Sharpton and Ben Crump and all these other goofballs and whatnot, and come up with a strategy of building industries and stuff like that in Black America, and start looking at people who are successful as leaders, right? Why is nobody like Robert Smith? And this other guy's a billionaire. He's right under Robert. So 2 Black billionaires in America. Why is nobody talking about these people? Why is it that the only people in Black America that's leaders are people like Umar Johnson and all these goofballs and everything like this? People that do absolutely nothing. Umar Johnson, the Prince of Pan Pizza. So the bottom line is we have to start picking leaders and strategies and everything like that. Those who are on the ADOS, FBA side and whatnot, they got to start getting with people like the New Era. They got to start getting with Black towns in America, right? If we're really serious about Black towns and Black America, we should be protecting the Black people in America, try to get that land back out of the everything. We could do it all. It's not either or, But some of us feel that we've outgrown America, and it's time. I believe that the Black America I want can only exist on the African continent. That's what I believe. Because America is trying to turn our boys into girls, right? They're screwing us up every day. They turn us kids into gangbangers. Everything is a force beyond what we can control. So I do believe that the Black America that we all want should be in our own independent nation state or autonomous nation state and everything. Where we control the media, we control the politics, everything, Because in America, they're dead serious about not letting that happen. With that, Jughead, BAO brother, Bomani,
Take care, Kala. Appreciate you dropping the science.
Thank you.
All right, family. Another incredible program. Jughead, final thoughts.
Yeah. Okay.
Final analysis, I should say.
Okay, Nagamizi, love, respect to you, brother. Big Black, Carl, everyone in the chat, Patricia Matthews, Black American royalty, everyone's in the chat. Love, respect for the UK. Yeah, just to final recap. We're a certain situation, but look, I'm not a negative man. Where's hope? There's hope. We will get the butts. Won't be easy because right now we have African leaders that are cowardly and retarded. Because they must leadership, we have uphill battle. But all it takes is a small minority to change. We don't need a majority. Get the ball rolling. Unless it's a strong core minority, get things moving. And that's us. We are the catalyst for change. People like myself, you, Nakamizi, Big Black, Kala Genesis, Holip, we'll get there. It won't be easy, but for analysis, Africa has to be infused with the strength, the creativity, the positivity that built Black America. That's what you need in Africa. So that's what I've got to say. Bomani, straight Black pride, straight African pride. Love and respect, bro. Take care.
Appreciate you, brother. So yes, family, another live stream on the late night shift with Bomani and Kala. And we're gonna close you out with some nice music from our website, Africa for the Africans.org.